The light came down on my 18th birthday exactly the way the books promised it would, and for about 4 seconds I was the happiest person in Jiangnan City. Then it finished writing, Purin clan, 20 square kilometers, population 300. Purin means farmers. That is not me being poetic. That is the literal translation, printed in the encyclopedia under a drawing of a man holding a hoe. In a world where your adulthood awakening hands you a race, a piece of land, and a starting population, and where every single person in the room knows the ladder by heart, I had just pulled the bottom rung off the bottom rung. Here is the ladder, because you need it. Land comes in 20, 40, 60, 80, and 100 plus. 100 plus, and people call you a genius before you have done anything at all. Races go Purin, then dwarves and goblins, then apes, then elves, then the god race, and every step up is a different species of life. Population starts at 1,000. I got 20, farmers, and 300. 300. The floor is 1,000. I checked the number twice. The light did not offer a refund. Now here's the part that actually hurt. For 3 years straight, I had been ranked first in theory at Jiangnan No. 1 middle school, not first in my class, first in the school, every single exam, 3 years, no one close. I was the first student in the history of Jiangnan to get a special recruitment letter from the Royal Academy, which is the kind of thing they put on a banner over the front gate. They had come to the school personally. A man named Song Wei shook my hand with both of his and told me my future was limitless. The Royal Academy revoked my spot that same night. Not the next week, not after a meeting. That night, before I had even finished reading my own awakening certificate. Somewhere in a room I have never seen, a man looked at a piece of paper with the word farmers on it and crossed my name out. And by morning, the spot belonged to a girl in my year named Chen Ruolan, who had awakened a high deity mermaid clan. Limitless. Sure. So that is where I was standing when my story starts. 18, an orphan on state welfare, renting a room that cost less than 300 a month. 3 years of being the best at something that had just stopped mattering. And 300 farmers waiting for me somewhere inside my own head. 2 things they did not know about me. The first is that I was not from here. 18 years earlier, I had died somewhere else entirely and woken up screaming in a delivery room in a world where gods are a career path. I came with a full memory of a place where nobody has divine power, and we still ended up with satellites, antibiotics, and 9 years of compulsory education. That is not a superpower. That is just knowing where the road goes. The second thing is that when the light finished writing farmers, something else opened behind my eyes and called itself the super technology system. I want to be clear about what it does because everyone assumes it prints miracles. It does not. It gives me points when I find materials it has never cataloged before, and it sells me knowledge with those points, not power, knowledge, blueprints, professions, textbooks. If I buy a construction engineer, I do not get a building. I get a man who now knows how to build one and still has to go and do it. If I buy gunpowder data, I do not get a cannon. I get 300 pages of reference material and a clan that has to invent the cannon themselves and blow up a few of their own courtyards doing it. There is no button that says win. I checked for one, extensively, and it does not sell me a better race. I looked that up first, obviously. Awakening happens once. You get what you get. Fine. I got farmers. Let's see what farmers can do. 2 weeks later, I was sitting in the corner of Senior 3 Class 2 while my homeroom teacher read the monthly deity exam results out loud, and my classmates were having the time of their lives. Jokai, Theory 299, Practical 19, Total 318. 299 out of 300 on Theory. Still the highest score in the building, 19 out of 100 on Practical, and at least 10 of those 19 were sympathy points, because there is no honest way to score a divine realm made of 300 farmers against a kid who awakened a mermaid. Wang Jiwan laughed out loud from the 3rd row. Wang Jiwan wears brand names to a school that has a uniform, which tells you most of what you need to know about him. He got Merman Clan, intermediate tier, and he scored 430, and he has never once in his life let anybody forget either number. Jokai, he said, turning around in his chair so the whole room could enjoy it. Are the chickens raised by your 300 farmers laying eggs yet? The class made that noise a class makes, somewhere between a laugh and a wave. I looked up and gave him a perfectly clean, friendly smile. Probably soon, I said. I'll sell you a few, guaranteed pure and natural. He opened his mouth. Nothing came out of it. He turned back around. Teacher Xu Jingmei kept reading names. She is a lower god, mid-30s. And she has this way of standing at the front with the paper held low so she does not have to look at any student while she says a number they will hate. 3 years she has had me. 3 years I made her look extremely good in front of the leadership by existing. I stopped listening around the time she got to the middle of the alphabet, because I had somewhere else to be. I closed my eyes and pushed my divine sense down into my own world. 20 square kilometers. It sounds like nothing until you are standing in it, and then it is enormous, and empty, and the wrong color. Barren wilderness, polar plateau, E-grade. The panel had a note attached that I read 4 separate times hoping it would change. Cannot generate spiritual ki. That is the divine realm equivalent of a house listing that says structurally unsound but great light. Everybody else's realm grows the stuff their believers cultivate with. Mine grows dirt. There was one thing in the notes that mattered. Time ratio, 30-1. 1 day out here, 1 month in there. Everybody's realm runs fast. Mine ran fast in a place where nothing could cultivate, which meant for the first time in my life, I had a resource nobody else wanted, and I had a lot of it. 13 thatched huts, a field, and a few hundred people in it who all stopped what they were doing at the same moment, turned toward the sky, and went down on their knees. We pay homage to the chief god. That is a strange thing to hear when you are 18 and standing in a classroom pretending to take notes. I had died once already, and I have been startled by very few things since. I was startled by that. This deity, I said, and my own voice came out of the sky above them, which took some getting used to, is the god of wisdom. The panels behind my eyes lined up. God of wisdom, demigod, divine power 0 out of 100,000, power of faith 1,188 out of 1 million, believers 1,300. I had started with 300. They had been in there for years of their own time already, and they had done what people do. A man came forward out of the crowd. Older, straight-backed, hands ruined by work, and eyes that were doing something the other eyes were not. He introduced himself as Chen Yang, first generation, and told me that when the world began, he had been given intelligence as his gift. Then he handed up his life's work, and I nearly fell out of my chair in class. 9 books. Hand-copied, hand-bound, on paper they had made themselves. 9 years of a curriculum, compiled by one man with no teacher, no reference, and no idea that anywhere in the universe such a thing existed. He had reinvented compulsory education. In a swamp. By himself. This is the sum of everything I know, he said with his forehead on the ground. It is crude. I beg the chief god's forgiveness. I told him to build a stone house, a real one, the biggest thing they had ever attempted. And I told him what to carve over the door. Knowledge changes fate. Faith went up by 1 point per believer the moment they read it. That was the first time I understood what my realm actually ran on. Not spiritual chi, not bloodline, belief, and belief is manufactured by giving people a reason to believe. Chen Yang's own panel opened when I looked at him. Elementary teacher, intelligence 80, faith generated 3 per day, from one man because he had a profession. Everybody else in this school was breeding believers. I was going to educate them. The bell rang. I did not hear it. I found out class was over because the room emptied around me and Xu Jingmei was standing in the doorway with her arms crossed, waiting. Her office is small and smells like the cheap tea she buys in bulk. I poured her a cup, the way I always do, and set it down neatly in front of her with both hands. Cut the act, she said. Then she took something out of her drawer and put it on the desk between us, and my hands stopped moving. A direct invitation spot for Tianhai Academy, not an application, not a recommendation, a spot. The kind of thing a homeroom teacher gets handed maybe once, if she is lucky, if she is good, if the school leadership likes her that year. She had fought for it for 3 years. She had refused it to her own relatives. She had a nephew. Teacher, I can't. It's settled. I believe I can get into Tianhai on my own. It's settled, she said again, and picked up the tea I had poured her, and drank it, and that was the end of the conversation as far as she was concerned. I walked out into the hallway and stood there for a second doing arithmetic. Not about the academy, about what that piece of paper had just cost her, and about the fact that she had spent it on the one student in the building whose future had a line drawn through it. Behind me, a group of girls by the window were sighing about somebody. I caught the tail of it. Joe Kai used to be my dream lover. Used to be. Fantastic. Even my fan club had switched to past tense. Back inside my realm, a month had gone by, and the school walls were going up beautifully, straight into soft ground, with no foundation. I stopped it in the middle of a lesson, which from the outside looked like me staring at a wall. They had laid 3 courses of stone directly onto topsoil. In a month it would have leaned. In 2 it would have come down on 400 children. That was not Chen Yang being stupid. Chen Yang is the smartest man in that world. Chen Yang is a teacher. Nobody in the entire clan was a builder, because builders are a profession, and professions cost points. Construction engineer, 50,000 points. I had almost nothing. Everything I had ever earned came from one job, early on, where I dug soil personally for a full month inside my own realm, and came out the other end with 1 lump of red mud that the system called a rare material, and paid me 20,000 points for. A month of my own hands for 20,000. So I was standing there doing the math on how many months of digging 50,000 would be when the field started shouting. A man named Chen Lei came running with something held out in front of him in both hands like it was on fire. He was shaking. He was so nervous he could not get the sentence out. He had been turning over a bad patch near the ridge, and his hoe had hit something that was not stone. An irregular lump of dull metal, ugly, heavy, rare metal detected, insufficient sample. Collect 100 grams. I looked at Chenlei, who had gone the color of the sky. You, I told him, have rendered a great service. Then I told him to keep digging. The next day out here was a month in there, and by the time I looked in again, the materials were stacked in graded piles by size. The first course had been relayed on a proper footing, and 100 people had learned how to lay stone by laying stone badly and then tearing it out and doing it again. Chen Yang was waiting for me at the edge of the field with his hands folded and a look on his face that I would come to know very well. It is the look of a man who has prepared a speech and is going to deliver it whether or not anyone wants him to. The clan wanted to offer up the grain tribute, early, all of it, as thanks for the schoolhouse. I want you to understand what that offer actually was. These are people who eat exactly what they grow. And they grow it in dirt that the system itself files under barren. There was no surplus. The tribute was not a gesture, it was food coming off a table. And behind Chen Yang, a few hundred of them were standing in the road with the sacks already tied. Give it back, I said. Chen Yang's head came up so fast his hat moved. Chief God, the tribute is, distribute it, every household, today. Chief God, this grain is offered in, Chen Yang. I let the sky do a little of the work, because sometimes you have to. Every household. I watched them do it. That is the part I would not trade. Men carrying sacks back up the road they had just carried them down, and not understanding it, and then understanding it, and then standing in their own doorways holding food they had already said goodbye to. One woman about 4 huts down had a child on her hip, and she just sat down in the dirt with the sack in her lap and did not get up for a while. And my faith counter, which had been crawling upward 1 polite point at a time like a man counting change, jumped by 1,000 in a single breath. 1,000 points of faith. For grain, I never took. I sat in a classroom in Jiangnan City with a pen in my hand and had what I can only describe as a religious experience about economics. Because every other kid in my year was farming believers, feeding them the minimum, breeding them up, treating the population number as livestock inventory, and the system had just quietly informed me that believers are not livestock, they are people. And people hand you everything they have the second you give them a reason to. Faith is not extracted, faith is earned. Nobody in that classroom knew it, and I was not about to tell them. Then Chen Yang handed up a second document, which turned out to be a personnel plan. 500 to education, 300 to construction. The rest stay in the fields, on a rotation, so that learning to read does not mean learning to starve. He had costed the rotation. He had accounted for the harvest window. There were columns. I read it twice. Then I looked at the man himself, because something had moved. Intelligence, 100. It had been 80. Chen Yang, your intelligence. He looked genuinely embarrassed. I have been studying at night, Chief God, after the lessons. I did not think it would show. In my system store, raising a believer's intelligence by 20 cost 20,000 points of faith. 20,000. And this man had gone and got it for free by reading his own hand-copied books by firelight after teaching all day, because nobody had ever told him that improving yourself was supposed to be expensive. I have known a lot of gifted people across 2 lives, most of them coast. This one had built a curriculum out of nothing and then sat down and studied it. The next morning in class, Wang Zhiyuan slammed both hands down on my desk, hard enough to bounce my pen onto the floor, and then had to spend 4 full seconds pretending that had not hurt, which it very obviously had because the sides of both hands went red. You're shameless! I looked at the hands, then up at him. He was not talking to me. That is the first thing you learn to spot. He had turned his head so the words went out over my shoulder to the back rows, and his voice had that ringing quality people get when they have practiced a line in a mirror. Teacher Wu gave you her Tianhai spot, a direct invitation. He threw an arm out at the room. How does a lowest tier deity deserve that? And the room went up. That is the thing about a class of 18-year-olds that people forget. Not one of them had a personal grievance with me. Nobody in that room had ever been hurt by me. But a boy who had been first for 3 years now had something he obviously did not deserve, and correcting that felt like justice. And justice is the most fun thing in the world to feel about somebody else. Class 2's ranking is going to be a joke. 318 points and a top-tier academy. Wasn't the Royal Academy already cancelled, so Tianhai is charity now? Zhao Min stood up. Our class monitor. She crossed the room with her hands out and took hold of Wang Zhiyuan's sleeve and pulled, gently, with a very concerned expression, and said his name twice. Zhao Min has never actually stopped anything in her life. Zhao Min is simply careful to be visible while it happens. I did not stand up. I did not raise my voice. There is nothing in this world that deflates a performance faster than refusing to be in it. This is Teacher Wu's spot, I said. Go talk to her yourself. Wang Zhiyuan's face went a color. He drew his arm back. He never got to use it because the room turned red. Divine power came through the doorway in one flat wave and put every single person in that classroom back into their chair. Not violently, it was more like the air got heavier by 50 kilos and everyone's knees quietly resigned. Wang Jiwan's raised arm came down against his side like it had been folded. Xu Jingmei was standing in the door with her lesson roll still in one hand. "This is my decision," she said. Nobody breathed. Somebody's chair leg squeaked and then stopped squeaking, apologetically. "If any of you can also rank first in the entire school in theory," she said, "every year, for 3 years, I will give it to you too." She let that sit for exactly as long as it needed to sit. Then she turned around and left, and the door hit the frame like a full stop. The class did not look at me for the rest of the period, which I found extremely restful. At the end of it, Zhao Min slid into the seat next to mine with her chin tucked down and her voice pitched somewhere in the caring register. "Joe Kai, I've been thinking." A pause, for sincerity. "Maybe you should decline the spot, just, for your own good. People are saying things and it's really not fair to you. For my own good. There it is. I have known Yang Tongs in 2 separate lifetimes and the kindness is always genuine, in the sense that she completely believes it, right up until you check who ends up holding the spot." "Then why don't you go tell the teacher yourself?" I said. She blinked at me. 2 minutes later, somebody knocked on the classroom window from the outside, which is not a thing anybody does, and I turned around to find a face filling most of the frame. Chen Haoyu, a year above me. Everyone calls him Chubby Chen, including Chubby Chen, who says the nickname saves the whole city time. His belly is larger than a basketball, and he carries it the way a general carries a medal. We were not close. We had eaten lunch at the same table maybe 6 times, because he had decided at some point that I was funny, and I had never successfully argued him out of it. He shoved a folded note through the window gap. Inside the note was a badge, a black market entry badge. The kind that gets you past the Green Snake Gang checkpoint at the excavated ruins outside the city, the kind you cannot buy through any legal channel, the kind that costs more than my rent for a year, and my rent is not the problem. The badge is not sold to 18-year-olds at any price. "Heard you were looking," he said. "Chen Haoyu, this is." "Who cares if it's a black cat or a white cat," he said, already reversing away from the window with both hands up. "Right? Right. Right." He did not ask what it was for. He did not ask what I was going to do with it. He did not ask when he was getting paid. I put it in my pocket and thought about how, 2.5 weeks earlier, 6 different people in that building had wanted to buy me lunch, and how not one of them had said a word to me since the certificate. Chen Lei dug for a month, not a month of my time. A month of his, which is the kind of month where a man goes out before it is light and comes back after it is dark with his hands wrapped in cloth. He went through the ridge and past the ridge and down into the hard pan under it, and the hole got deep enough that they had to cut steps into the side to get him back out at night. And every few days he would come up holding some new gray lump, and I would tell him it was not enough yet, and he would nod and go back down. At the end of the month, the sample crossed 100 grams. Number 003, intermediate rare material. Reward, 100,000 points, 100,000 points. One skinny farmer with a bent hoe had just out-earned a deity 5-1. And that was not even the good part. The good part is the words intermediate rare material got a catalog number, and a catalog number means purchasable. From that moment on, I never had to find that metal again. I could buy it, any amount forever, straight out of the atlas for points. That is what my cheat actually is, if you want it in one sentence. Find a thing once. Own the making of it always. I promoted Chen Lei to elder in charge of excavation and pushed his intelligence to 80, and he cried into the dirt with his whole face. And half the clan came out to look at the hole he had made, which by then was less of a hole and more of a municipal project. Then I spent the entire 100,000 in roughly 4 minutes. 500 more population first. Because a divine realm with 2,000 people generates more of everything than a divine realm with 1,500, and I was not in a position to be sentimental. Construction engineer for Chen Bo, 50,000. I was not going to bury 400 children under a wall to save money. Tool craftsman for Chen Kang. Another 50,000, and that one also demanded a strength stat of 80, which he happened to have, because Chen Kang had spent his entire life hitting things with other things and had simply never been given a name for it. When the profession landed, he stood there in front of his own forge holding a hammer he had used for 30 years and looked at it like he had never seen it before. "Chief God," he said, "I know what it is for now. Balance after purchases, 100 points." The next morning, the whole school knew that Xu Jingmei had been reprimanded by the leadership because of me. Not warned, reprimanded. Office, door shut, vice principal doing the talking, and everyone in the building somehow having the transcript by second period. Because handing a hard-won top-tier invitation to the lowest-ranked deity in the graduating year is exactly the kind of decision that makes a school look ridiculous, and schools would genuinely rather you set a building on fire. Here is the thing I had not told anybody. I am an orphan. I have never seen my parents' faces. Not once. Not in a photograph. I was raised on state welfare in a building full of other people's leftovers. In 18 years, Xu Jingmei is the only adult who has ever gone out of her way for me and gotten absolutely nothing back for it, and I had just cost her, so I went to the office to give the spot back. Teacher. I stood in front of her desk with my hands at my sides. I believe I can get into Tianhai on my own merit. She looked at me for a long moment, then she reached over, picked up an empty glass, and pushed it across the desk with the water jug next to it. Pour it. I poured it. Full, because that is how you pour tea for a teacher. She picked the glass up out of my hand and tipped it onto her own office floor. Water everywhere, all over the tiles, under the desk, running toward the cabinet. Can it be taken back? She said. I did not answer, because it was not that kind of question. I have already been scolded by the principal. She set the empty glass down on the desk, upside down. If I take it back now, wouldn't that scolding have been for nothing? Then she told me the part she had been sitting on the whole time. She had already submitted my name. Days ago. Before the reprimand, before the classroom, before any of it. The spot was locked in a file in a city I had never been to, with my name in a box, and there was nothing left in the room to argue about. I stood there in a small office that smelled like the cheap tea she buys in bulk, 18 years old, with a cancelled future and absolutely nothing in my hands to give her back. She picked her paperwork up. Oh, she said without looking up, and sweep up the water you spilled before you leave. She poured it. I got the mop. 50 days to the Grand Unified Examination. 50 days out here, which is a little over 4 years in there. And I sat down and did the only thing I have ever been good at, which is work out what the test actually rewards, and then aim every resource I own at that exact spot. The exam has 3 parts. Written theory, which is mine and always has been, the divine power test, which measures your faith income and your population and is, on paper, the end of the road for someone with farmers. And then the last one, the battle of believers, your realm against another realm. On a battlefield the school opens up in front of 10,000 people. Every kid in my year was going to walk in there carrying bloodlines. Wang Jiwan's mermen have water magic in the blood. They do not learn it. They are born knowing it, the way you are born knowing how to swallow. Murongji's ape clan can put a fist through stone at 14 years old. Berserkers go red-eyed and double their strength by getting angry, which is the most unfair sentence I have ever had to write down. Farmers get nothing free, farmers get a hoe. So I built an army. On paper first, on the back of an exam booklet, in the corner desk of a classroom that had stopped speaking to me. 1,000 troops. 300 melee, 300 shields, 400 crossbows, firearms were out. I knew exactly how to make gunpowder, in the sense that I knew the ingredients and the ratio and roughly what goes wrong. And I had 0 of the ingredients, no way to purify them, and no time. Gunpowder is not a decision, it is a technology tree, and technology trees eat years. So, ancient weapons, and everything a world without talent ever squeezed out of a world that only had wood, steel, and drilling, formation, discipline, reach, 200 men who move as one thing instead of 200 men. Then I priced it. General title, battalion commander titles, crossbow blueprints and forging rights, 700,000 points and change. I looked at my balance of 100, which had not moved, because balances do not move by being looked at, which is how the black market stopped being a curiosity and became the entire plan, and how Chubby Chen's badge stopped being a favor and became load-bearing. The market outside Jiangnan is an excavated lower god's ruin. The Green Snake Gang runs the gate. Entry is 10,000 hua and a badge, and the whole thing takes days, not lunch breaks. So I went and asked Xu Jingmei for extended leave. She granted it in about 9 seconds, on one condition, which was that I be back for the pre-exam assessment. That one is a school perk. They open a small, extra-dimensional battlefield stuffed with resources and let the graduating year in to farm it, and missing it is the kind of thing that follows you. Then her face did something I did not enjoy at all. Go back and relax properly, she said, gently. Don't overthink things. She thought I was running from the gossip. I did not correct her. There was no version of the truth that would have come out of my mouth in that office and sounded like anything other than a boy having a breakdown. And besides, being underestimated is the cheapest advantage there is, and it never runs out. Inside, 4 more years went by. I dropped into my realm braced for 13 huts and a construction site, and instead, I came down over a village, streets. Actual streets, laid out on a grid, with drainage, doors on hinges, smoke going up from chimneys that were not on fire, which I mention because the early ones were, and at the head of the main road, at the top of a shallow rise where the whole village could see it from their doorways, a schoolhouse, stone, 2 stories, 400 desks inside, everyone cut and planed and sanded. Because Chen Bo had decided at some point that splinters were beneath the dignity of the project. Chen Bo is my construction engineer. He is also a man who physically cannot let a building exist without a name, and he had clearly been rehearsing this for weeks. The rising sun in the east represents hope, chief god, on his knees, sweating, in cold weather. If it pleases you, let it be called Chaoyang Academy. Rising Sun Academy. Built by farmers, out of a wasteland that the system says cannot generate spiritual chi, for children whose grandparents could not write their own names. Chaoyang Academy, I said. He put his forehead in the dirt and stayed down there a while, and nobody went over to help him up, because they all understood. Then Chen Yang gave me the numbers, and the numbers were the first thing in that world that genuinely frightened me. 1,000 people had completed elementary education, 500 had gone past it. Base income, 3,012 per day in there, which at a 30-to-1 time ratio is about 90,000 a day out here, 90,000 a day, in a school where the top student in the graduating year makes 11,000. So I went and checked the price of the next rung of godhood, because I am an optimist. Demigod initial to demigod intermediate. 20,000 divine power. 1 point of divine power costs 1,000 points of faith, 20 million faith, to move one single step, on a ladder that has a great many steps, and a middle god standing at the top of the visible part of it who could delete my entire world with a thought. I stood over my village of 2,000 educated farmers with my 90,000 a day and understood exactly how far away everything was. Then I summoned every one of the 1,000 who had finished school. They came at a run, 1,000 men and women in a field, in the clothes they had been wearing in the barley an hour earlier, standing in lines that were not straight because nobody had ever taught them what a line was. You may pay for this with your lives, I told them. Not metaphorically. I am going to send you against people who were born stronger than you, and some of you will not come back. Are you willing? We are willing, it came back off the hills. A few of them were crying while they shouted it, which is a combination I had never seen before and have never entirely gotten over. So I gave them their first training manual, and here is where I have to admit something. A basic military boxing form, as a purchasable technique in my system store, costs 30,000 points. I had 100 points, so I wrote it myself, from memory. 24 movements from a set I had done 1,000 times in a schoolyard in another life, drawn out by hand, panel by panel, in what I felt at the time was a perfectly clear illustrative style. Chen Yang received the book on both hands like a holy relic. He opened it. He looked at page 1 for a long time. Then he prostrated himself. Chen Yang is ignorant, he said to the ground. I am wasting the God of Wisdom's teaching. I beg for enlightenment on this diagram. I looked at page 1 over his shoulder. There is a chance the figures were slightly abstract. Ah, I said with a small cough. Those horizontal and vertical lines, they represent hands and feet. Hands and feet. Hands and feet. He looked at the page. He looked at the sky. He put his forehead back on the ground and said that the God of Wisdom's artistic conception was too profound for him, and I let him have that one, because you do not get many free ones. Back at school, I was crossing the yard when Chen Mei said hello to me. Chen Mei is short, has average grades, and used to ask me for help with theory problems roughly twice a week. She is one of exactly 3 people in that school who greeted me the same way in the month after my awakening as in the month before it. I did not forget that. I do not forget that kind of thing. And then there was Chen Rolan. She was coming the other way across the yard with her friend Guo Fang, and the crowd did the thing crowds do around her, which is open up 2 meters early without anybody deciding to. Chen Rolan is the campus belle, and I know how that sounds, but the school kept statistics. She has 2 full drawers of love letters. Boys have transferred in for her. She is also. And this is the part everybody skips, the second best student in the building by theory score and has been for 3 years. And the only reason it is second is me. And on the night my certificate said farmers, hers said high deity, mermaid clan. The Royal Academy's special recruitment spot came off my name and went onto hers before the ink was dry. For 2 years, people had been calling us the perfect couple, a genius boy and a genius girl in one building, absolutely made for each other. In those 2 years, the 2 of us had never spoken a single word, not one. We had a system. She nodded at me. I nodded back. That was it. That was the whole relationship. Behind her, Guo Fang said, not quietly enough, Ruolan, why do you even acknowledge him? He's a waste now. And Chen Roland said, without slowing down, in this school, he is the only person I cannot see through. I kept walking and filed that away under things to be careful about. The Green Snake Gang runs the ruins entrance out of a tent with a folding table, which is somehow more intimidating than a gate would have been. 2 of them checked Chubby Chen's badge against a list, held it up to the light, and waved me through without a word. Then, once I was past, one of them said to the other, loud enough that it was clearly meant to be heard, "That's the 10th from yesterday to today." The good stuff was taken by our Green Snake Gang long ago, a yawn. The ones going in now can probably only go pick up stones. Pick up stones. Yes. Thank you. Please continue to think that. The array on the other side of the tent dropped me into an ancient forest that had been converted into a shopping district by people with no permits and a lot of enthusiasm. Stalls between the tree roots, tarps between the branches, an auction house built into the shell of something that had once been a temple, and a crowd that ran from men in silk to men in one boot. The gossip was all the same story. In 1 week, the Green Snake Gang was auctioning a healing-type spirit, an elf, live, expected to go for hundreds of millions. Because a healing elf in your divine realm means your believers stop dying of things that should kill them. I did not have hundreds of millions. I had a plan and 11,000 hua, so I went shopping in the direction nobody else was looking. There was a stall with a bearded proprietor and 8 pieces of assorted junk laid out on a cloth, and by junk I mean the system was quietly telling me that 2 of them contained trace materials it had never cataloged. He wanted 24,000 for the lot. This place is about to close for the season, I said, looking at the sky and not at him. Moving all this back would be such a hassle. We got there. 5,000 for the 8 of them. The system paid me 30,000 points for the contents. I was still doing the arithmetic on that when a guarded cart came up the path with 6 men around it, and something behind my eyes went off like an alarm. Supreme grade fiber detected in the vicinity. Supreme grade, not rare, not intermediate. Supreme, which was a word my system had never once used in front of me. The cart went past. Inside it was a box, and inside the box, according to everybody in that forest, was the elf. Wonderful. The single most valuable material I had ever detected was attached to a person who was about to be sold for the price of a small city in a market run by a gang in front of the entire wealth of the region. I stood there in the road and thought, in the calm and orderly way I like to think about problems, that this was going to be a whole thing. Inside my realm, 4 more years had gone by, and I came down into a place with a military camp on the flat ground east of the village. Chen Yong met me with the daily strength testing data, which he had been recording by hand in a table, with a running average. Top of the sheet was a man named Chen Han at 100 Jin. Then something hit my leg. Chen Yu is Chen Yong's daughter, 2 or 3 years old, cheeks like a pastry, and at that particular moment traveling at maximum available speed with no braking system installed. She got about 1.5 meters past me, discovered that her feet had opinions, and started to go down face first onto packed gravel. I have never moved faster in my life, in either of them. I was across the gap and had her before she got halfway. She looked up at me from inside my hands with total serenity. "Big brother, you're really pretty. I have been called a lot of things." And then the whole camp lost its mind, not politely. Every single one of them went down at once, and the feeling that came off them was not fear and it was not duty, it was gratitude, the raw kind, because a god had moved for a farmer's daughter. "Your divine realm has produced a middle believer, 3,160 points of faith in 1 instant for catching a toddler." Chen Yong's panel had rewritten itself. Intelligence 110, education level, high school. Believer rank, middle believer. I looked that up later. In recorded history, the Purin clan has never produced a middle believer, not once. It is not that it is rare, it is that farmers do not have a mechanism for it. Except mine had one, and the mechanism was school. Chen Yu's panel, since I had her right there, read as follows. Intelligence 30, ability, drinking milk. Then I went and looked at Chen Han, the man at the top of the strength table. Because I did not need a strong man, I needed a general, and those are unrelated jobs. "A question," I said. "If yesterday were tomorrow, then today would be Friday. What day is it actually today?" He stood at attention. His lips moved. The whole camp watched a man do arithmetic with his life on the line, which is a very particular flavor of silence. 3 seconds. 2. Wednesday. I made him garrison general of the 1st Legion right there. On my way out, Chen Kong came running up with something he had made in secret, holding it out in both hands like a fish he had caught. A bow, actual bow, laminated, with a real draw weight, built out of nothing but wood and pig glue and a tool craftsman's stubbornness. I bought 30,000 points of crude steel that afternoon. Catalog number 077, 100 points a kilo. Enough for 1,000 weapons. Back in the ruins, I was walking the scavenging fields with about 400 other hopefuls, all of us picking through a landscape that had been picked through by professionals for a decade. Every single thing I lifted came back ordinary, 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 ordinary. Boy. A middle-aged man in slippers, unshaven, shirt buttoned wrong. He had been watching me pick up a rock for what was apparently long enough to develop opinions. "You know they cleared this out years ago, right? You could stand here till you're old." "Then what would you suggest?" I said, "because I have manners." He pointed with his chin. Across the field there was a walled compound with a queue outside it and noise coming over the top. "Stone gambling field. You buy a divine stone sealed, nobody knows what's inside. Could be empty, could be a spirit stone worth 10 million. He grinned with about 6 teeth involved. Some of them, you cut them open, there's a living creature in there. Where do you think that elf came from? I looked at the compound. I looked at the man. I have no interest in such things, I said, with genuine feeling. I, Joe Kai, never gamble. Suit yourself. He shuffled off in his slippers with a canvas bag over his shoulder, and the bag was open at the top, and inside it was a quantity of cash that I would describe as municipal. I stood in a field of worthless rocks and watched a man who dressed like a plumbing accident walk away with tens of millions in a shopping bag. Chaoyang Academy opened on a clear morning with 400 children lined up outside it, scrubbed to within an inch of their lives. Over the gate, in stone, knowledge changes destiny. And beside the gate, on a plinth, a statue of me. I want to be diplomatic about this. The proportions were ambitious. The face had been carved by someone working from a description of a description. It had the general vibe of a man who had recently been startled. I said. They made me look ugly. Chenbo arrived at my elbow at a dead sprint from about 40 meters away. The statue is not finished yet, he said. It is only roughed in. I begged the chief god to wait a little longer. It was extremely finished. There were flowers around the base. I let him have it. Inside, Chen Yong was teaching, and I stood in the back of a classroom of 400 farmers' children and heard my elementary teacher say this. For every foot the demons rise, the Tao rises 10 feet higher. Other races have talent. Other races have bloodline. We have none of these things. He put his hand flat on the desk. Technology is our Tao. He had come up with that himself. I had never said it to him. Afterwards, Chenbo brought me his master plan for the next phase, which was a sheet of paper covered in shapes. This triangle is the mountain, he explained. This circle is the lake. And this? That is also the mountain. Two of us in that world could not draw, and we were the two making all the decisions. I made a note to buy a drafting manual the moment I had 200 spare points, which at the time was a joke. He wanted to build the barracks first. Military first, he said. Defense first. No, I said. Houses first. All of them. Every family. Chief God, the army. The common people are the foundation of a divine realm's existence, Chenbo. An army defends something. Build the something. Chenbo made middle believer 3 days later. That is 2. I went down to inspect the camp and found 1,000 men who moved like one thing. Chen Han, I said. Shoot me. The general went white. Chen Han dares not. Shoot me. Chief God, Chen Han cannot. This is a military order. He shot me. The crossbow bolt came in at about 100 meters a second, which I know because I had roughly a third of a second to work it out, and I have never been able to stop myself. I caught it in my hand, a foot from my chest. The camp came apart. 1,000 voices at once. Our God is invincible. 400 crossbow archers by then, and 200 of them carrying something I had never authorized, because Chen Han had invented it himself while I was away. Fire arrows, pitch, cloth, a shielded ember box on the belt. He had worked out that if the arrow does not kill the man, the fire does not care. I was standing there being extremely proud when I noticed the bags. Every single soldier had a canvas sack sewn onto the back of his armor. Chen Han, what is that? My general, the terror of the drilling field, developed a sudden interest in his own boots. It is for picking up things, on the battlefield. A pause. Our Chen clan is currently quite poor, Chief God. I have 1,000-man legion in matching armor with a shopping bag stapled to every back. I let them keep the bags, which, in hindsight, was the single most consequential administrative decision of my entire career. Out in the ruins I turned over a slab of green rock and the system said rare soil, number 054, green mud, 50,000 points. And I went to the stone gambling field with money in my pocket. The middle-aged man in the slippers was already there, at the front, in the good seat, with a 5 million hua stone on the cutting bench. His name, it turned out, was Zhao Cheng. Head of the Yang family, one of the 4 great families of Jiangnan back when that meant something. Pinnacle lower god, 1 step off middle god, and an addict. They cut his 5 million stone. Empty. Completely. Not a trace of anything. The crowd made the noise crowds make. Somebody behind me said that was 20 million he had burned this month. Black Snake, the Green Snake Gang's deputy, came over all smiles and offered him a free consolation stone from the reject pile, which is how casinos work in every universe. I was standing about a meter behind his shoulder, and my system had been quietly humming since I walked in, and there was 1 stone in that reject pile, gray, dull, wedged in the corner, 200,000, that it would not shut up about. Pick the gray one, I said. He turned around and looked at me. 18 years old, school uniform, no money. Why? Intuition. He laughed in my face. Then he took a blue stone off the table instead, 1.2 million, nice and glossy, the kind of stone a man picks when he wants to feel better. They cut it. A sapphire. 300,000. Cut my ass, said Zhao Cheng to the room at large. I didn't wash my hands before I left home today. And then, Because he is who he is, he slapped down another 200,000 and bought the gray one anyway, out of spite. At me. Is he crazy? Somebody said. The wheel went in. Golden light came out of that stone hard enough that people in the third row put their hands up. Phoenix Luan Gold. 18th on the divine artifact materials list. A piece the size of a thumb sitting in gray rock worth north of 50 million. The entire hall turned around at once to look for the kid who had said pick the gray one. I was already outside. Population 3,000. 2,000 of them had finished primary school, and the faith rate per believer had quietly gone from 1 point a day to 2. It doubled. Nobody sent me a notification about that. I found it by checking the arithmetic against the population because I do not trust round numbers. An educated believer generates twice the faith of an uneducated one. Total income, about 5,000 a day inside. It's like cheating, I thought, and then remembered that it is cheating, and felt better. So I called the first council. 5 middle believers, which is 5 more than the Purin clan has produced in recorded history. Chen Yang, my teacher. Chen Bo, my builder. Chen Han, my general. Chen Kong, my smith. Chen Lei, my digger. Standing in a stone hall in a line, in their good clothes, radiating the specific terror of men who have been summoned and not told why. It has been 5 or 6 years since I created this world, I said. They braced. I am extremely dissatisfied with your development. I want to be honest with you. I was thrilled. I was over the moon. 5 years from thatched huts to a functioning town with a school and a standing army is not development. It is a miracle with a hat on. But if I say that, they relax. And relaxing is how you get a village that stays a village. So I stood there and told 5 of the finest people I have ever known that their life's work was insufficient and watched them go pale. And then I gave them the actual instruction. Innovate, not copy. I do not want you doing what I told you to do last year. Better. I want you doing something I have not thought of. Then, to Chen Yang specifically. And stop doing everything yourself. You are teaching, planning, recording, and surveying. You are not a workhorse, you are a mind. Find people. Delegate. Manage. He looked like I had slapped him and thanked him at the same time. 1 month, I said, and left. Outside, in the actual world, I was eating dinner at an inn near the ruins when the waitress announced, at a volume you could have heard from the street, that the head of the Yang family was here to see me. Zhao Cheng came in and sat down opposite me and put a small cloth bundle on the table, and inside it was the Phoenix Luan Gold. The identification result had come back that morning. Divine artifact grade metal. Then a line under it, in smaller print, that had clearly ruined his week. Weight under 100 grams, cannot be recycled. Which meant it could not be forged into anything alone. It was a sample. A very expensive, very beautiful sample. Take it, he said, and pushed it across the table. 50 million hua. Handed to an 18-year-old in a school uniform by a man who had lost 20 million that month. No. Boy. No. I pushed it back. You paid for it. You cut it. I said 4 words. He argued. I did not move. He argued more. And I let him get all the way to the end of it. And then he sighed and put it away and made small talk. And it was during the small talk that he said the following sentence. My son goes to Jiangnan No. 1 as well, you know. Zhao Tian. Do you know him? I know Zhao Tian. Zhao Tian is Wang Jiwan's shadow. Zhao Tian has spent the better part of 2 years finding new and structurally creative ways to make my day worse, and had been at it long before my awakening, which at the time I had found confusing. I did not say any of that, but my face apparently said all of it, because Zhao Cheng watched my expression change, and then stood up so fast his chair went over backwards. I suddenly remembered I have something to do, he said, and left. I found out what happened next later, and I got it from 3 separate sources, so I am confident in the details. He went home in a state. Xu Hui, his wife, had laid out a proper meal for once because the family finances had briefly stopped being terminal. Dump it, he said. Feed it to the dogs. Then he went out into the yard and came back holding a stick. He looked at the stick. He weighed it in his hand. Too small, he said, and went back out for a bigger one. Zhao Tian, who had been sitting at the table with rice in his mouth, got the second stick in full. Dad, he got behind a chair. Dad, even if you're going to hit me, you have to give me a reason. Do you know someone named Zhou Kai? Oh, that good for naught. That, I am told, is where it escalated. Xu Hui had to leave the room, not to intervene. She could not watch. Eventually, Zhao Tian got to the stage of the process where the son offers a confession, which is a formality both parties understand. I was wrong. I was wrong to bully a classmate. Wrong. I wasn't wrong. You were wrong, said Zhao Cheng, because your judgment is terrible. And Zhao Tian, who is not academically gifted but has world-class survival instincts, made an instant and total conversion. From today, he announced from the floor, I will treat Zhou Kai like my own brother. No, said his father. I will treat him like I treat you. You will treat him better than that. He cut off Wang Ziyuan that same night, by message, without explanation, which I imagine went over beautifully. Meanwhile, I was at a table in my rented room with a stack of paper, working the actual problem. The waitress who brought me tea looked at my sheets and could not identify a single line on them, which is fair. Because it was 3 separate systems of equations about material throughput and 1 very long division about rent. Here was the situation. My system detects rare materials. Once detected, they enter the atlas. Once in the atlas, I can purchase them in bulk, forever, for points. Which means I am not a treasure hunter. Treasure hunting is one payday. I am a manufacturer. And what does a world of gods with a war every generation pay the most money for? Weapons. I was going to be an arms dealer. I needed capital and a face. Because an 18-year-old with the lowest deity rank in the province cannot rent a shopfront, let alone survive owning one. Zhao Cheng turned up the next morning in clean clothes, hair combed, dragging a sack. Checks are too light, he explained, setting it down. I'm not used to carrying them. I laid it out. He provides capital and the public face. I provide product nobody else on this continent can make. He does not ask where it comes from. Ever. He listened all the way to the end without interrupting, which I had not expected. There's a problem, he said. The Tang clan. The Tang clan holds the national arms monopoly. They recruit dwarf clan gods by the dozen, they sell at 50% over market and still sell out every quarter. And 5 years ago, they forged a weapon called Heaven's Scar out of dozens of Jin of Phoenix Luan gold and sold it for 100 tons of spirit stones. 1 ton of spirit stones is 1 billion hua. Nobody competes with them, he said. Nobody has ever competed with them. It's not courage, boy. It's arithmetic. They own the suppliers. What if I told you, I said, that I can obtain 100 Jin of Phoenix Luan gold? He stopped moving. Or 10,000 Jin. He stopped breathing. Jiangnan is just the beginning, I said. My target is the entire world. Zhao Cheng sat there for 11 seconds. I counted. Then he rapped his knuckles on the table hard enough to make the cups jump. I am willing to gamble on this with you. Inside, a month passed and Chen Yang came back with a document that made me sit down. 6 ministries: education, war, administration, development, manufacturing, agriculture, each with a defined remit, a proposed head, and a 1-page justification for that person by name. He had built a government. I gave him 1 instruction about delegation and he came back with a state. The only thing stopping me from signing all of it was money, as usual. Chen Kong needed a weapon manual and a forging technique to build anything past a spear, 50,000 each. My balance would not have covered the manual's index. At the same time, across town, in the teacher's office at Jiangnan No. 1, a conversation was happening that I only learned about much later. And it is the reason for everything I did that year. Xu Jingmei was in her 3rd evaluation year. 3rd and final. To make advanced teacher, which is the difference between a career and a job, she needed 2 things. 10 or more students into first-tier academies, which she had 6 of and could probably scrape, and 1 student into a top-tier academy. She had 1 of those. She had exactly 1, for 3 years, guaranteed in the bag, the safest bet in the building. Then the light came down on my 18th birthday and wrote the word farmers. Zhou Yan, who has homeroom for Class 1, and who got promoted early on the strength of having Chen Rolan in her register, and who has spent 3 years watching my name sit above her students on every theory ranking, said the following out loud in a room full of colleagues. She actually gave the Tianhai Academy spot to a waste. I did not hear it. Somebody told me. I remember exactly where I was standing when they did. The elf auction ran on a Tuesday. Zhao Cheng got us tickets and turned up in the rags again. You have money now, I said. It's more comfortable this way. Our box was up on the 2nd tier. Below us, the floor of an auction house built into a ruin, 400 of the wealthiest people in the region, and enough security to invade somewhere. Poison Snake came up personally, leader of the Green Snake Gang, thin, pleasant, and about as safe as a dropped knife. He made small talk with Zhao Cheng and then slid, very casually, into asking whether the Yang family might consider auctioning a certain piece of Phoenix Luan gold through his house. And Zhao Cheng, who is a good man and a terrible criminal, instinctively glanced at me for the answer. Poison Snake's eyes followed the glance. He smiled, said something gracious, and left. And that night he sent 2 of his disciples to find out who the boy in the box was. Then the doors opened and the room stood up because the Chen family had arrived. Top-tier family, southern region, the kind of name that makes a regional gang leader straighten his collar. Zhou Gang at the front, and the crowd went to him the way water goes downhill. Chen Ruolan was in the hall that night with her father. Chen Ming is the head of the Chen family, and his entire life's project is getting the Chen family out of Jiangnan and into the southern region proper. And the way you do that is with an alliance, and the currency of alliances is daughters. Zhou Gang wanted Chen Ruolan for his son Zhou Jian, who was 19 and advancing to lower god that week. Zhou Gang glanced up at our box on his way past. Zhao Cheng, a short laugh, the one who loves gambling. Zhao Cheng's jaw locked. I did not look at him. I did not look up. I kept my eyes on the catalog in my hands, and I did it deliberately. And Zhou Gang noticed that too, because men like Zhou Gang count the people who do not look. Then, across the hall, Chen Ruolan found me in the crowd and nodded. I nodded back. Zhou Gang saw that as well. I watched him see it. Bear with it for now, I said to Zhao Cheng, who was still the color of a bruise. I believe you will be able to repay this slight in the future. The lots came out in ascending order of pain. A spirit stone, 5 million. 10 kilograms of diamond metal, which the system tagged as rare metal number 035, and which I needed exactly 100 grams of. 10 kilos was going to sell for a fortune I did not have. Let it go, I told Zhao Cheng. Then find whoever wins and buy 100 grams off them afterwards. Pay over the odds. Smile. Then a divine marrow pill. 50,000 divine power instantly, in one dose. For a demigod that is not an item, it is a shortcut through 2 years of your life. Bidding opened at 100 million. The Chen family bids 200 million. Announced. By name. Doubling the opening bid in one breath, which is not a bid, it is a statement that nobody in this room outranks me. Nobody countered. Nobody was going to. Beside me, Poison Snake, who had come back up to watch, murmured something extremely unfriendly about people who announced their faction in an anonymous house. And then the floor opened and they wheeled the box out. Human-sized, sealed, guarded by 6 men. And every alarm behind my eyes went off at once. A healing-type spirit, elf lineage, bound by contract, transferable, expected lifespan in a divine realm about 50 years. That is how the auctioneer put it, in the smooth voice men use when they are selling something they would rather you did not think about too hard. I am not going to pretend I liked the room in that moment. In this world, a spirit is a resource with a price tag, and everybody in that hall had already made their peace with it years before I turned up. I had exactly one lever in my hands that night, and it was not big enough to change any of that. Bidding opened at 500 million, and my system, which had been screaming since the cart in the forest, finally gave me the details. The supreme grade fiber was not the spirit, it was her clothes. The one supreme grade material I had ever detected in my life was a green outfit worn by a person who was about to be sold for the price of a district in front of 400 of the richest people in the region, at least 2 of whom were watching me specifically. You have a face on, said Zhao Cheng. I need something. The spirit? Boy, we don't have. Not the spirit. He followed my eyeline. It took him about 3 seconds. The outfit. The outfit. Zhao Cheng sat back in his chair and looked at me with an expression I would describe as revised. I never thought you had such a fetish, bro. I did not have the energy to explain the concept of a fiber catalog to a man in rags at that moment, so I let it go, and I wanted on the record that letting it go was the single worst decision I made that year. The bidding went up in hundreds of millions like it was small change. Chen Ming took it to 1.3 billion, which I could see from the box was the absolute end of his family's reach, because his hand had started doing something on the armrest. 1.4, said Zhou Gang. Chen Ming sat there. 1.6 billion. Zhou Gang turned in his seat and said the rest to Chen Ming directly, in front of the entire hall, in a completely level voice. Chen Ming, do you know what would happen if you angered our Chen family? Chen Ming folded. He did it politely. He even smiled. Zhou Gang bought the spirit for 1.6 billion and then, on the floor, with everyone watching, presented her to Chen Ruolan as a meeting gift for the engagement. The hall applauded, genuinely, warmly, at length. What a generous gesture. What a fine match. Chen Ruolan stood up and bowed her head and said nothing at all. Zhao Cheng took 10 million out of his coat and put it on the table in front of me without being asked. You'll have to handle this part yourself, he said. I've got nothing to say to that girl, and neither does the Yang name. We had gone 2 years and never spoken. 2 years of nodding at each other across a courtyard like a pair of diplomats from countries with no shared border. I caught her outside, in the corridor behind the boxes, alone. I thought, she said, that we wouldn't say a single word to each other until graduation. Between smart people, isn't a nod enough? She almost smiled at that. Then she stopped and turned to face me properly, and I watched a very composed person become slightly less composed. Her hands moved, her breathing changed. In her defense, the setup was terrible. Boy waits alone in a dark corridor for a girl he has been paired with by rumor for 2 years, on the night her engagement gets announced in front of the region. Are you willing, I said, to sell me that elf outfit you just bought? The recovery was instant and total. I have never seen anything like it. Whatever had been happening on her face was filed, sealed, and archived in under a second. The outfit. The outfit. She took the 10 million. Not because she wanted it. She counted it and put it away specifically so that I would not feel indebted to her, and I know that because she said so, out loud, in the flattest voice imaginable. The fabric came off, folded, in a plain box. The spirit got something better and warmer within the hour, which Chen Roland arranged herself without discussing it with me. Supreme Fiber number 009. Elf Fiber. Wearing it restores stamina and closes wounds. Mission complete. 1 million points issued. 1 million points. From a box of green cloth. There are only 10 entries in the Supreme Fiber catalog. 10 in the entire recorded existence of the system. I had just unlocked one of them and made a top student of Jiangnan No. 1 firmly and permanently believe that I collect women's clothing. She was leaving when she stopped and asked, without turning round, in a completely different voice, "If it were you, what would you do?" I knew what she was asking. Everyone in that hall knew what she was asking. Her father had just been bought. "Only by becoming strong," I said, "will you have the qualifications to do what you want." She stood there for a second. Then she walked off, and about 10 steps down the corridor, she smiled. I saw it in the glass. 1 million points is a very short holiday. Senior teacher for Chen Yang, 200,000. His intelligence went from 110 to 220. Education level, university, faith generation, 20 a day from one man, intermediate believer. Company commander plus 100 points of stamina for Chen Han, 100,000. Weapon catalog and forging technique for Chen Kong, 100,000. And I could hear him yelling from the other side of the village when it landed. 4 more elementary professions across the ministries, 200,000. And then, scrolling past the practical section on my way to materials, I hit this. Langxiang brand excavator. No charging required. Can operate 24 hours a day. 100,000 points. I did not need an excavator. I needed steel, and I needed reference material, and I needed roughly 9 other things first. Forget it, I said out loud, in an empty room, to nobody. Bought it. 300,000 left for actual materials. Worth it. Still worth it. It materialized in the middle of the training ground, yellow, enormous, and radiating the specific menace of 11 tons of unexplained machinery. Chen Han drew his trident on it. What kind of monster is this? It's a tool. It has teeth, Chief God. It took Chenbo 3 minutes to get it started, working entirely from a manual he could not read in a language he did not have. Because Chenbo is Chenbo. The engine caught. 200 people went over the nearest fence simultaneously. Then he worked the levers, and the bucket came down, and took 1 scoop out of the training ground, and put roughly as much earth on the pile as 40 men move in a morning. There was a silence. "Good stuff," said Chenbo in a small voice from up in the cab covered in dust. "Good stuff, Chief God. If I can have this monster, I can repair every house in the realm completely within half a year." Orders that day. Chen Yang builds a higher academy. Chen Kong hands routine weapon production to his apprentices and personally focuses on exactly 2 projects, one for killing and one for defense. Chen Shu opens a medical hall. Because we had 2,000 people and a man whose entire medical training was watching his mother do it. Out in the world, Zhao Cheng delivered 100 grams of diamond metal that had cost him 800,000 hua, bought off the auction winner at a shameless premium with a smile, exactly as instructed, 100,000 points, number 035 unlocked. From now on I can print it. Then he laid out 3 property options for the shop, all of them in cheap districts on the ring road, all of them sensible, all of them the decision of a man who has been losing his whole life. I picked the one he had not put on the table. Central Jiangnan, Wanjiang District, the most expensive block in the city, 10 million a month in rent. 10 million, he said. What we need to do is make a big splash from the very start. I want the Heavenly Artifact Hall famous across Jiangnan before we sell a single blade. 10 million a month. Yes. He was quiet for a long time. Long enough that I started composing a second argument. "I've lived a mediocre life," he said, finally, looking at the table. "I took over the Yang family from my father, and I have been looked down on every day since. Every day, boy. For 20 years. He put his hand flat. "This time I'm betting on my own judgment. Old Zhao, if you are not the leading family in Jiangnan City in the future, I will write my name backwards." The last piece was the money, and the money was a problem. Because Zhao Cheng did not have 500 million, he had one thing left. A single plot of land, the last real asset the Yang family owned, the one his father had told him never to sell. He got the deed out of the strongbox at home, and Shu Hui put her hand flat on top of it. I got this from Zhao Tian, who was hiding in the hallway, and he did an impression of both of them that was frankly unkind but very useful. That is the last piece of land we have, she said. The last one. Do you understand what you're holding? I understand exactly what I'm holding. Isn't it good for us to just live our small lives? We eat. Tianan is at school. Nobody is chasing us. Isn't that enough? And Zhao Cheng said this. Shu Hui, I want to fight for myself, one time. He was not shouting. You were the campus belle back then. Everybody said so. And you married me anyway, and I have given you 20 years of small lives. He looked at the deed. Now I want to actually become a person worthy of you. Shu Hui wiped her face with the back of her wrist twice and handed him the deed. Then she asked what kind of shop. A firearms store. There was a pause of approximately 1 second. Are you insane? The Tang clan is right there in the Wanjiang district. According to Zhao Tian, there followed a wrestling match over a piece of paper between two adults in their 40s, which his father narrowly won, after which his mother put her coat on and left the house to go and find somebody who could talk sense into him. She did not find one. There was not one. Back at school, I sat down in a classroom that had gone back to ignoring me and listened to my classmates compare numbers before the pre-exam assessment. 2,000 believers, 2,500 faith a day. Wang Jiwan got his third middle believer already. 3? Already? He's going to make top tier for sure. I sat there with my pen and did the comparison in my head, the way you do. 2,000 believers, 2,500 faith, 3 middle believers. My realm, at that moment, population 3,000 plus, faith income approaching 8,000 a day, every single believer with a primary education, roughly half of them into higher education, 5 middle believers, a standing army of 1,000 in matching steel, and an excavator. Oh, I thought, with a genuine sinking feeling. Damn, it seems I've overdeveloped. That is a real problem, by the way, and it is not a humble brag. In 2 weeks, I was going to stand on a stage and put my hand on a crystal ball in front of 10,000 people, and it was going to print my faith income in numbers a meter tall. Xu Jingmei came in with the crystal instrument to explain the assessment rules. 10 believers each, no more. The battlefield this time is a small world personally opened by director He, who is one of the very few middle gods in the building, and it is a spirit stone holy mountain, thick with spiritual qi. The higher you climb, the denser it gets. The point of the exercise is to push your low-level believers over the line into middle believer by soaking them in it. One rule, no fighting. Fight and director. He throws you out personally, and director he does not do warnings. I listened to all of it, and then I got a book out because there was no version of that exercise that helped me. My believers are farmers. My believers cannot cultivate at all. Putting a Purin clan member in a spiritual chi bath is like putting a rock in a library. Xu Jingmei glared at me until the book went away. My 10 were waiting when I opened the gate. 9 of them had baskets on their backs, not satchels. Baskets, the kind you carry a harvest in, the tall ones, and they were all wearing them at once with the straps done up. The 10th was Chen Lei, who was kneeling on the excavator, which had another 7 or 8 baskets hanging off it by rope. Chen Yong, chief god. He bowed with tremendous dignity. You instructed us to go and pick up some spirit stones, so we discussed it, and we thought, if we drive the excavator over, wouldn't we be able to dig up rather more of them? I stood there and looked at my delegation. This is not a mining expedition, I said. This is clearly a house move. Shall we remove some baskets? I thought about it. I genuinely considered it for about 2 seconds. No, I said, but the battlefield is monitored. Mind your propriety. Somewhere else in that field, Wang Jiwan was briefing his own believers, and I got the transcript of this later from a merman who felt he owed me one. The Purin clan are easy to spot, he said. They're farmers, no skills, no bloodline, nothing. If you see them, push them around, take their stones. Just don't kill anyone, the examiners get funny about it. And high above all of it, at the summit, director he was watching the graduating year climb his mountain. He watched Murong Ji of the ape clan awaken Vajra Palm halfway up a cliff face and go up the rest of it like a ladder. Top tier academy, locked. He watched the mermen take the second band. He counted 7 students in the year who were now effectively guaranteed placement, made a note, and was pleased. Below that band, dwarves and goblins, scrabbling, nothing worth watching. And below that, the bottom layer, where the lowest ranked realms had been dumped. He did not look down. He turned around and left the summit without ever glancing at the foot of his own mountain. And I have thought about that moment a great deal since, because if he had looked down, just once, just for a second, he would not have spent the following month in the state he spent it in. At the foot of the holy mountain, in the band nobody supervises, there was now an excavator running at full throttle. The other lowest tier realms had sent their believers in to scrape spirit stone dust off rock faces with hand tools. They looked up from that work at 11 tons of yellow machinery chewing a crater into the base of a sacred site, and several of them sat down on the ground and, according to a goblin who described it to a friend who described it to me, began to quietly reassess the meaning of their lives. Chen Yang was out front with a forked stick held in both hands, walking in slow circles like a man communing with the earth. "This is the spot," he announced. "Begin digging." "Clan chief." Chen lay from the cab, doubtfully. "Are you certain?" Chen Yang looked at the stick. He looked at the mountain. "Never mind, let's dig first and see." Inside my realm, meanwhile, my forge blew up. Chen Kong had 2 blueprints and 1 instruction, 1 for killing and 1 for defense, and he had chosen a trident and a suit of armor, and he had chosen the materials himself. Diamond metal for the structure, elf fiber woven through it for the healing property. Diamond metal and elf fiber, it turns out, hate each other, not chemically, spiritually. They repel, actively. And when you get them both molten in a sealed furnace and they decide to stop cooperating, what you get is not a failed batch, it is an event. The furnace opened like a flower, the courtyard caught, 2 of the outbuildings went with it. Chen Kong came out of the smoke, walked to the middle of the training ground, and knelt with his neck out. "Grand Elder Chen Kong has destroyed the Chief God's materials. I offer my head. Get up. Chief God, Chen Kong, get up." I looked at the crater where my forge had been, which had cost me 100,000 points, and I said the only useful sentence available. "This is not your fault. It is your first time forging at this level. Nobody in this world has ever done it. Tell me what you learned." He told me what he learned. He had it too, right there in his soot-covered head. The fiber would not merge on its own, so somebody had to hold it in place while it did. Somebody with divine power, which meant me, 7 separate times, over half a year of their time. While that was heating up, I condensed my first divine power. 1,000 points of faith buys 1 point. I made 100, which is a joke of a number. And then I went up into the sky over my own village and hit a rock with my fist, and the rock stopped being a rock. Small things. But that was the first time I had ever done anything in that world with my hands instead of my wallet. At the summit of the Holy Mountain, Director He was having a conversation with Vice Principal Huang Hao about a teacher's career. 7 to first tier, he said. It's a good year. And Xu Jingmei's assessment? Hopeless. Huang Hao sighed the sigh of a man who has to write the paperwork. She has 6, she needs 10 and a top tier. She had a top tier, he said. She gave the spot to the 1 student in the year whose realm is a group of farmers without a single skill between them. What's there to see down there? Then, because the conversation had turned him that way, he finally looked down at the bottom of his own mountain. There was a hole in it. There was a crater at the base of the holy mountain, the size of a small lake. And standing in the middle of it, roaring, was a giant yellow monster with teeth. And around the monster were 9 men with baskets. And one of them was shouting at volume with tremendous enthusiasm, Spirit stone, take them, take them. More than 10 baskets, nearly full. Director He is a middle god. He could have crossed that distance in a quarter of a second and taken every stone back, and nobody in the school would have said a word about it. He did not, because there were 400 students in that small world, and every one of them would have found out within the hour that a middle god and a director of Jiangnan No. 1 had personally flown down to the bottom band to confiscate rocks from a group of farmers. So he backed out of the sky quietly and told himself, more than once, that the holy mountain is very large, and 1 small hole is nothing. Then he went and found Director Chen and tried to describe what he had seen, and when words failed, he drew it. Director Chen studied the drawing for a while. "Old he said, your drawing skills are still as ugly as they were 20 years ago. Half a year of their time and 7 pores of my divine power later, the second forging came to a head. Chen Kong had not left the forge floor. He was gray in the face, filthy to the elbows, and had reached the point where his apprentices were taking it in turns to hold the bellows so he could keep both hands free. I put a hand on his shoulder and pushed enough divine power into him to keep him upright. Chen Yu turned up in the middle of it, obviously, because Chen Yu turns up in the middle of everything. Lord God, big brother, absolutely not. Out. She reached up, I flicked her on the forehead gently and pointed at the door, and she went about 4 steps and then sat down in the doorway to watch anyway, which is a compromise I have made my peace with. The furnace was running at 500 to 600 degrees past its rating, and the shell had already cracked in 2 places. 7 times I fed divine power into the melt, about 1,000 points in total, holding the fiber down while it fought. On the 7th, the last of it went in, and the sky over my realm turned pale red, not sunset red, a flat, even unnatural wash of color across the entire dome, from horizon to horizon, and every person in the village came out of their house at once and stood in the street looking up. Chen Kong, on his knees at the furnace mouth with tears cutting lines through the soot, said, "Chief God, This might turn out to be a top-grade item. Time to completion, half a year more. Third inspection at the Holy Mountain. Director. He dropped down through the bands doing his rounds, and something was wrong. The middle band was empty. Not thinned. Empty. And there was a stream of goblins going up the mountain at a speed that suggested a policy decision. He went lower, and found that the base of his holy mountain had been excavated inward more than 100 meters, and that the mountain structurally was beginning to lean, and in the middle of the hole, Chen Yong was holding up a rock and shouting, good stuff, more good stuff. I have never seen this stone before in my life. He had said it about a spirit stone. He had said it about ordinary granite. He had said it twice about mud. From the slope above, one of the other clans, who had been listening to this for a full day, finally shouted down the question the whole mountain wanted answered. Does your divine domain have nothing at all? Clan chief, Chen lay, worried, up in the cab. The Lord God told us to mind our propriety. Chen Yong waved a hand. The Lord God said this place was built by a highly respected deity. Since he is a deity of high virtue, he naturally will not quibble with us over small matters. Director. He hung in the air above the crater and discovered that there was, genuinely, no sentence he could say out loud that would not make him look small. He went from that hole to the Academic Affairs Office, and from the Academic Affairs Office to the Grade 12 building in 1 minute and 3 seconds, using divine power the entire way, which is a personal record he has never claimed publicly. Xu Jingmei was marking papers when a middle god came through her office door. Where is Zhou Kai? She stood up immediately. Because she is a homeroom teacher, and there are only so many reasons a director comes for one of yours. Whatever he did, director, he hasn't done anything. I need to speak with him. Her face changed. And here is where I need you to understand what my teacher had become that month. You want to talk to him about the Tianhai spot, she said. What? No. No. Director he, middle god, 22 years at the school, blinked. Excuse me? You want to convince him to give the spot back so it goes to a student who reflects better on the school. Xu Jingmei put down her pen. I will not call him for that. If you want to make him do it yourself, and do it in writing. He had to swear an oath, an actual oath, out loud, in a homeroom office, on his own name and standing, that the Tianhai spot would not be mentioned. Only then did she call me. She walked me to the door, and on the way she said in a completely conversational voice, if director he brings up the slot later, and you dare to agree, I will break your legs when we get back. Understood, teacher. He took my arm to bring me through, and I felt him pause. About a half second, and then it was gone. He had touched my divine power on the way past, and something in it had not read the way it was supposed to for a demigod with farmers. Zhou Kai. Very casual. What kind of believers did you bring in there? The lowest level of believers, director. I looked up at him with an entirely open face. You should already know that. He told me on the way down that approximately half his mountain was missing. That Chen Yong, I said with real feeling. I specifically told them to show restraint before I left. Then we came down into the crater together, and I want to be very clear that what followed was theater, and that I was not the best actor present. Lai San. Chen Yong turned around, holding a rock. You are guests here. I told you to mind your propriety. Look at this. Look at what you have done to a respected deity's mountain. I let some divine power off, which made the dust jump, which was the point. Poor people must have dignity. You cannot simply take everything you lay eyes on. Then I coughed, once, dry. Chen Yong's face changed so fast I nearly lost my own composure. The rock went down, he went down after it, on both knees, and his eyes went red on command, in under 2 seconds, from a standing start. It is Chen Yong's fault, he said in a voice with an actual crack in it. The clan has never seen such riches. Our children have never held a stone that shines. I forgot myself. Please punish me and spare my people. World class, genuinely. There are professionals with awards who cannot do that. I glanced at Director He. Director He was moved. That is the only word for it. This is a middle god with a hole in his mountain looking at a farmer kneeling in it and visibly deciding to be a bigger man about it. Enough, he said. Enough. It's only some spirit stones. Someone brought him the tally shortly after, because someone always does, and the tally said 1,000 caddies of spirit stone had gone into those baskets, and I watched his jaw move. If I took these things back, he said mostly to himself, and word got out, would I have any face left at all? He waved everything. I saw him to the edge with my hands behind my back and delivered my closing statement. Director, I have corrected them. Going forward, they may dig. But of course, one cannot destroy the structure of another person's mountain, correct? He looked at me for a moment. Understood, he said. Understood. Then, as I was leaving, He coughed and produced a piece of paper from his sleeve with a drawing on it, and asked me, in the tone of a man conducting a completely unrelated survey, whether I happened to recognize the object depicted. I studied it. Honestly, it was worse than mine. Ah, I said. That looks like a Langxiang brand excavator. Yes, said Director He immediately with enormous confidence. Exactly, I have seen one before, naturally. He walked away folding the paper up, and he was thinking, and I have this on the authority of a man who was standing next to him, that his drawing skills were clearly perfectly adequate and that old Chen's eyes must be going. When he got back to the mountain, two things had happened. The first was that a group of Wang Jiwan's mermen had gotten themselves stranded on a slope that no longer connected to anything. Because Chen Lei had dug the road out from under it and had spent 40 minutes screaming for help, the Purin clan rescued them, on the excavator. 9 farmers hauled 6 mermen up out of a collapse in a bucket and then gave them water and then apologized. Their main god, one merman said on the way down, with great care, must be someone extremely powerful. We should be very polite to them later. The second thing was that the base of the mountain had been filled back in. All of it. Every cubic meter, packed and graded without anybody being told to. Because I had said one sentence about not destroying the structure of another person's mountain, and Chen Yang had heard it once. And at the bottom of the reconstructed slope, Chen Yang was holding court to a semicircle of Ape Clan and Merman Clan believers who were sitting down, listening, on a mountain they had come to cultivate on. Ability does not mean brute force, he was telling them. You are strong. Strength is a tool. Knowledge is the origin of all ability. And the reason you have never been taught that is that nobody has ever profited from teaching it to you. Director. He stood in the air above 11 tons of yellow machinery and a farmer running a seminar and said quietly to nobody, could this be the power of knowledge? And then he remembered something he had spent 3 years finding annoying, a conference table, a room full of department heads, and Xu Jingmei standing up and slamming her hand down on it hard enough to move the cups. I know my own students. The tide turns every 30 years. Don't just look at the present moment. Back in the classroom, results. Murongji, 9 teacher, modest. Everyone impressed. Wang Jiwan. 9. Extremely not modest, though I noticed he kept glancing at the window, because his mermen had already told him about the monster in the bottom band, and he had not decided what to do with that information yet. The list went down. 4s, 3s, a 1. Jokai. Xu Jingmei looked at me, and I saw exactly what was in her face. Because she had not learned to hide it from me in 3 years. She was hoping for 3. She would have taken 2. She was ready to be visibly delighted by 1. 0, I said. I said it without any particular inflection, because it was true. And because 10 farmers in a spiritual key bath is a rock in a library. The class exhaled. All of it, at once, in relief, and then somebody laughed, and then the room laughed, because the natural order had been confirmed, and nobody had to be uncomfortable anymore. And my teacher's eyes filled with disappointment, and she looked down at her register and turned the page. That is the one I still think about. Across the room, Wang Jiwan's phone equivalent was lighting up because his mermen had just finished their debrief. And the part they had led with was that they had been rescued by the Purin clan, and the part they got to second was that every spirit stone the merman delegation had collected was now in a basket at the bottom of the mountain. What? The haul came home in 17 baskets and 1 excavator bucket, and it took 2 days of their time just to sort it. Most of it was spirit stone, which is genuinely useless to me. My believers cannot cultivate. A spirit stone in my divine realm is a paperweight that glows. But out here, a caddy of decent spirit stone is money. And I had 1,000 caddies, and I had a business partner with a rent bill. Under the spirit stones, there were 2 things that mattered. The first was a dull red rock, the system tagged as volcanic, heat-resistant, well past anything I owned, which meant furnace linings, which meant Chen Kang could stop blowing up my courtyards on a schedule. The second was a bag of gray-white soil that made the system say rare soil and pay out, and which I recognized instantly, because I had spent a childhood in another world walking past construction sites. Cement. My believers had gone to a sacred mountain and come back with concrete. 200,000 points between them. And then, while I was still reading the panels, Chen Yang came over with his hands full and a slightly furtive expression and began, very carefully, to unload a tree. An entire tree, roots wrapped in sacking, 4 meters of it. Chen Yang. It was growing at the base, Chief God. It seemed a pity to leave it. You dug up a tree. We dug up the tree. They really are like bandits going through a village. Not a needle, not a thread, not a shrub. Rare tree, said the system. Silver tree. And then the description, which I read standing up and then sat down for. Planted in a divine realm, a silver tree bears fruit called ginkgo. The fruit increases spiritual power and extends lifespan. Extends lifespan. In a world where a believer's life expectancy is the number that determines how much a divine realm can ever accomplish, I planted it that day in the best soil we had with a fence around it, and then I went to the school library because I needed to know what everyone else knew about silver trees before I got excited in public. The Jiangnan No. 1 library is run by a man everybody calls Old Zhao. He has been there over 100 years. The principal defers to him. Nobody knows what he is, and nobody has ever been rude enough to check. I asked about silver trees. He did not look up from his desk. Third cabinet, second row, first column. The entry took 4 lines. Silver tree, ordinary plant, low altitude, moderate water requirement. Fruit edible, fruit non-toxic, non-toxic. That is the entire pharmacological summary. Somebody, at some point, ate one, did not die, and wrote it down, and that has been the state of the art ever since, which meant the tree was not the miracle. My soil was. I put the book back and walked out, and behind me old Zhao said, "Wait." I stopped. He looked up at me for the first time in 3 years of me using his library. Old eyes, not vague ones. Then he waved a hand and went back to his desk. I got out of the door and I was 5 steps down the corridor when I heard him say, quietly, to himself, in a room he thought was empty, "A Purin clan divine realm could actually break through 8,000? I did not stop walking, but I have thought about that sentence roughly once a week ever since. Zhao Tian ambushed me in the corridor the next morning and put an arm around my shoulders, and there was about a centimeter of air between his forearm and my neck at all times, the way a man handles live ordnance. "Brother Zhou Kai, good morning. You look well. Have you eaten?" "Zhao Tian. If anyone dares to bully you," he announced to the corridor, "you just tell me. Anyone. Name them." "Wang Jiwan." The arm came off. "Aren't you making things difficult for me?" Here, incidentally, is why he spent 2 years on me, which I only learned that week. A girl he liked confessed to me in the yard in front of a crowd at the start of our 2nd year, and I turned her down. He did not hate me because I took her. He hated me because I did not want her, which was somehow worse, and he was 16. Down in the offices, Vice Principal Huang Hao had Xu Jingmei in for the 0. Xu Jingmei, 0 believers upgraded. In an exercise the school pays to run, every other homeroom in the year came back with numbers. And Director He, who had been standing at the window with his hands behind his back and had said nothing so far, said, "The exercise is a spiritual qi bath." Her students' believers cannot absorb spiritual qi. What exactly was he supposed to bring back, Vice Principal? Would you like him to have faked it? Huang Hao turned around. I came in on that, because I had been outside the door for about a minute and had heard enough. Vice Principal, if there is a problem with my result, take it up with me. Don't blame Teacher Wu. There was a silence of the kind where somebody is recalculating. Go back to class, said Huang Hao, and dropped it, and I could see it cost him something, which I respected. On the way out, I stopped in front of Director He. Director, I would like to enter the assessment battlefield one more time. Director He, who was at that moment personally down 1,000 caddies of spirit stone, looked at me for a long moment. Are you going in? He said. Or your believers? I could not stop the smile. I genuinely tried. It got out. His face went red. He let me in. Alone, no believers, with the seal on a 2-minute timer and a middle god watching me the entire way like a man watching a raccoon in his kitchen. I flew to the ginkgo cluster in the middle band, picked exactly 2 fruits, and came back out, 2. Out of hundreds. When I was here before, I said, handing him back the entry token, I noticed these fruits looked rather nice. I thought they would probably taste good. He watched me all the way to the door. Then, to himself, in a completely different voice, Zhou Kai, your believers. I am afraid they are not as simple as they appear. The test was straightforward. Chen Yong, eat this. He ate a wild ginkgo, whole, and chewed with the ferocious concentration of a man tasting for a god. How does it feel? Sweet, Chief God. Keep eating. He kept eating. He finished it. He stood at attention. Delicious. Nothing. No panel. No stat change. Not 1 point of anything. So I gave the second one to Chen Yu, who was at that time 3 years old with an intelligence score of 50, which is higher than most adults in that clan had managed before school existed, and whose listed ability had recently updated from drinking milk to weaning. She ate it in about 4 bites and looked up with her cheeks full. Delicious. Also nothing, which confirmed it. The fruit off a wild silver tree is a snack. The fruit off a silver tree grown in my divine realm, if the pattern holds, is something else entirely, and I was going to have to wait for my own tree to bear to find out. While I waited, I restructured the army. 1,000 men had all cleared 100 jin of strength, which 4 years earlier would have been the strongest man in the world down there. so I cut the standing legion to 100 chosen by Chen Han for full-time specialist training. The other 900 went back to their trades with 2 hours of drill a day. An army that does not farm is a cost. An army that farms is a militia. I needed both, and I could only afford one, so I built a spearhead and left the shaft in the fields. Then I bought the Zhuge Divine Crossbow Blueprint, 200,000 points. Repeating crossbow, magazine-fed, brutal at close range and stupid to look at, and my general made a noise when he saw the drawings that I am not going to try to spell. Out in Jiangnan City, the Heavenly Artifact Hall went up in the Wanjiang district, taller than the Tang Clan's flagship, grander than the Tang Clan's flagship. Directly opposite the Tang Clan's flagship, close enough that from the 3rd floor you could read their signage. The city's verdict was unanimous and delivered with relish. Zhao Cheng has finally gambled away his brain. Tang Shu, general manager of the Tang Clan's Jiangnan operation, walked across the street personally to enjoy it. He did not even go inside. He stood on the pavement, in the sun, with 2 assistants, and waited until Zhao Cheng came out. Zhao Cheng, warm, almost affectionate. You should close the shop early, save yourself another month's rent. We open next week. You have no suppliers. Tang Shu said it kindly, the way you tell a child about the weather. Every weapon material merchant in this district signed with us on Tuesday. Your Chen family order was cancelled Wednesday. There is no material coming to this building, ever. Zhao Cheng said nothing, which was the correct move and must have hurt. If your grandfather were still around, Tang Shu said on his way back across the road, you might have been able to gain a foothold here. But you? I got the report that evening and I did not do anything about it because there was nothing to do about it yet. That is the part nobody tells you about revenge. Most of it is waiting with a straight face. The silver tree bore fruit in 4 months of realm time. The books say a year minimum. Mine did it in 4 months, in soil that officially cannot generate spiritual ki, which I have never been able to explain and have stopped trying to. Chen Yang ate the first one. There is a scar down the left side of his face that he has had since before I existed, from a farming accident in the 1st generation. It closed, not faded. Closed, in about 4 seconds, from both ends toward the middle, and the skin under it came up new. He put his hand on his own cheek. Chief God, he said, I feel like I have become younger. Behind him, the entire village started shouting. And what they were shouting, over and over at the sky, was that their God was invincible. I made Chen Jie, Intelligence 101, elder in charge of planting, and told him the tree was now the single most important object in the realm. Then I checked the price of the grafting manual. Because 1 tree bearing a few dozen fruits a season is a curiosity, and 100 trees is an industry. Plant cultivation and breeding. 200,000 points. I had 31,000. 2 weeks to the Grand Unified Examination, and I went to see Zhao Cheng with a proposal that he did not enjoy. I want to go back to the stone gambling field. You want to what? The assessment stones. About 500,000 hua worth. I want to stake them. He put his cup down and did not pick it up again for a while. Zhou Kai. When I was young, I lost 300 or 400 million in that building. 300 or 400. My wife has banned me from the district. There is a man there who greets me by name, and he greets me by name because I paid for his 2nd house. I know. Then why? Because I am not gambling, I said. I need you to understand the difference, and I need you to never ask me to explain it. He came. Obviously he came. He is an addict with a heart of gold, and I am not proud of how useful that combination was to me that year. The Spirit Stone Market of Jiangnan is the largest in the province, minimum stake 500,000, run by a man named Huang Zhe, who came out from behind his counter personally when he saw who had walked in because Zhao Cheng is not a customer to him. Zhao Cheng is a pension. The centerpiece that week was on a plinth under a spotlight, a blue pyramid the size of a chest, 500 million. Born with a vision in the sky over the mine, which is the sort of thing that makes collectors lose their minds. I stood in front of it for a while, because my system was reading something irregular inside it. And I noted that carefully and then walked away. Because 500 million is not a number I get to say out loud. Instead, I pointed at a stone in the corner rack. 480,000. Gray, unlovely, wedged behind better-looking merchandise. That one. Behind us, somebody laughed. Duan Xuan of the Mo family. The 4 great families of Jiangnan used to be Mo, Chen, Yang, and Wei. And of the 4, the Mo and the Yang have hated each other longest and for the pettiest reasons. Old Zhao, he said. Back for more? And you've brought a child with you. Is he your luck? Zhao Cheng's neck went red. Cut it, I said to the operator. First cut. Nothing. Duan Xuan made a small delighted sound. Second cut. Nothing. The crowd started drifting toward us, which is what crowds do when they smell a man losing money. Third cut. The wheel came through and the light came out white and even, and the whole rack of onlookers went quiet at once. Because everybody in that building knows what high-purity spirit stone looks like when it opens. 2,480,000 into 2 million in 90 seconds. Huang Zi bought it off me on the floor before I had finished standing up. Another, I said. 2 million that one. A plain brown lump. They cut it, and the room filled with a smell like sugar and wet earth. And inside was a root, pale, thick-bodied, with hair fine as thread. 1,000-year ginseng. Huang Zi auctioned it on the floor as a courtesy to the house, and the floor took it to 20 million. Duan Xuan had stopped laughing about 11 minutes earlier. Then I bought 8 stones at 2 million each, which is where it got strange for everybody watching. Because there was a 20 million tier on the far wall and I did not look at it once. Number 1 came back high purity spirit stone, 8 million on the spot. Number 2 was a black stone that smelled faintly and unmistakably of a chemistry lesson. They cracked it, and inside was a crumbling gray-white crust, and the whole room groaned, because that is an empty stone, and empty stones are the reason the house is profitable. Somebody laughed out loud. I need this one, I said, and picked the useless crust out of the tray with 2 fingers. Keep it for me. Saltpeter, gunpowder, the first of 3 ingredients and the only one I could not manufacture. Numbers 3, 4, and 5 were honestly empty. 6 million gone. That one was not bad luck. It was interference. The blue pyramid under the spotlight was drowning my readings across half the room, and I had walked into a signal problem thinking it was a skill problem. I did not enjoy learning that in public. Number 6 put me level. Number 7 cracked open on a space ring with about 3 cubic meters inside it, worth 50 million on any market on the continent, and Huang Zi kept smiling the entire time the way a man smiles while a wall falls on him. Number 8 was a heavenly silkworm tree with dead roots, food, and the only food, for the sky silkworm whose silk goes into divine artifact armor, and firewood to everybody in that room, which cheered Huang Zi up considerably. Keep it for me, I said. I have a use for it. Zhao Cheng looked at me, then at the dead tree, then at the smelly rock. Are you a trash recycling station? Said his face, in fluent silence. One more thing, I said, and put 10 million hua on the table. Play with this. He lost all of it in about 40 minutes, exactly as intended, because in a place like a casino, you cannot keep winning. You win too clean and too often, and the house stops taking your money and starts asking questions about you, and I could not afford a single question that year. Net for the afternoon, 480,000 in, about 60 million out. The saltpeter recycled for 200,000 points, rare rock number 079. The dead heavenly silkworm tree recycled for 300,000, rare tree number 011, at which point the roots stopped mattering forever, because a catalog entry does not need roots. The space ring I kept. I had a plan for that one, and the plan involved a room full of very wealthy people, and Zhao Cheng, riding home in the dark with 60 million and a hangover of the soul, decided not to tell me that the Tang clan had cut off every supplier in the district. He told me later why. He thought there was nothing I could do about it, and he did not want to put that on a kid before his exams. First purchase with the new money, plant cultivation and breeding, 200,000 points, straight into Chenji's head. Second, population, up to 5,000. 5,000 is the ceiling. A demigod's realm holds 5,000 believers, and not one more. And I hit that wall about 6 years earlier than the curriculum says anybody should. By then more than 50 of them were middle believers. 2,000 had finished high school. My faith income crossed 10,000 a day inside, which is a number the school has recorded exactly once in its history by a student who is now a name on a plaque. And on day 15 of the second forging, my furnace exploded for real, not the polite explosion from before. The courtyard went up and stayed up, a sea of fire, 10 minutes of it, so hot that Chen Kong's apprentices had to be physically dragged back across the yard by the belt. Then the fire changed color. A rainbow went into it. That is the only way I can describe it, and it is also, I found out afterwards, the technical description. Bands of light bending down out of the sky and entering the flame. And every drop of blood in my body went cold, because I knew what a rainbow entering fire means. It means a divine artifact is being born, and the birth of a divine artifact draws a heavenly tribulation, and a heavenly tribulation aimed at a demigod's realm does not damage it, it deletes it. 5,000 people, the school, the tree, all of it, gone in the time it takes to say so. I stood over my own village with 100 and change points of divine power and got ready to fight the sky. Nothing came. 10 minutes of rainbow fire and then it went out, and the sky stayed exactly the same blue it had been all morning, and the only sound in the entire realm was 5,000 people not breathing. What came out of the ashes was armor, green, shimmering, light as cloth, in a pattern nobody had drawn. The system named it in one line, elven armor, sub-divine rank. Subdivine rank is one full step below a divine artifact. It is not a weapon a demigod owns. It is not a weapon a lower god owns. In the entire province, the number of confirmed subdivine rank items is small enough to count on your fingers, and every one of them belongs to a family with a name. Chen Kang put it on because he had earned it and because I made him. There were burns up both his forearms from the last 15 days that he had refused to have treated. They closed while he was standing there. Everybody watched them close. I made him Grand Elder on the spot. And then, before he could speak, I named every apprentice who had worked that furnace and gave each of them 10 points of intelligence. Because Chen Kang was going to try to refuse the promotion in favor of his people, and I wanted to remove the argument before he made it. He cried anyway. He is a very large man, and he cries extremely easily, and I have never once made fun of him for it. Meanwhile, in Jiangnan City, at 8 in the morning, Principal Gao Peng was standing in his garden looking at the sky. Gao Peng is fat, wears plain clothes, and gives off no aura at all unless he wants to, which is how you know. He is a high god. He is the only high god in Jiangnan City. He had seen the rainbow glow, not in my realm, obviously, the bleed through. Divine realms are not soundproof if you know how to listen, and he had been listening to that city for 30 years. Subdivine rank, he said. Then he went inside and ordered school security doubled for the exam period. And he said one more thing to his vice principal that I would have given a great deal to hear at the time. In this city, I am afraid only the Tang clan has such capability. The graduating year was 878 students. 178 were confirmed for first-tier academies, which is a good year, and everybody knew it. 4 names were doing something else entirely. Guo Tian, Student Union President, Berserker Clan, 5,000 believers, 8,000 faith a day, 20 middle believers, a quiet one, black clothes, nods at everybody, Xu Ming, Wolf Knight, 5,000, 8,000, 19. Flamboyant, loud, greets the examiners by name, and has lost to Guo Tian by a hair every year for 3 years. Tao Lily, High Deity Eagle Witch, 3,900, 7,300, 17. Ponytail, says nothing to anybody, and Chen Roland, High Deity, Mermaid Clan, 5,000 believers, faith income just past 10,000 a day. It seems this year's top scholar is already decided, said a teacher in the staff room, and nobody argued, and why would they? Chen Roland won't miss it. My own board that morning read 12,000 a day and 24 middle believers. Xu Jingmei needed a top-tier placement and 10 first-tiers to make advanced teacher in her 3rd and final evaluation year, and the top-tier line on her form had been dead since my 18th birthday, unless a student of hers took the school championship, which counts. So I went and inspected my army. 1,000 men in matching steel drawn up on a parade square they had built themselves, in lines that were straight from every angle including the diagonals, which is a thing you cannot fake. I walked the front rank and kicked a man in the back of the knee, hard, without warning. Nothing happened. The knee did not fold. The man did not look down. The line did not ripple. Then I gave them the only speech I have ever given them. You may face 2,000 of the enemy. You may face 3,000. You may face more than that. And they will be born stronger than you, every one of them. And there is nothing I can do about that. I walked the line. I have chosen 1,000 of you out of 5,000 people, not because you are the strongest, because I believe in your hearts to protect your clansmen. Nobody cheered. That is how I knew it landed. The equipment inspection after was the good part. 1,000 sets of diamond metal armor, 200 longbows, 100 Zhuge divine crossbows, magazine fed, ugly as sin. Chen Kang walked the racks with me, white-haired now, which he had not been 8 years earlier. Chief God. He put his hand on a rack. I was born into this world alongside the clan chief. Back then, we knew exactly how desolate this land was. My mother boiled bark. I remember the taste. He cleared his throat twice. Now every household has enough to eat. Chen Han demonstrated the new trident, rare grade, and put it through a boulder to the haft. Strength around 300 caddies, which is 4 times what he tested at when I found him. And then last, the thing they had been saving. 2 soldiers stepped out. One crouched, the other put a boot in his hands. And the crouching man stood up and threw his own comrade about 12 meters straight up into the air. At apex, the man in the air fired a crossbow bolt with a burning head. 500 meters. It came down and stuck in a target hill, and the hill caught fire. They had invented artillery. Out of 2 men and a bad idea. Nobody told them to. Chen Ji successfully grafted the silver tree that same month, which sounds small next to a burning hillside but was worth more. 7 or 8 new trees a year, he estimated cautiously, in the voice of a man giving a number he intends to beat. 7 or 8 a year is not an industry, it is a start of one. I walked into the Heavenly Artifact Hall the week it opened, auction floor on the ground level, weapon racks up the sides, and a partner behind the counter with a smile on and about 3 months of runway left in the accounts, which he was still not telling me about. I tossed him a folded bundle of green cloth. What's this? Try to tear it. He tried to tear it. Then he stopped and looked at what was in his hands and his whole face changed. Sub-divine rank clothing? I picked it up on the street. Zhou Kai. I refined it. Zhao Cheng laughed. Then he stopped laughing, because I was not laughing, and because a demigod refining a sub-divine rank item is not a joke, it is impossible, since the tribulation alone would kill you. So I took out a knife and cut my own finger and put the cloth over it, and 10 minutes later, I showed him a finger. He sat down on the stairs of his own shop. 600 million, he said, eventually to his knees. Minimum, maybe more, because there's nothing to compare it to. Then I gave him the ginkgo. He nearly ate one on reflex, the way you do with fruit, and I had to catch his wrist. We tested it on a volunteer from his household staff instead, and Zhao Cheng went off to observe the result personally and came back 40 minutes later looking like a man returning from a funeral. That fruit, he said, could sell for over 10 million each. Yes. Zhou Kai. He gripped my shoulders. I almost ate one. Why didn't you stop me? I did stop you. Not emotionally. The good news is mass production. The bad news is 7 or 8 trees a year. We agreed to release them slowly, at insulting prices, in a way designed to make people insane. At home that evening, Zhao Cheng told his wife, who had banned him from her dinner table, that the exhibition would clear close to 1 billion in profit. The wine came out. Zhao Tian put his chopsticks down, did the arithmetic on where any of it had come from, said my name out loud, and then had to leave the room at speed for reasons he later described to me in detail I did not request. Inside, Chen Yang came to me with a proposal, and when he unrolled it, my hands went cold. Reform education. Set basic schooling at 9 years, universal, compulsory, with a defined progression. And then build 6 higher academies on top of it, starting with an Academy of Sciences. 9 years of compulsory education. I brought that idea from a world he has never heard of, and I had never once said it out loud in front of him because the number is arbitrary, and I did not want to bias the design. He had arrived at 9 on his own, from first principles, in a swamp. There is a difficulty, Chief God. He looked at the floor. The science textbook I compiled ends where my knowledge ends. It is high school level. Beyond that, I have nothing to give them, and the children are catching up to it. So I checked the store. University level curriculum, 500,000 points, and 2 prerequisites. Intelligence of 250 on the recipient, which Chen Yang did not have, and the title of professor, which costs another 300,000 on top, 800,000 points, and a stat he was 30 short of. I told him the number. Chen Yang put his forehead on the floor of his own academy and stayed there, and when he spoke, his voice was completely level, which was worse. Chen Yang is ashamed. The chief god has given me every tool, and I have run out of head. I did not have 800,000 points. I said we would get there. He said, yes, chief god, we got there. It took a while. And then, on my way out of that conversation, a small voice said the sentence that changed the entire technological trajectory of my divine realm. Chicken. The chicken is flying again. Chen Yu was pointing at the sky. I looked up. There was a chicken at approximately 100 meters, cruising, not falling, not flapping in a panic, cruising with the wings held out, banking gently, the way a raptor does when it has all day. Chen Yang. There is a chicken up there. Chen Yang did not look up. Ah, Little Red has always been like this. Always been like this. I got the history out of him, and the history is as follows. That chicken was already in the divine realm when Chen Yang was born into it. Nobody knows where it came from. It has never laid a single egg. It eats more than an adult man. It has combat power that the clan has assessed and then quietly stopped discussing. And nobody dares try to catch it, ever. Because the last serious attempt is a story parents still tell. Chen Yu named it. She is the only person it tolerates. She rides it. She will happily eat any other chicken in the realm and has, cheerfully. But if you go near that one, she becomes a small and extremely dangerous animal herself. I went down to the breeding farm to see Chen Feng, my breeder, who lit up like a festival when he saw me coming. Chief God, have you come about Little Red? I have. Are we killing it? The hope in that man's voice. No. His face fell so far it nearly came off. Then I told him that from now on, Little Red is to be fed whatever it wants, in whatever quantity, and his eyes actually welled up. Also, for context, the farm produces 5,000 chickens a year, and every single one of them is roughly twice the size of a chicken from my old world. When I remarked on this, Chen Feng looked at me with genuine confusion and said, Chief God, aren't all chickens like this? Little Red lives alone, in its own walled courtyard, because it threw a fit about the communal coup-up, and in Chen Feng's exact words, also because we cannot beat it, I went in. It was lying on its side in the dirt with its legs out and its eyes shut, playing dead, extremely committed to the bit. I crouched down, one eye opened, looked me up and down, then closed again with the deliberate slowness of an animal making a point. That is spirituality, that is intelligence, that is a creature that understands who I am and has decided how it feels about it. I opened the panel. Character, Little Red. Attributes, none. Introduction, an ordinary chicken that could not be more ordinary. Chen Feng. Are there any of its feathers lying around? Behind me, in the dirt, the chicken's pupils dilated. I did not see it. Chen Feng saw it and described it to me later with his hands shaking. Feathers? Chen Feng scratched his head. No, Chief God, Little Red does not shed, not ever. In all the years, not one feather, not in molting season, not when it fights. We looked quite hard in the early days when we still thought we might be able to eat it. Not one feather in over a decade. Chickens shed. Every bird sheds. A thing that does not shed is not maintaining feathers, it is maintaining armor. Feed it whatever it wants, I said. Whatever it asks for, do not restrict it, and do not touch it. Yes, Chief God. On my way out, Chen Yu fell into step beside me, holding her pacifier by the string and swinging it with a small worried line between her eyebrows. Big brother God of wisdom, I think Uncle Chen Feng must have scared Little Red. Why is that? Because today, she said, it didn't say goodbye to me. I kept walking. It says goodbye. Normally, the Jiangnan No. 1 library, 3 days before the exam, and the person disturbing the peace was Chubby Chen. A new song and dance hall opened, he was explaining, at library volume, which for him is normal conversational volume. Downtown, I'm telling you as a friend, Joe Kai, as a friend, we are going. Old Zhao looked up from his desk. Chubby Chen's mouth shut like a trap. You are about to undergo your awakening, said Old Zhao. Stop running around everywhere. Yes, Grandpa Yang. Chubby Chen's father has exactly one iron rule for his son regarding Jiangnan No. 1. You may offend the principal. You will never, under any circumstance, be rude to the old man in the library. Chubby Chen does not know why and has never asked. 2 tables over, Chen Rolan and Guo Fang were working. Top students, he announced to the 2 top students, are all hypocrites, unlike me. Chubby Chen, a straightforward and pure slacker. Guo Fang looked at the book in front of Chen Rolan. Cultivation and Breeding of Elves. Then she looked at the book in front of me. Complete Encyclopedia of Poultry Species. Her expression is difficult to render in words. We got onto chickens. I asked in passing about the maximum flight altitude of domestic fowl, and Chen Roland answered from memory by species, with figures, including the outlier records and the conditions under which they were set. Chubby Chen looked at Guo Fang. Guo Fang looked at Chubby Chen. That, said Chubby Chen standing up, is a top student-style discussion. They fled together. 2 slackers with a shared enemy. It was actually rather moving. Then Chen Roland put her pen down and asked me something real. The healing spirit can only live 30 years in her divine realm, not 50, 30, because her realm is seawater and the spirit is not a sea creature. And she had tried 5 different arrangements and read everything the library had and gotten nowhere. And 1.6 billion of her father's political capital was going to die of the wrong environment in 3 decades. I got up, said I had left something in my dorm, walked out of the building, went into my divine realm, picked 2 ginkgos off the tree, and came back and sat down. Elapsed time under 4 minutes. Try these. She looked at the fruit. Then she recited, at me, the caloric content of ginkgo, the sugar content, the seasonal variation in both, and declined politely on the grounds that she was not hungry. They're not for you. She went very still. Elves cannot digest ordinary food. Try it anyway. She came back an hour later and she was not walking normally. 5 years, she said. 5 years, on 1 fruit. And then she stopped and looked at me properly, and I watched the second smartest person in that building assemble the case. You don't have that kind of money, she said. Everyone knows what you pay in rent, so you didn't buy them. A beet. And that fruit was picked recently. The water content in the flesh was high, the stem interface was fresh and wet, and there was no oxidation at the cut at all. It was picked no more than 3 minutes before you handed it to me. You were in this library the whole time. I looked at her. You really cannot be underestimated. Neither can you, she said, which is why I'm not asking. Then she gathered her books, and paused, and added kindly that if I ever wanted help giving up my collection habit, she had read about several approaches and would not judge me. I let that one go. There was no road back from it. At the door, she said over her shoulder, Joe Kai, I look forward to your performance in the Grand Unified Examination. And as I was leaving, old Zhao said my name. He has never said my name. 3 years of borrowing his books, and he had never once used it. Jokai, no matter how great the talent, he said, the core is yourself. At no time should you ever be lost. Yes, Grandpa Yang, I got 2 steps. Also, he had already gone back to his ledger. That girl isn't bad. Across town, Zhao Cheng was pouring money into the city like a man watering a lawn. 3 days out, the Heavenly Artifact Hall announced an exhibition with a silent auction. No bidding war, no theater, you write a number, you seal it, the highest number takes the lot. And the rumors he had seeded went out ahead of it. A sub-divine rank divine artifact, a fruit that extends the lifespan of a believer. Forces started moving toward Jiangnan from 3 provinces, which does not happen to Jiangnan, and every one of them had to walk past a Tang clan flagship that had spent a month telling the district that the building opposite would never open. Chen Yong asked to see me, and he did not come to the audience hall. He came to the field where I was walking, and he went down on both knees in front of me in the open where anybody could see. He is my senior teacher, an intermediate believer, intelligence 220, and he had never once asked me for anything personal. Chief God, it is about my daughter. Chen Yu stopped growing at 3 years old, not slowed, stopped. Her body has been 3 for as long as anyone has been counting. And in a clan where children are the whole point, a child that does not grow is a thing people talk about in low voices at the well. I found her out behind the breeding farm, riding Little Red at about waist height, doing slow patrol laps of the fence line with tremendous seriousness, like a very small officer inspecting a very large border. I scanned her properly, which I had never bothered to do. Every organ perfect, bone density excellent, nutrition excellent, no parasites, no defects, no divine interference, nothing wrong at any level I could read. Intelligence, 75. 75. At 3 years old, in a clan whose adult average had been under 30 before I arrived. She got down off the chicken and came over and looked up at me and asked very quietly, in a voice she had clearly practiced, "Then why can't I grow up?" Chen Yu. "When I grow up," she said, "I can help mom and dad with work. And I can help Big Brother God of Wisdom, just like dad does." I told her she would grow up. I did not know that. I still did not know it for a long time afterwards. But there are moments where you get to choose between accuracy and being worth believing in, and I know which one my job is. Then I sent her inside, and I stayed in the courtyard with the chicken. It was watching me. It had been watching me the entire conversation. "Little Red," I said, "1 fruit for 1 feather. That is not asking too much, is it?" What followed lasted about 11 minutes, and I am not going to pretend it was dignified for either of us. I am a demigod. It is a chicken. In the first 30 seconds, I understood that neither of those facts was going to be decisive. It flew. It banked. It came down the fence line at head height with its feet out. At one point, it went straight up over the roof of the coop and came back over the ridge from the other side, which is a maneuver. I got 1 feather, 1, out of a bird. I sat down in the dirt holding it, and the chicken landed 4 meters away and stood there with its chest out, breathing hard, absolutely furious. "Is your meat tasty?" I asked it. It attacked me again. Rare fiber detected. Fire feather. This fiber has not finished evolving and cannot currently be used. Rewarding 500,000 points. 500,000 points. For 1 feather. From a chicken. That the system's own character panel describes as an ordinary chicken that could not be more ordinary. And that phrase. Has not finished evolving. Which means it is still evolving. Which means whatever is in that courtyard eating 3 men's rations a day is not done being whatever it is going to be. I looked at the chicken. The chicken looked at me. Neither of us said anything. Because only one of us could, and I did not have anything good. The next morning, Chen Yu came up the outer stairs of my hall 1 step at a time, both hands on the rail, with her pacifier hanging round her neck on its string, and delivered a formal complaint. "Big Brother God of Wisdom." She stopped in front of me and put her hands behind her back. "Why did you pluck Little Red's feather?" I looked at her. "Did Little Red tell you that?" "Yes." "Chen Yu, how do you know what Little Red says?" "Because Little Red says it," she said, in the tone of a child explaining a door. "So, my 3-year-old, who does not grow, who has an intelligence score higher than most of my elders, can hold a conversation with an animal that the system files as ordinary." I picked her up and took her flying, which is the universal solution. And she screamed with joy for about 4 minutes and then went quiet with her chin on my shoulder. "Big Brother God of Wisdom. All the other children are getting bigger and I'm not." She set it into my collar. "So I play with Little Red. Maybe because Little Red is all by itself too." I flew her around for a while longer. Then I went and interrogated the chicken directly, which went about as well as you would expect. "Speak human language. Who can understand that?" Cluck. Through Chen Yu, who translated with total seriousness, holding the chicken's head in both hands, I got 3 things. 1. Chen Yu has always been like this, since before Little Red first noticed her. 2. Little Red will never hurt her. 3. Little Red does not know how to fix it and has apparently already tried. Then I asked one more question, purely for research purposes. Little Red, will you really evolve directly into a fire chicken? The reaction was immediate, comprehensive, and required Chen Yu to physically restrain a bird larger than she was. I got the last piece from Chen Yong that evening, and this is the piece that mattered. Chen Yong is ordinary. His wife Chen Hua is ordinary. Two entirely unremarkable first-generation farmers. But Chief God, he said. It was supposed to be a rainy day when Chen Yu was born. The sky had been black since morning, and at the exact moment she was born, the clouds opened and the sun came out. He had never mentioned it because he thought it was a coincidence and he did not want to seem superstitious in front of a god. She was also the first child ever born in that clan, the very first of the entire second generation. I offered to name her my divine envoy publicly, which would end the whispering permanently, because nobody gossips about a god's envoy. Chen Yong refused, politely, on his knees, but he refused. The clan already loves her, chief god. If you raise her above them, they will love her differently, which is a better answer than mine was. The board that night, 12,000 faith a day, about 360 points of divine power per real-world day, and just over 20,000 banked. The national average from awakening to lower god is 1 year. I was 4 months in. The academy envoys arrived 4 days before the exam, and the school lost its mind about it in the way schools do. 3 of them. 3 top-tier academies sending representatives to Jiangnan in the same year, which has not happened in living memory, and every teacher in that building spent the week walking like their shoes were new. Song Wei came in first, Royal Academy. He shook Principal Gao Peng's hand very casually. The wrist barely moved, a high god and the head of a school. And Song Wei shook his hand like a man being introduced to a supplier. Shu Hai came in second. Tianhai Academy. Broad, loud, cheerful, shook everybody's hand including 2 students and a caretaker. Qiu Jun came in third, from Starfish, and he is the one who did the damage, because he thought he was being funny. I heard the top student from Jiangnan No. 1 was admitted to your place, he said to Shu Hai at the reception in front of everyone. Congratulations. And Shu Hai's face fell off, because Tianhai Academy's lowest special recruit in its entire recorded history was a low-level deity, and that admission is still discussed there as an embarrassment. And Shu Hai had just signed off on the paperwork for a Purin clan, a lowest-level deity, said Qiu Jun cheerfully. That might very well make academy history. Don't, said Shu Hai, bring up such an awkward topic. I was standing about 6 meters away holding a stack of exam booklets, and neither of them noticed me, and both of them would remember this conversation later with great clarity. Inside my realm, construction finished, not a phase, all of it. Every family in a stone house with a roof that did not leak and a floor that was not dirt, in a village that had been 13 thatched huts 8 years earlier. The faith spike hit 20,000 on the good days and settled at 14,000 baseline, and I sat in class and watched the number climb and thought about how not one point of it came from a threat. The exam has 3 events, and I want to lay them out cleanly because everything for the next 2 days runs on this. Event 1, Written Theory, 300 points. Nobody in the entire province cares about theory past 150, because theory does not fight. Event 2, the Divine Power Test. You put your hand on a crystal ball, and it reads out your faith income, your population, and your believer ranks in front of everyone. There is no preparing for it on the day. It reads what you are. Event 3, the Battle of Believers. Your army against another student's army, drawn against a ranked ladder, until one champion is left. 50% of the practical grade is Event 2. The rest is Event 3. Xu Jingmei took her last class the day before it started. She came in and put the roll down and said, without any preamble at all, today will also be our final class. 61 people stood up at once. Nobody organized it. There was no signal. The whole room came up out of their chairs and bowed and stayed down. And she stood at the front of a classroom she had run for 3 years with her hands at her sides and let them. Then she did the roll call, one by one, all the way down. And every student stood as their name was read and said the same 4 words. Thank you, teacher. I sit in the corner. I have sat in the corner all 3 years, by choice, since first year, because I rank first anyway, and I did not need a good seat, and somebody else did. She read my name last because of where the corner falls in the register. Zhou Kai. I stood up. Thank you, teacher. She looked at the whole room for a while after that. Some of you, she said, will end up at the same academies. Some of you will end up on opposite sides of things. That happens. It happens more than they tell you. She straightened the roll on the desk, squaring it. So, even if you become rivals, even if you become enemies, for my sake, as your teacher, I hope you can show each other some mercy. Half the girls in that room were crying by the end of it. Wang Jiwan was not, but he was looking very hard at the desk. I found out later what that sentence cost her to say, because she had already read the draw seedings and she already knew roughly who was going to be pointed at whom. Wang Jiwan caught me in the corridor after. He had a split lip, which was new, and which he had gotten from Zhao Tian 2 days earlier in a fight I had nothing to do with and did not find out about for a week. "What kind of potion did you give Zhao Tian?" he said. "To bewitch him like that?" "None." "Do you really think you got into Tianhai on your own merit?" I looked at him. Split lip, brand name jacket, 430 points, and 3 middle believers. And 18 years old, and about to walk into an exam where none of that was going to be enough for what he wanted. "I heard your goal is also Tianhai Academy," I said. "Keep it up. I hope we can be classmates again." "Get lost." I got lost. It was a productive conversation by our standards. I gave Xu Jingmei a box that evening. "Don't open it here," I said. "Wait until you're home." Director He, who happened to be passing and who has never once in his life kept walking, immediately accused me of bribing a teacher before an exam, and Xu Jingmei told him what the penalty was for a director loitering outside a homeroom office, and it went on from there. Then he mentioned, in passing, what the school had bought for the top scholar prize this year, Zhengyuan fruit. Essence increasing fruit, 15 million each. The principal had personally bought all 5 at the Heavenly Artifact Hall's opening auction, 3 for first place and 1 each for second and third, and had come back from that auction extremely pleased with the deal he had gotten. My shop, my tree, my ginkgo, with a nicer name on it. I kept my face completely still and asked Director He a question instead. "Director, how many first-tier placements is Teacher Wu still short of?" He glanced at her. 3, maybe 4. "And if a student took first place in the whole school, would that add points for the teacher?" "Of course it can. A school championship counts as a top-tier outcome on its own. That's standard." "Enough," said Xu Jingmei. We both looked at her. "Zhou Kai is a sentimental person," she said, to He, not to me. "I don't want him to feel guilty about my assessment. That's my problem, not his. Drop it." "Director." He looked at her for a second. "What if he really does bring back a top scholar title?" And my teacher sighed, and picked up her bag and said the truest and worst thing anybody said to me that whole year. In the past, he certainly could have, but now, she did not finish it. She did not have to. She left. And Director He looked at the floor. And I stood there in the corridor with my hands in my pockets doing arithmetic. Exam morning. Parents at the gates in 3 layers. That is the part of exam day that nobody writes about. Mothers with thermoses. Fathers pretending they are just passing. A whole ring of adults around a school building, sweating, at 7 in the morning, for a test they cannot take. I have never seen my parents' faces, not once, not in a photograph. I was raised on state welfare in a building with a number instead of a name. So exam mornings are, for me, an interesting sociological display and nothing else. And I had made my peace with that years earlier. Then somebody shouted my name across the entire street, Zhao Cheng, in a good coat, dragging his son by the arm through a crowd of 2,000 people. "Lin Chen, brother, over here." Every parent within 40 meters turned around. "Old Zhao, keep your voice. Brother, have you eaten? Are you nervous? Don't be nervous." He arrived out of breath and shoved a bag of something into my hands. "Eat, eat, eat." And then the crisis, which took about 4 seconds to develop and which I have never fully recovered from. I call Zhao Cheng Old Zhao. Zhao Cheng calls me brother. Zhao Tian is Zhao Cheng's son. Zhao Tian did the arithmetic in public. "Dad." He looked genuinely distressed. "If you call him brother, then do I have to call him uncle?" His father kicked him in the shin. "Call him brother, obviously. But I'm a month older than him. Age is useless." 2 days before this, incidentally, Zhao Tian had gone to his mother and asked sincerely whether he had been adopted and had been beaten for that as well. He also fought Wang Jiwan over me the previous week and lied about it to my face when I asked, badly, with the split knuckles visible, which I let him have. Then Zhao Cheng leaned in and told me the exhibition number. The silent auction had cleared 1 billion. 1 billion hua in a building the Tang clan had personally guaranteed would never open, 400 meters from the Tang clan's own flagship. "Don't smile," I said. "I'm not smiling." "You are smiling with your entire body." Then Chen Ming came over. The head of the Chen family, whose daughter's engagement was the talk of 2 provinces, crossed a crowded street to greet Zhao Cheng by name, warmly, with both hands, and ask whether the Yang family might be able to supply a few more yuan-increasing fruits, at whatever price, at his convenience, any time. 2 months earlier, this man would not have taken his call. The Yang name was a name again. I watched Zhao Cheng's back straighten while it was happening, and that was worth more to me than the billion. And across the crowd, Chen Roland found me, and nodded. I nodded back. Both fathers saw it. Both fathers had opinions. Chen Ming's version, delivered to his daughter as they walked away. His brain is indeed good to have suppressed you for 2 years. However, from now on, the two of you are no longer on the same path. Zhao Cheng's version, delivered to me at close range with his eyebrows doing something horrifying. That Chen Rolan is quite good. Go after her. Make that old fellow anxious. Old Zhao. I'm just saying she's quite good. Then Chubby Chen came jogging up through the crowd, waving with both arms. And Zhao Cheng, head of the Yang family, pinnacle lower god, one step from middle god, took one look at him and said he had just remembered an urgent matter and left. I asked him about that later. He gave me a very complicated non-answer about the Wang family's background and the phrase, I only know fragments, and the fragments are enough. That is the second time somebody had gotten strange about Chubby Chen in front of me. I filed it with old Zhao. Chubby Chen, unaware of any of this, arrived, stopped, and whipped his jacket open like a man revealing a weapon. Underneath was a shirt, white, hand-lettered, in enormous crooked characters in what I am fairly sure was paint. Lin Chen, the top scholar of Jiangnan. How is it? He said. Ugly. I stayed up all night. He grabbed his own shirt with both hands and shook it at me. I am risking my life to cheer for you in front of the whole city and you can't even say one nice thing? I laughed. He laughed. He punched me in the arm hard enough to bruise and went off to find a good spot in the crowd. And as he went, I heard him muttering to himself, adjusting the shirt, entirely serious. I think it's fine. How can it be ugly? This Jokai really has no eye for art. Theory exam. 3 hours. Results in 30 minutes. Because in this world you can just have a middle god mark 800 papers at once. I finished in an hour and 20. I went to hand it in, and the proctor would not take it because there is a rule about early submission that exists specifically to stop students from doing exactly what I was doing, so I went back to my seat and sat there. I did not check my answers. I have never checked my answers. Real men do not look back at explosions, and Jokai does not review his papers. And if you think that is arrogance, I would point out that reviewing is only useful if you were guessing. The last question was open-ended, worth 30 points, and phrased like this. In your opinion, what is the meaning of the existence of the divine realm? Every student in that hall was going to write 400 characters about the cultivation of believers, the accumulation of faith, and the ascension of the deity. That is the model answer. It is in the textbook. It is worth 26 out of 30 every single time. I wrote 4 words. The proctor collecting my paper had watched me sit idle for 90 minutes and had already decided what kind of student I was. And I know this because he told the story afterwards to about 9 people. He scanned down. Multiple choice, all correct. Fill in the blanks, all correct. Calculation section, all correct. And the handwriting was, in his words, irritatingly good. Then he reached the last answer, to change the world. He sneered. He actually sneered out loud in an examination hall. Then he stopped. Then he read it again. Then he said, to nobody. What a great answer. The results board is 100 crystal instruments and a projection you can read from the far side of the sports field. And the school posts theory rankings first, because theory rankings are the only part of the day where nobody dies. First place, Jokai. 300. 300 out of 300. A perfect paper. In a subject where nobody has scored perfect at Jiangnan No. 1 in 20 years because of that last question. Because the last question is designed to be unperfectible. Second place, Chen Rolan. 298. I found out later she had walked out of that hall genuinely satisfied. She thought she had nailed the final answer. She had written something about the divine realm as the vessel through which a deity's will becomes real, which is a better sentence than mine, and got 28 out of 30. Somewhere in the middle of the crowd, a very large young man in violently colorful clothing was jumping straight up and down and screaming a slogan off his own shirt. And around him, the consolation began, which is the sound of a crowd repairing its worldview in real time. Jokai is invincible in theory, nobody's saying otherwise, right? It's just theory. 98% of the people here could crush him in the practical. Then Principal Gao Peng came out to open event 2. Gao Peng is a high god of the Wolverine clan and the only high god in Jiangnan City. He is also fat, wears plain clothes, and moves like a man on his way to buy vegetables. He opened the second event with about 11 words and then had a cart wheeled onto the stage. On the cart, under a transparent case on velvet, were 5 fruits. Zheng Yuan, essence increasing. 15 million each, purchased personally by the principal from the Heavenly Artifact Hall's opening exhibition, 3 for the champion and 1 each for second and third. I was watching the crowd's reaction, so I nearly missed the important one. Xu Jingmei was standing at the edge of the teacher's block, and she had gone completely still, and she was looking at that case the way you look at a photograph of your own house on the news. Because 2 nights earlier, I had handed her a box and told her not to open it until she got home, and inside that box had been 2 of exactly those. I watched my teacher do the multiplication on stage in front of 800 students, 15 million, times 2, and then I watched her turn her head and find me in the crowd. And the expression on her face was somewhere between fury and something else entirely, because she knows what I pay in rent, and she knows I have no family, and I had handed her 30 million hua in a shoebox and told her it was nothing. Vice Principal Huang Hao read the rules for the crystal ball test, and there was one rule in it that mattered: no performance-enhancing substances of any kind. Detection is automatic. Penalty is a lifetime ban from the National Academy system. Remember that one. The ladder went up in order of ranking, lowest first, which means the whole event is a slow build with everybody's numbers on public display. And I would like to formally state that whoever designed that format hates teenagers. Wang Jiwan went up in the second half. Merman Clan. Population 4,355. Power of Faith, 8,013 per day, 16 intermediate believers, solid, genuinely solid, first tier academy locked, and his mother Chen Lan was on her feet in the parents section beaming so hard it was visible from the far stands. Up in the envoys box though, I could see Song Wei lean over and say something to Chu Jun, and I could read enough of it off the shape of it. Merman is not rare enough. Merman is a fine race with a ceiling on it, and the top tier academies do not spend recruitment slots on ceilings. Morong Jie of the Ape Clan went next, 9,000 and change. The crowd made a good noise. Then Guo Tian, Student Union President, Berserker Clan, and the announcer took a breath before this one. Population 5,000, which is the cap. Power of Faith, 9,877 per day, 21 intermediate believers. The school record for faith income is 10,000, set 11 years ago, and it is on a plaque in the main hall. 9,877. The stands went up, not politely. Guo Tian stood there in black with his hand on the ball and did not react at all, which is very him, and stepped down. And the boy who had been leaning on the rail beside me said, to nobody, he's going to break it next year and he doesn't even care. Then Xu Ming, Wolf Knight, who greeted the examiner by name and waved to the crowd on the way up because Xu Ming is incapable of doing anything quietly. 9,651, 20 intermediate believers. He came down off the platform, went straight to Guo Tian and grabbed his shoulders. 3 years. He shook him. 3 years, old Guo. Can't you let me win just once? No, said Guo Tian. Then Tao Lily went up and the crowd did not know what to do with it. Ponytail, no entourage, the lowest profile of any of the 4 names on the teacher's list. And an advanced eagle witch, which nobody outside her homeroom had bothered to look up. Population 4,213, power of faith 10,131. The plaque came down, 11 years, and a girl who had not spoken in public all year walked up and broke it while looking at her own shoes. And the light coming out of that ball was violent enough that the front row shielded their eyes. Her homeroom teacher had to sit down, and then Chen Rolan. High deity, mermaid clan, 5,000 believers, at the cap. Power of faith, 11,189 per day, 21 intermediate believers, broke the record again, by 1,000, 15 minutes after it had been broken for the first time in 11 years. The light that came off that crystal ball turned the whole plaza pale blue. Zhou Yan, homeroom teacher of Class 1, laughed out loud in the teacher's block and did not bother to cover it and then turned her head, deliberately, and looked at Xu Jingmei while she did it. Chen Ming sat in the parents section, absolutely rigid, staring at his own daughter, and I have never been able to decide what was happening behind that face. And the school crowned her early. That is the honest word for it. Between the second and third events, every conversation in that plaza had already moved on to how far Chen Roland would go, and where, and with whom. Parents queued up to congratulate Chen Ming, who accepted it well, and who then announced he had booked the Wanjiang Pavilion for the evening, which is the most expensive room in the city and requires 2 weeks' notice, meaning he had booked it before the exam started. Up in the envoys box, Gao Peng was getting ahead of a problem. I'd ask you not to fight over Chen Rolan, he said. The Royal Academy has already taken her. Song Wei smiled at his tea, and Shu Hai, who had spent 4 days being needled about the lowest special recruit in Tianhai's history, finally got one back. The Royal Academy hasn't been to Jiangnan in 3 years, he said pleasantly. The moment they arrive, they pick up a treasure. What luck. Song Wei's smile stayed exactly where it was, which is how you know it landed. Then the announcer called the next name on the list. It was mine, and because the ladder runs in ranking order, and because of where I sat on the divine power ranking going in, which was at the absolute bottom, and because of a scheduling quirk that put the year's lowest ranked deity immediately after the year's highest scoring one, I was standing up to walk to that platform approximately 11 seconds after Chen Roland walked off it, one in the heavens, one on the ground, back to back, in front of 10,000 people. You could not have designed it crueler if you had tried, and I am fairly sure somebody did try. Up in the box, Song Wei twisted the knife one more time, and this one he did in front of the principal. Zhou Kai, he said, is the real top student of Jiangnan No. 1, 3 years first in theory, and a perfect paper today. He turned to Shu Hai with enormous warmth. I heard he was admitted by you all. Congratulations again. Qiu Jun choked on his tea. Down on the field, Class 2 had gone red. All of them, 60 people who had spent a month telling each other that I had stolen a spot, watching me walk out onto a stage where every number in my life was about to be printed a meter high in front of 3 academies and the entire city. They were not worried for me. I want to be precise about that. They were embarrassed. In their heads, I was about to embarrass them, personally, by association, by being from their room. I walked out at a normal speed, and about 2/3 of the way to the platform, I stopped and turned 90 degrees and faced the teacher's block and bowed, not a nod. A full bow, from the waist, held. Xu Jingmei, in the second row, went absolutely white. Pretentious, said Wang Jiwan, loudly. Up in the box, Principal Gao Peng put his cup down. Because Chen Ruolin had bowed too, on her way up, a graceful little bow to the official's platform, which is protocol, and which every student is taught in first year. And what I had just done was walk past the official's platform without looking at it and bow to a homeroom teacher in the second row. In 30 years, Gao Peng said mostly to himself, I have never seen that on this stage. Then, after a moment, what a pity. Down in the crowd, a father in a good coat was talking loudly to the people around him and made the mistake of doing it about half a meter from a very large young man in a hand-painted shirt. Young man, he said, tapping Chubby Chen on the shoulder, delighted with himself. Your friend has the lowest rank of deity there is. What exactly is he going to use to take the title of top scholar? Chubby Chen turned around. I have to describe the man's face here, because Chubby Chen is enormous and he had turned around fast, and the father physically braced. May I ask you something, said Chubby Chen politely. Sure. Just because a person has a high rank, does that mean they're awesome? Does it mean they can do whatever they want? Does it mean they can directly take the title of top scholar? The man blinked. Of course not. Then what the hell are you talking about, said Chubby Chen reasonably. The level of a deity and the title of top scholar do not conflict. And he turned back around to watch, and the father stood there for a while with his mouth slightly open. I put my hand on the crystal ball. Nothing happened. That is not quite true. A light came on. It was white and faint. And if you were more than 20 meters away, you would have had to look for it, and 10,000 people were more than 20 meters away. Somebody in the stands laughed out loud. I'm afraid the crystal ball wasn't even activated. And the plaza went. Chen Ruolan did not laugh. I checked. She was the only person on the ground still watching the ball itself instead of watching me. At the edge of the teacher's block, Xu Jingmei had both hands closed on the rail. She told me afterwards what she was thinking, and it was not about her assessment, and it was not about the school. It was, he is 18. He is an 18-year-old boy with no parents and no family, and he is standing on a stage in front of a city, and 10,000 people are laughing at him, and there is nothing I can do from here. And how is he going to survive the next 4 minutes? I stood there with my hand on the ball for 5 minutes. That is how long it takes. A crystal ball reading a deity of appropriate rank takes 10 seconds. Mine took 5 minutes. And everybody assumed it was malfunctioning. And for 4 of those minutes, the laughter kept restarting in waves every time it began to die down. Then the ball fired. A wall of light went up off that platform, and the numbers came out of it, and they came out at a size the back rows could read, and 10,000 mouths in a single venue opened at the same time, wide enough to swallow an egg. The plaza went silent so fast that you could hear a bird. Lin Chen, lowest level god, Purin clan. Population, 5,000. Power of faith, 16,784 per day. Intermediate believers, none. Somewhere in the 3rd tier, a boy started counting the digits out loud. 1, 6, 7, 8, 4. And then again, from the beginning, because he did not believe himself the first time. 16,784. Chen Rolan, the school genius, holder of the record set 11 minutes earlier, had 11,189. I was over her by more than 5,000 a day, from farmers. The examiner at the platform came over with a face like a man diffusing something, and asked me very courteously whether I would be willing to test again. On a different ball, immediately, and half that plaza breathed out in relief, because there it was. There was the explanation. The instrument was faulty. Of course it was faulty. Everything is fine. Up in the stands, Xu Ming turned to Guo Tian. Old Guo. His voice had gone strange. Do you think the monster Zhou is really going to rise again? That is what they called me for 3 years, incidentally. Monster Zhou. I had never heard it said out loud in front of me until that day. I told you a long time ago, said Guo Tian without taking his eyes off the platform, that Zhou Kai is no simple character. Second ball. They read it out digit by digit this time, over the announcement system. Because the examiner wanted no possible ambiguity. 1, 6, 7, 8, 4. Identical. Not close. Identical to the unit. And into that silence, from somewhere in the middle of the crowd, came a single enormous belly laugh. Did you see that? Chubby Chen, with both arms in the air, revolving slowly so that the entire plaza could get the shirt. That's my buddy! Then a man stepped out of the crowd, and the day changed shape. Chen Ming, head of the Chen family, father of the girl whose title I had just taken. Principal Zhou, examiners. He pitched it to carry, and it carried. I suspect that Zhou Kai has taken some kind of drug. The plaza inhaled. A lowest level deity. 5,000 believers at cap in 4 months. 16,000 faith a day with not one intermediate believer to generate it. He turned in a half circle so everybody got it. I am not accusing, I am asking, I demand that his divine power be tested. And here's the thing, it was not stupid, that is what made it dangerous. 3 years ago, there was a national scandal, a boy in the eastern provinces who tested at numbers like that and turned out to be on something that burned 20 years off his life to do it, and it went all the way to the ministry. And the precedent exists, and everybody in that plaza had heard of it. So the venue roared its agreement. Students, parents, teachers, and Song Wei of the Royal Academy, who stood up in the envoy's box and said, in a carrying voice, that the Royal Academy would consider it improper if the request were refused. As long as one is human, they cannot escape one truth. Admitting that somebody else is genuinely better than you is the hardest thing a person is ever asked to do, and almost nobody does it, and what they do instead is look for the drug. And then a woman walked out onto the field and stood in front of me. Xu Jingmei, homeroom teacher, class 2, lower god, 35 years old, no family name that anybody in that plaza would recognize. If you have evidence, she said to Chen Ming, then test him. That is your right. She did not raise her voice, which made it worse for him. But right now, you do not have one shred of proof. So on what grounds are you testing my student? Chen Ming started to answer. Then Song Wei said something from the box about academy standards. And Xu Jingmei turned around and looked up at a top-tier academy envoy and told him in front of 10,000 people that this was a Jiangnan No. 1 matter and that he had no standing to interfere in it, an envoy from the Royal Academy, in public. And then Principal Gao Peng said, without getting up, Teacher Wu is correct. This is indeed a matter concerning our Jiangnan No. 1 middle school. She turned back to me, and she put a hand on my arm. It's okay, she said quietly, just to me. Teacher is here. It is the only place in this entire story where I did not have a plan. I had been managing that plaza. I had been managing Chen Ming and Song Wei and the examiner in my own face, running the whole room like a board, and I was doing fine. And then a 35-year-old teacher who could not have beaten a single person in that box put herself between me and all of it and said 4 words, and I had to look at the ground for a second. Then Gao Ping called me up to the officials' platform and took me somewhere. I have been inside my own divine realm every day for 8 years. I was not prepared for someone else's. A high god's world is not a place, it is a horizon in every direction including down. There was no edge to it. I could not find the edge with divine sense, and I tried. Do you know, said Gao Peng, the rise of a powerhouse is never smooth sailing. He was not looking at me, he was looking out over his own endless country. Sometimes we face a great deal of questioning, misunderstanding, and even hostility, not because we did wrong, because we did well, and it was inconvenient. The principal actually believes in me? He turned around. You are the first person in the history of this school to dominate the ranking list year after year without a break, he said. If somebody else told me they had created a miracle, I would not believe them. He shrugged, and he was a fat man in plain clothes again. But you, I believe in you. Then test me, I said. I would like it on record. I am completely upright, and I have nothing to fear. He nodded once. Then he stepped into my divine realm, and I went in behind him, and that is where things got interesting. A high god came down into my divine realm and landed on the plain east of the village, and I had exactly no time to warn anybody. He got about 4 steps. Then the ground ahead of him filled up with 1,000 men in matching steel in a formation that closed off the entire approach to the village in under 9 seconds. Shields locked, 2nd rank leveled, 3rd rank loading. State your name immediately. That was Chen Han. On a warhorse, out front, alone, with a Zhuje divine crossbow up and aimed at the chest of an entity that could have ended his entire species by deciding to. Gao Peng kept walking. Chen Han fired. I want to be extremely clear that I did not order that and would not have. My general looked at a high god, understood exactly what he was looking at, and pulled the trigger anyway, because nobody had identified himself and there were 5,000 civilians behind him. Gao Peng caught the bolt out of the air with 2 fingers. Then he stood there and looked at it for a noticeably long time, turning it, checking the head, checking the fletching, and I could see him doing arithmetic he did not enjoy, because that bolt had come in at a velocity and a penetration value that a high god recognizes. And what a high god recognizes it as is roughly equivalent to the basic offensive skill of an advanced race. Out of a crossbow, made of steel, held by a farmer. Boy, he said over his shoulder without turning around. Principal, your general has just shot me. Yes. Chen Han's legs were shaking. I could see it from 30 meters up. Both of them, visibly, the whole time. And he had not moved a centimeter, and his shoulders were square. Gao Peng asked him why. I am afraid, said Chen Han. I am the general of this divine domain, personally appointed by the main god. Behind me is my divine domain and my clan members. If we fall, I must be the first one. Nobody said anything for a bit after that. Then Gao Peng went on the inspection, and I walked him through it, and he did not say very much. Rows of houses on a grid, some of them better built than dwarf clan work, and he said so out loud. Drainage, a road surface, 400 children in a stone school, a medical hall, a parade ground, fields under rotation with a planting elder who could tell him the yield per unit area from memory. Every single person we passed had a job and could tell him what it was. Then we got to the part of the test that actually matters. The standard divine power verification involves cracking open a believer's mind and reading it directly. That is how you find a drugged realm. Because you cannot fake a believer's memory of the last 4 months. It takes about 2 seconds and it does not injure them, and every examiner in the country does it. Gao Peng stopped in front of a woman carrying water, looked at her, and put his hands behind his back. No, he said. Principal? This is a student's privacy. He walked on. He never read a single one of them. He tested my realm on the strength of what he could see with his eyes, on a public accusation, with a Royal Academy envoy waiting outside, because he had decided that opening my believers' heads in front of me was beneath the office he holds. I have not forgotten that either. On his way out, something crossed the sky above him. It was a chicken, carrying a baby. Gao Peng stopped midair. Then he dropped about 40 meters to get a better look, which is when Little Red banked and looked up at him. I was not close enough to hear anything. I was close enough to see a high god of the Wolverine clan and a domestic bird make eye contact, and I saw Gao Peng's expression change. Chen Yu climbed down off it, dropped the last half meter, landed on her feet, and then bowed like an adult at a formal reception. Uncle, are you a friend of Big Brother Main God? Gao Peng crouched down. He is not a man who crouches. What's your name, little one? Chen Yu. He looked at her for a while, and I could see him trying, and I could see it not working. Because a high god's perception should go through a 3-year-old like light through a window, and it was not going through. He raised one hand to check her properly. The chicken clucked. Once. I have never felt anything like what came off that courtyard. It was not divine power. It was intent, pure and specific and aimed, the kind of thing that tells your body a decision has already been made about you. Principal Gao Peng, High God, the strongest being in Jiangnan City, took his hand back, said something pleasant to the child, and left my divine realm at a brisk walk with his heart going like a drum. He told me afterwards he had never in 30 years been threatened by poultry. Outside, 5 minutes had passed, and 10,000 people had watched the principal stand motionless with his eyes shut and had reached a conclusion. Damn, I said it. He must have cheated. Look at the principal's face. 5 minutes. It never takes 5 minutes. Chen Ming was already composing his statement. I watched him do it. Gao Peng opened his eyes. Jokai, he said. The plaza held. Divine power test. Valid. He did not say it politely. He put it through the announcement array at a volume that rattled the stands. And then he said it again. Because he is a fat man in plain clothes who had just been made to do something he found distasteful, and he wanted the people who made him do it to hear it twice. Wang Zhuan stood up in the middle of class 2 and said, Impossible, impossible. And then a security cordon of 6 men was breached by a single overweight 17-year-old in a hand-painted shirt who went through the middle of it like a landslide and hit me at full speed. My buddy, Chen Haoyu, my buddy, everyone. Behind him, Zhao Tian arrived at a dead run and stopped, deeply confused, and asked why we were hugging in front of 10,000 people. And Chubby Chen, without letting go, explained that this is what men of great character do when one of them wins. And Zhao Tian nodded seriously and filed it away as etiquette. Then Xu Jingmei got through. She stopped in front of me and looked at me for a second. You hit it deep enough, she said, even keeping it from your teacher. Teacher, I wanted to tell you. I looked at her. But you poured the water away. She hit me on the arm. Then she turned around so I could not see her face and told everyone to get back to their seats. First place in the divine power test. 2 events. 2 first places. Nobody in the history of Jiangnan No. 1 has ever taken 3, and the third one was the Battle of Believers, and that was the one everybody had left. The consolation began again, and this time it was almost desperate. Fine, fine, but the battle is pure strength. Faith income doesn't fight, farmers fight. He can have 16,000 a day. What are they going to do? Plow at us? And every single person in that plaza with a stake in the outcome quietly began to pray they would draw me. The draw is seeded off the divine power ranking with a plus or minus 10 window, which is a rule that exists to stop the top seed from farming the bottom seed in round 1. Wang Jiwan did not know that. I hope I can draw him, he announced to the row in front of him. I sincerely hope I can draw him. Chen Mei turned around in her seat and laughed in his face. Chen Mei, who is short and gets average grades and has never said a hard word to anybody in 3 years. You aren't qualified to fight him, she said. Then the board went up. Lin Chen versus Jiang Chongshan. Number 1 in the divine power ranking against number 3, student union president, Berserker clan. 9,877 a day and 21 intermediate believers. And a nickname that the crowd started chanting before the announcer had finished. Low race killer. He has that name because he has never, in 3 years of school tournaments, lost to a lower tier race, and because he does not go easy, and because berserkers do not have a mechanism for going easy. Second bracket, Lai Qianyi versus Song Jiajia. The 2 record breakers in round 1 because the seeding put them adjacent. Up in the stands, Shuming grabbed Guo Tian by both shoulders. Old Guo, listen to me. We have been suppressed by that monster for 3 years. 3 years of second place in theory. 3 years of him at the top of every list. And now he's in front of you. He shook him. You have to vent our frustrations for us. Guo Tian looked across the field at me. I'll try, he said. Everybody gets 3 minutes with their believers before a match. I watched what the other students did with it because I was curious, and every single one of them did the same thing. They went in and briefed. Enemy race, enemy numbers, known skills, formations, weaknesses, and a plan delivered in detail, at speed, to a room full of commanders taking notes. I went in, found Chen Han on the parade ground, and said 2 words, be ready. Yes, Chief God. And I came back out because I was not building an army for a school tournament. I was building an army for a world where nobody is going to hand my general a briefing packet. And if Chen Han can only win when I tell him what is on the other side of the hill, then I do not have a general, I have a very expensive megaphone. Chen Roland and I came out of our realms at the same moment. We were the only 2 in the entire field who came out early. I noticed, she noticed that I noticed, and up in the box, 3 academy envoys and a principal noticed both of us, and one of them wrote something down. The projection came up over the arena and the crowd made a noise. 1,800 berserkers, 2 meters tall on average, bare-chested because armor slows them down and they have never needed it. Battle axes. Some of them were already going red around the eyes just from being lined up. Against that, on the other side of the field, 1,000 men in matching diamond metal armor in 8 blocks, with a general on a warhorse in a silver helmet out front, holding a rare grade trident. And the lines. That is what got the crowd, before anything happened. Those lines were straight from the front, straight from the side, and straight on the diagonal. And there is no way to fake that, and no reason to be able to do it unless somebody has drilled it for years. Somebody in the stands, genuinely lost. Is this the Purin clan? Song Wei, in the box, did the sensible analysis out loud. There are 1,800 berserkers and Zhou Kai has 1,000 men, numbers and race. This is over in 10 minutes. The berserkers charged at the drop. They did not form up. They do not form up. 1,800 of them came across that field in a single mass because that has worked every time for their entire history. My formation opened, shields to the front, locked. Crossbows behind them, in the gaps. Melee interspersed through the line rather than massed, so there is no soft section anywhere. Chen Han let them come to 50 meters. Archers, fire. 500 or 600 bolts went out in one volley, and better than 100 berserkers went down inside of 2 seconds at a dead run, and the ones behind them ran over the top and kept coming. Because berserkers do not adapt, that is the entire strategic truth of berserkers. They are too committed to change tactics mid-charge, and they have never had to. Then the front rank hit the shields. Xiong Feng led it. Their chief, 500 Jin of strength, which is a number that means he can take a city gate off its hinges, and he came in with a full overhead swing at a single locked shield. The impact went through the whole line. The man behind that shield made a sound, and Xiongfeng looked down at his own hands. His axe had come apart, not chipped, come apart at the head, on impact with a piece of armor plate held by a farmer, and the farmer was in pain, and the shield did not have a mark on it. Up in the box, Gao Peng said one word, advanced quality armor. Song Wei turned around. Impossible. Look at the plate. Principal, that is a full 1,000 sets, all identical. Song Wei was leaning forward now. Nobody equips 1,000 men in matching advanced grade armor. The Chen family cannot equip 1,000 men in matching advanced grade armor. Then a sword came out through the gap between two shields, straight and fast at hip height, and took a berserker off his feet. And that was advanced grade 2. And Chubby Chen, from the middle of the crowd at maximum volume, said the thing that 10,000 people were arriving at simultaneously. Damn, it's equipment dominance. Xiong Feng went red-eyed. Berserker bloodline, strength up, speed up, pain response gone, and intelligence down, which is the trade and which is why nobody has ever beaten the Berserker clan with cleverness alone. There is a window where they simply cannot be reasoned with because there is nobody in there to reason with. He could not break the shield line, so he jumped it. 500 Jin of Berserker Chief went over the top of my formation and landed inside it, and what happened next was not a fight, it was a fox in a chicken run. Purin soldiers went into the air, not down, into the air, dozens of meters, 3 and 4 at a time, and every Berserker on that field followed him over. Zhou Kai has lost, said the stands, and the relief in it was enormous. You could hear the whole plaza settle back into the shape of the world it understood. Then Chen Han, from his horse, at a volume that got over 1,800 howling berserkers. Change formation. And the square came apart and became a circle, not a retreat, a circle, closing, with the men who had been the second rank pivoting outward and the men who had been the flanks folding in, executed at speed on open ground with the enemy already inside the perimeter. 400 or 500 berserkers trapped inside the ring, 400 or 500 stranded outside it. And the outside group now had to break through a shield wall from the wrong side to reach their own chief. Wang Jiwan laughed out loud in the stands, because to him it looked like my formation had been split in half. Then a few hundred of my soldiers stepped back off the wall and raised the Zhuge divine crossbows. The first volley picked a bloodline-boosted berserker off his feet and carried him backwards, and he came down and slid and left a scrape in the packed dirt of the arena floor you could see from the top tier. Guo Tian came out of his seat. Rare weapon? Because a Zhuge divine crossbow of that grade is worth over 10 million hua each, and I had hundreds of them, in the hands of farmers, being fired at a rate of about 4 bolts a second. Didn't they say he was poor? Somebody said, in something close to despair. The house he rents doesn't cost more than 300 a month. Shh. Wang Jiwan, arms folded, chin up. So it's just equipment. Trash is still trash. And Chubby Chen, 3 rows over, without even turning his head. Haven't you heard the saying? Money is also a part of strength. They did not break, but their numbers fell faster. 1,000. 800. 600. Guo Tian, Chen Han called out across the field at the end of it. You have already lost. Withdraw them. And up in the stands, Guo Tian said quietly to himself more than anybody. In the Berserker clan's dictionary, there is no word for retreat. Xiong Feng was the last one standing. He was in the middle of a ring of shields, with no axe, with his own clan on the ground all around him, and my soldiers had stopped closing because Chen Han had raised a hand. Chief of the Berserkers, Chen Han said, it is finished. Xiong Feng has beaten orcs. Xiong Feng has beaten wolf knights. Xiong Feng has spent his entire existence as the strongest thing on any field he has ever walked onto. He went down onto the dirt and cried like a child, out loud in front of 10,000 people. And nobody in that plaza laughed, which I thought said something good about them. Then the holy rain of the gods came down over the arena and the wounded got up, both sides. That is the mercy built into the school system, and it is a real mercy. It does not raise the dead. Nothing raises the dead. Up in the officials box, the chief examiner wrote his private note on the match. And I got a copy of it 2 years later from a person who should not have given it to me. It was not equipment alone. In Legion integration and combat quality, the Purin clan exceeded the Berserker clan by several times. Second bracket, Chen Ruolan against Tao Lili. Eagle witches come out in black robes and they cast faster than anything in that year, which is their entire proposition. They opened with insect attack before the mermaids had finished forming, and then beast attack straight on top of it, and the mermaid water shield started coming apart under the second wave. I hereby declare, announced Chubby Chen standing up, the mermaids the absolute winners. The entire plaza laughed, including, I noticed, Tao Lili. Then the mermaid elders started to chant, and every mermaid on that field lit up green. Healing. Clan-wide, sustained healing, on a race that already outnumbers and outranges its opponent. That is the elf's skill. She had not just bought a spirit at auction and put it in a cupboard. She had taught it to her entire clan in 4 months. And nobody in that plaza except me knew where it had come from. Then, Ayla, god of water. Sea waterfall. The sky over that half of the arena opened and came down. Tao Lili conceded before it landed. Correctly, which left the final. And the tradition attached to it, which is that the 2 finalists face each other in a personal duel of realms with the school championship on it. Both of us bowed to accept. That does not happen. The tradition is old, and what usually happens is one finalist accepts, and the other is essentially press-ganged into it by the crowd. because one of them always knows they are going to lose. Two people bowing at the same time made a sound go through that plaza. It's here, somebody said. The battle we've been waiting for 3 years. Song Wei did the analysis again, because Song Wei is a professional, and his analysis was good. Mermaid Clan, advanced, 5,000, with clan-wide healing and area denial. Purin Clan, 1,000. Ground troops, ranged weapons. He set his cup down. Competing in range against a water caster is asking to die. Jokai's equipment advantage does not exist at 400 meters. This is over. Since Jokai could create one miracle, said Shuhai, why can't he create a second one? Or a third? Down in the crowd, Chubby Chen was shouting, a perfect match, woohoo, and an entire row of boys had their fists clenched at their sides in a way I chose not to interpret. Chen Roland walked up to the line beside me. Having such a strong desire to win, she said without looking over, doesn't seem like your style. They'll have to face it sooner or later. I watched my 1,000 form up. I'm just letting them adapt early. You mean you're using me for practice? You don't seem like such a petty woman. There was a pause. Who do you think has a better chance? She said. A 60-40 split. She waited. I did not tell her which way. The examiner standing between us coughed hard, twice, and then glared at both of us, because there is a time and a place for whatever that was, and there was still a functioning human being standing between the two of us trying to run a tournament. My first legion came onto the field at about 900. 300 had not gotten up from the berserkers. Their arrows died on the water shield, all of them. 600 bolts of volley into a wall of moving water that closed behind everyone. The match is decided, said Chen Ming in the stands and breathed out. Then the water bullets started coming back the other way, and a shield bearer who had survived a full-strength berserker axe got picked up and carried 8 men deep into his own formation. Chen Han dispersed immediately. Loose order, wide spacing, no mass target. Textbook, if the textbook had existed, which it did not because he wrote it, and then the chant landed. ALA, God of Water, sea waterfall. The sky over my army opened, not rain. The arena filled, meters of seawater across the entire field in seconds. And I want you to understand something about the Purin clan, which is that they come from a wasteland with one river, and most of them have never been in water deeper than a well. Men were screaming. Armor that had made them invincible for 2 matches was now 40 kilos of anchor. My general was in the middle of it on a horse that could not swim either. And for the first time since I had known him, Chen Han's face had nothing on it at all. He had met something that men cannot fight. You do not outdrill an ocean. You've lost, said Chen Roland beside me quietly. Call it. Your believers are going to die. I did not answer her. I was watching one man, Jokai, still watching. Because months earlier, on a parade ground, I had said one sentence to that man, and I had not said it as a slogan. I had said it because he had come to me with a problem he could not solve, and I did not have an answer either. If there is no path to success in the world, then walk out a path for yourself. Chen Han's head came up out of the water. Where is the Death God camp? They answered him from underneath it. 100 men. The elite 100 I had pulled out of the Legion and given to Chen Han for specialist training. And I had never asked what he was training them for, and this is the point at which I found out. First Legion, he was hoarse and treading water, and 800 men heard him. Hear my command, assist the Death God camp in breaking through. With everything you have. The ones who could swim took hold of Chen Han and lifted him, and the ones who could not swim went down. They dove, on purpose, in full plate, and got their feet on the arena floor and stood up and became the pillars that the swimmers were standing on. Rank on rank of them, holding each other's shoulders, forming a structure out of their own bodies under the water so that the men above them could get high enough. They were taking in seawater the whole time, all of them. You could see it in the way the column shuddered. Is it worth it? Chen Roland said. Her voice had changed. Jokai, is it actually worth it for a school tournament? I said nothing. You're a lunatic. And I said, because she had earned an answer and because it was true. Have you ever seen a real war? She looked at me. I have. Then the column reached its height, and the men at the top threw Chen Han. They threw their own general, and then a dozen more of the Death God camp behind him, straight up and clear over the top of the water shield. He came down hard on the far side on solid ground, alone, in front of 5,000 mermaids. He got up. He raised the trident. Brothers of the Death God camp, kill. They took the shield generators from the inside. Once the caster ring breaks, the waterfall collapses. And once the waterfall collapses, the field drains, and 900 armored men with rare-grade weapons are standing on dry ground inside a formation of casters. It was a fox in a chicken run again, and this time it was mine. Chen Han went through the middle of that formation like something out of a story, soaked to the shoulders, covered in things I am not going to describe, with a trident that had stopped being a weapon and become a fact. Enough, said Chen Roland. I turned. I concede. She had lost it the moment they came over the shield, and she knew it before anybody else in that plaza did, and she called it while there were still 5,000 of her people standing, which is the single most competent thing anybody did on that field all day, and nobody gave her any credit for it at all. The applause came in waves, not one burst. Wave after wave, dying and starting again for close to 2 minutes, which I am told has happened at that school exactly twice. Up in the box, Shu Hai was saying good to nobody and hitting the rail with his palm. Zhou Kai versus Chen Rolan, Lin Chen wins. Chen Ming was holding the rail in front of his seat with both hands. Wang Jiwan had gone the color of paper. Chen Rolan crossed the field and bowed to me, properly. I hope next time, she said, I can beat you. Once. You won't have the chance, Chen number 2. She rolled her eyes so hard that I am amazed they came back. The single examiner still standing between us visibly took damage. Then Principal Gao Peng came out to the front of the platform, and the plaza went quiet on its own. The champion of this year's Grand Unified Examination, he said, is Zhou Kai. He waited. He is also the only person since the founding of this school to take first place in all 3 categories. Achievement unlocked. Grand Unified Examination Champion. Reward, 1 million points. And down in the stands, the crowd delivered its final verdict on me, and it was not admiration exactly, it was closer to surrender. A monster is a monster after all. The 3 prize fruits went straight back to Zhao Cheng to resell. He held them in both hands and looked at them for a long moment. Back and forth, he said. I did not expect these things to end up in my hands again. 15 million each, bought by the principal from my own shop, awarded to me on a stage. And returned to inventory inside the hour. That is the entire arms trade in one transaction, and I have never found a cleaner illustration of it. In the crowd, Chubby Chen was educating Zhao Tian. The word, he was explaining, is gaoji. It means to be good friends. Very good friends. It's a cultured word. You wouldn't know it. Gaoji. Right, so you and me, we should gaoji together. Then let's gaoji, said Zhao Tian with enormous sincerity, right now. I had to steady myself against a railing. Then Director He, in the middle of congratulating me, let slip that he had known about the excavator for weeks. There was a pause. Principal Gao Peng turned around very slowly. You knew, he said, that a student in this school possessed an unidentified construction apparatus of unknown origin. Weeks ago. And your report is where, exactly? Director He wrote a 3,000-word self-reflection. Then Vice Principal Huang Hao, who had been standing there enjoying it enormously, said that as the Vice Principal he would also require a copy. And Director He said that surely one was enough. And Huang Hao said, is a Vice Principal not a principal? 2 self-reflections. 6,000 words. He was still complaining about it at graduation. Can you leaders, said Xu Jingmei, mind your image in front of the students? All 3 of them straightened up, and then I asked the question that the entire year had been for. Principal, I know I entered through the special admission quota. I kept my voice completely level, but I did take the top spot in all 3 events. I was wondering about Teacher Wu's advanced professional title. The plaza noise carried on around us. Xu Jingmei's head came round. Zhou Kai. No problem, said Gao Peng. That is all he said. 2 words, from a high god, in a courtyard, on a Tuesday. I have made a lot of deals since. I have moved sums of money that would frighten a provincial treasury. That is still the best trade I have ever closed. Xu Jingmei did not thank me. She looked at me for a long moment with an expression I could not read at all, and then she said something about the paperwork and walked off toward the teacher's block, and she did not look back, and her shoulders were not right. Chubby Chen beside me said, is she crying? No. She's definitely. She is not crying, Chen Haoyu. Inside, my realm was quiet. 311 dead, not injured, dead, and the holy rain does not touch the dead. They were laid out in rows on the parade ground under cloth, and Chen Han was standing at the end of the first row with his helmet off and his eyes red, and he had been standing there for what the realm's clock said was 11 hours. You performed very well today, I said. No. Chen Han. No, Chief God. He did not turn round. If I had detected the enemy casting sea waterfall in time, they would not have died. I watched the mermaid elders form a ring, and I read it as a defensive posture. It was not a defensive posture. I stood next to him for a while. Chen Han, remember this. He looked over. You are a general. A general never makes mistakes on the battlefield. If you lose, it only proves that your tactics were not executed well. He did not understand it that day. He understood it about a year later, on a much worse field, and when he did, he came and found me to say so. Orders. A monument for military merit, in stone, in the square, with every one of the 311 names on it, a grand burial. Their families provided for permanently out of the domain treasury, which had not existed until I invented it that afternoon specifically so that the sentence would be true. Then, to Chen Yong, prepare yourself. The divine domain is about to undergo a major change. For the next period of time, you might be very tired. Yes, Chief God, about 2 million points banked. And in my system store, scrolling up past the most advanced technology I recognized, past things I could not afford and things I had never heard of, there was a category with a lock on it. Not grayed out. Locked. No name, no price, no description. I looked at that lock for a while. In the stands, Chen Ming was saying the correct fatherly thing. Never mind, you did your best. Chen Roland said nothing. He got about 4 steps and turned back. Roland, are you very close with Jokai? I suppose we're friends. He looked at her for a second longer, and then said nothing at all and walked away, which from Chen Ming is a paragraph. Inside her own realm, which is 2/3 seawater, 503 of hers were dead. 90 of those had gone to the Eagle Witches, the rest were mine. And she did something that afternoon that I only heard about years later, and which is the reason I have never once underestimated her. She summoned her senior elder, the one who had led the chant. You faced a race with weaker talent than ours, she said. Fewer numbers than ours, no bloodline, no magic, no healing, and you fought like that. Have you reflected on where our weaknesses lie? Close combat, main god. What else? The elder had nothing. War is not just a clash of strength, she said. It is a clash of wisdom and tactics. She got that off me. She had watched it happen once and taken the whole lesson home the same day, and she did not have a system to tell her anything. Chen Yong brought me 10 people. He had them lined up outside the academy, scrubbed and terrified, and he presented them the way you present a proposal you have already checked twice. Average intelligence across the entire Purin clan at that point was 69.99. It had been under 30 when I arrived, a 2.33 times increase across 5,000 people in 8 years from schools. For reference, Chen Yu, who was a toddler, was at nearly 80. These 10, said Chen Yong, are the ones who ask why. That is how he picked them. Not top of the class, not fastest. The ones who could not stop asking why, who annoyed their teachers, who came back after lessons with objections. I made them the Divine Realm's first scientists. Then I spent 1.5 million points in a single sitting, which is more than I had spent in the previous 4 years combined. Higher education curriculum, gunpowder data, on energy. And I want to be precise about what those are, because it matters. The system does not sell blueprints for technology. It sells reference material. Data tables, principles, observations, the underlying physics. It will tell you that a certain mixture combusts and give you the ratios and the failure modes. It will not give you a cannon. They have to invent the cannon. Chen Yong carried the stack away with both arms and his chin on top of it and did not put it down for a day and a half. Then I went and had round 2 with the chicken. Little red. Friendly, open hands. I mean no harm. I simply noticed that your feathers need trimming, purely a grooming matter. The chase lasted 9 minutes. It bit me twice. I got 1 feather. The system declined to recycle it. 1 fire feather per catalog entry, apparently, and I had already banked that 500,000, and no amount of standing there in a chicken run holding a feather changed the panel. Then Chen Yu arrived. The transformation was immediate and total. The animal that had just spent 9 minutes attempting to remove my eyes went limp, drooped both wings, made a small pitiful sound, and leaned against her leg. She stroked its head. Main godbrother is only examining you, she said seriously. He means no harm. The chicken made another sound. And then I looked at Chen Yu's hair. Look, I am not proud. But she is a child who does not age, born under a sky that opened for her, with an intelligence score of 80 at 3 years old and a system panel that shows nothing at all. And I am a scientist, or at least I employ 10 of them. The chicken rolled its eyes at me. I, a dignified main god, was being looked down upon by poultry. Just 1 strand, I said to Chen Yu, crouching, in my gentlest voice with the scissors out. It'll be quick. It won't hurt at all. Be good. She held very still and closed her eyes. Crack. The hair did not come out. The scissors snapped. Rare metal scissors, made by Chen Kong, 10-year waterproof, rust-proof, guaranteed against a rock. Both blades, at the pivot. Chen Yu opened 1 eye, and behind me, the chicken clucked, and this time there was absolutely no ambiguity about the tone. Shu Hai came to my rented room personally to deliver the admission letter, and I watched a Tianhai Academy envoy look around a place with 1 window and a shared tap and decide not to say anything about it. The letter is heavy paper with a sea shark embossed on it. Report in 1 month, bring nothing. And down at the bottom in the placement field, outer court. Let me explain what that means, since it took me about 4 seconds and cost me most of the following year. Tianhai Academy has two halves. The inner court is the academy, 10,000 students a year, the elders, the resources, the tournaments, the reason the name means anything. The outer court is where they put the special recruits and the connections, 50-odd students a year, all admitted by somebody's favor, and the entire continent's opinion of it fits into a nickname that I heard used to my face within 9 minutes of arriving, the trash court. With my results, I said, I should be eligible for the inner court. 3 firsts, school champion. You are a special recruit. Shuhai would not look up. Your placement was decided on the Huago admissions list months ago before the examination. I cannot change it. Is it that you cannot decide, I said, or that you do not want to? He looked up then. I am just a divine envoy for admissions, he said. How could I have any bad intentions? Chen Roland turned up at my door 2 days before she left for the capital. Light blue. Standing considerably closer than the doorway required, we talked about nothing for about 4 minutes, which for us is a marathon, and then she stopped and hesitated, and I watched the most composed person in that school visibly work up to something. She held up 3 fingers, then, after a second, 4. Can I enter your divine realm and take a look? That's the ask? I promise I won't tell anyone. I opened the gate, then I remembered, about a second and a half too late, that a person entering another god's realm does not automatically get flight rights, and that we were about 800 meters up. I caught her hand on the way past. She did not scream. She did not say anything at all for a moment. She just hung there, looking down, with her hair going straight up, and then said, in a completely level voice, "Thank you." We went down slowly. Below us, houses in a grid all the way to the tree line, field boundaries laid out on a survey, a road with a camber on it, the academy at the top of the rise with 400 children in the yard, smoke going up straight out of chimneys that all worked. So beautiful, she said. Then, after a while, from up in the air, with her arms folded, it seems a bit small. 20 square kilometers, she has 300. Down below, Chen Yang caught sight of the two of us descending together with her hand still in mine. And I watched a man with an intelligence score of 220 arrive at an entirely wrong conclusion at enormous speed. He bowed to the ground. We greet the goddess Lingxi. Chen Yang, the goddess Lingxi has come. And then he grabbed Chen Yu, who had come running with the dog, and hauled her bodily back toward the houses. Dad, I'm not hungry. No. You are hungry. But Dad, the main god is wooing a goddess, he hissed, at a volume that carried across half the village, and a milk baby should not be a third wheel. Chen Roland did not react to any of this, which was gracious of her, and then pointed at a red shape circling above the breeding farm. That is not an ordinary chicken. No. What is it? I don't know its origin either, I said. I figure I'll only find out after I kill it later. Behind us, in the air, the chicken's flight path developed a wobble. Then she asked the real question, the one she had come for, and she asked it standing in the middle of my main street. How on earth did you do it? They're just the Purin clan. Life, I said. She waited. If a race can live stably, they will become powerful. That's it. That's the whole mechanism. If they worry about food and drink all day, every day, for their entire lives, they can never become strong, because there is nothing left in a person after that. I pointed at the school. Nobody in that building is hungry. That is the entire secret, and I am telling it to you for free, because you won't be able to use it. She thought about that for a long time. Then she announced that she was going to start raising chickens, and that is how 2 top students of Jiangnan No. 1 came to spend 40 minutes in a village square in deep technical discussion of scientific poultry farming, covering feed conversion, co-op density, disease control, and optimal slaughter weight, while approximately 4 meters behind us, a red bird stood absolutely rigid with its pupils blown wide, listening to every word. The last week, people started coming back, classmates who had not said a word to me in 5 months, a boy who had unfriended me publicly, 2 teachers, somebody's uncle with a business proposal. I turned all of them down, politely, every single one. I am not proud of how much I enjoyed it. Chubby Chen cried at the send-off, and it took me a while to establish that he was not crying about me. She transferred me, he sobbed with a chicken leg in his hand. Teacher Wu actually transferred me into her class. For next year. Congratulations. You don't understand. My father is going to hear about this and think I did something. He took a bite. These chickens your Purin clan raise are so good. I want to awaken a Purin clan in the future, too. Chen Haoyu, that isn't how. By the way, pack 2 for me. Xu Jingmei's send-off was shorter. A so-called higher institution, she said, is very different from a school. It's half a society. There are people there who will be pleasant to your face for 4 years. She straightened my collar, which did not need straightening. When you're out there, pay attention to your safety. Then she stopped and looked at me properly. Forget it. You're such a slick character. I don't need to worry. Then she tried to give the fruit back. Teacher, 30 million hua. She pushed the box at me. This is your reward. You won it. I grew them. She stopped with the box halfway across. You what? I grew them, in the realm. I have a tree. She looked at the box, then at me, then at the box. Outside, in the streets of Jiangnan that month, con men were selling ordinary supermarket ginkgo at treasure prices to desperate people, and 3 of them got arrested, and the price of the real thing went up again. 10 days later, my divine power hit 90,000, 216 days since awakening. The national record from awakening to lower god is 250. Zhao Cheng saw me off at the array with 100 million in Tianxing banknotes, which are the only kind that clear in every province, and an arrangement for a courier every month in both directions. Don't get cheated, he said. Old Zhao. I mean it. City people are. He stopped. He is a city person. Just don't. The teleport array to Huahai City costs 100,000 Hua per trip, because spatial arrays can only be built by high deities, and high deities charge accordingly. 5 of us went from Jiangnan No. 1, Guo Tian, Tao Lili, Han Bo, Ding Jai, Guo Liang. All 5 of them were extremely polite to me for the entire journey, which was new. Guo Tian waited until the last leg, and then asked it straight. Zhou Kai, where do you think I lost that day? Tao Lili answered before I could. Your equipment was utterly crushed. Thank you, Tao Lili. You're welcome. I was asking him. Actually, I said, how is your family background? He blinked. Middling? My father runs 3 quarries. Then here's the answer. Your berserkers are physically superior to my farmers in every measurable way. Put them in Purin-grade plate with Purin-grade weapons and they roughly double. Someone like Xu Ming would absolutely not be your match. I let that sit for exactly as long as it needed. I'll give you 1 set free, to try. Guotian is an honest man and he did not see any of it coming. Huahai City is about 10 times Jiangnan. That is not a figure of speech. I checked the districts. A senior sister named Xu Mei met the incoming freshman at the array with a clipboard and a smile that was doing real work. Warm, chatty, remembered names, asked about the journey, laughed at Hanbo's joke, which was not funny. Now, she said brightly, is anyone here for the outer court? There was a pause. The top scholar of Jiangnan No. 1 middle school, 3 firsts, school champion, raised his hand. Her warmth went out like a switch. The entrance for the outer court, she said, pointing, without looking at me, is over there. Behind me, Hanbo exhaled with his whole chest. It's good that he's going to the outer court, he said to Ding Ji, not quite quietly enough. I finally don't have to repeat the nightmare of being suppressed by him for 3 years. At the outer court gate, there was a senior brother waiting with a folding table and a stack of round cushions, thinning hair, carefully arranged, warm smile. He had already gotten 3 freshmen to stop. Cultivation cushion, he was explaining. 90% of first years don't buy one, and I'll be honest with you, I didn't buy one either, and I took so many detours because of it. So many. I'm telling you this as a senior brother. I know this move. I have watched this move in 2 worlds. The pitch is not the cushion, the pitch is the regret. I walked up and put my arm around his shoulders. Senior brother, come, let's sit down and chat slowly. I also hope to take fewer detours. His name is He Han, and he did not stand a chance. I opened with purely natural Purin tea. Hand-picked, from a divine realm with an unpolluted ecology, the darlings of cultivation, nature's own porters. Not 2,000 or 3,000, I told him, just 998. Then limited edition armor of advanced material, of which I happen to have exactly 2 sets on me, then a 4-year-old free-range hen. My believers exercise her daily, her muscles are firm, nutrition index, 5 stars. And then, when I judged the moment right, I lowered my voice and mentioned that I also had a product which helps a man in a certain area. Which area? Senior brother is so smart, an inner court student, you understand? He bought 2. I got my dormitory key and left. And about 40 seconds later, according to a freshman who was still standing there, He Han looked down at his own table. Wasn't I here to sell things? He counted his cash box. No, wait, I did finish selling, but why do I have less money now? Then he reached up, very carefully, and touched his hair, and looked hopeful. The outer court dormitories are single rooms, and they are luxurious. Full-height windows, a private bath, a desk you could land an aircraft on. The inner court puts 3 or 4 to a room. That is not generosity. That is a management strategy. You do not house the connections next to the talent. And you make absolutely certain the connections have no reason to complain about anything except the one thing that matters. The dorm matron brought me the rulebook, put it on the desk, looked at me for exactly 1 second longer than necessary, and left in her slippers. 6 days later, I sat down in my own divine realm and did not come out. I ate in there, I slept in there, 40-1, once the realm upgraded, but at that point it was still 30, and I spent 6 real days condensing divine power at a rate that would have looked insane to anybody watching. Divine power stopped at 99,999, 1 point short, on purpose. I sat on it for a full day and did nothing, because a breakthrough that is rushed is a foundation with a crack in it, and I had watched a wall come down once already. Then I took the last point. Across the dormitory building on the ground floor, a middle-aged woman in slippers opened her eyes. A freshman, she said to an empty room, is already sprinting for lower God on the 6th day. She sat up. It has been a long time since I have seen such a situation in the outer court. The breakthrough itself is not dramatic from the inside. There is no light, no thunder, no voice. There is a threshold, and you cross it, and then everything under you gets bigger. 20 square kilometers became 5,000. 5,000 square kilometers is a country. The grade went from E to D, which does not sound like much until you read what it means, which is that the land is no longer classified as barren. Time ratio went from 30-1 to 40-1. And when I dropped in to look at it, there were plains going out past where my eye could follow, and cutting through the middle of them, wide and brown and moving, an actual river, not a stream, a river. My realm had never had running water in it. Population cap went from 5,000 to 50,000. Achievement unlocked, 1 million points. And then, because the system enjoys this, the next line item, lower God to middle God, 10 million divine power, 10 million. I had just finished scraping together 100,000 over the better part of a year with a divine realm that outproduces the entire graduating class of a decent school. Below me, 5,000 people who had watched the sky change color came out into the streets and the fields and knelt in the dirt, all of them, from the river to the tree line. And what came up off them was not a cheer. May the deity protect us for 10,000 years. 9 days later, the courtyard was on fire. I came in through the gate to screaming and a pillar of flame going up over the breeding farm, and men running a bucket line that was doing nothing at all because the water was hitting that fire and coming off it as steam a meter out. Chen Yang was at the edge of it with his arms around his daughter, and Chen Yu had both hands locked in his robe and her face was a mess. Daddy, Daddy, quickly save Little Red. Daddy. I got down and wiped her face with my thumb. With your Lord God big brother here, I said. Little Red will be fine. Then I went through the wall of fire, which did not burn me, which was the first interesting fact of the afternoon. Inside the courtyard, the chicken was on the ground with its eyes shut. It had doubled in size, not swollen, doubled properly, in proportion, and it was in visible pain, every muscle locked, wings half open, and the fire was coming off its body in a steady column straight up into the sky. Behind me, Chen Yu got past her father. She was 4 steps into that courtyard before anyone could grab her, running straight at a bird that was radiating enough heat to melt the fence posts. The fire moved. It came down off the column, formed a ring around her, and pushed her gently backwards out of the gate and set her on her feet in the road. Then it closed behind her into a wall and sealed, even like that. Even mid-evolution, unconscious, in enough pain to lock its whole body. That animal had enough left to notice a 3-year-old crossing its threshold and to put her outside without singeing her clothes. Nobody comes near, I said. Nobody. Post 2 men at the road and feed them where they stand. Something was chewing my trouser leg. I looked down. It was a dog, small, extremely white, round. It had a mouthful of my trousers, and it was working at them with total commitment and no discernible progress. I have no idea where it came from. My realm has no wild dogs. Chen Feng's breeding records have no dogs. Nobody in 5,000 people had ever seen it before. Chen Yu picked it up, kissed it on the head, and named it Little White on the spot, which I want you to note is exactly the same naming convention that produced Little Red, and which tells you everything about the branding department in my divine realm. I opened the panel. Attribute, none. Introduction, a cute little white dog. I walked 2 steps. Then I stopped. Little Red's feathers are worth 500,000 points each. I turned around and scooped the dog up under one arm. Little White, I said, in my most reasonable voice. Your fur doesn't look very healthy to me. I'm going to take a strand and test it, for your own well-being. Woof, woof, woof. You agree? I said. Little White is indeed well-behaved. This is what cooperation looks like, Little Red, and I hope you're listening. There was a small cough from about knee height. Big brother, God of wisdom, said Chen Yu apologetically. Little White is saying that it's not sick. Rare fiber detected. White fur. This fiber has not finished evolving and cannot currently be used, rewarding 500,000 points. 500,000 points. From a dog that appeared out of nowhere 11 minutes ago, and has not finished evolving. I put it down. It sat on my foot and licked my hand. I have since concluded that my divine realm is not producing animals. It is producing something, and animals is the shape it happens to be using this decade, and I have made a decision not to think about that too hard while I still need the points. Becoming a lower god grants you a divine ability. Everybody gets one. It is the single defining thing about you as a god. It does not change. And it is what people mean when they ask what kind of god you are. Mine is called Divine Power Blessing. Effect: doubles the user's divine power for 3 minutes. I sat down on the edge of my own river and put my head in my hands, because here is what a divine ability is supposed to be. Chen Roland's clan chant calls down an ocean. Tao Lily's eagle witches summon beast swarms. Zhou Yang, who I had not met yet, can do something with blood that I am deliberately not going to describe in detail. A divine ability is a weapon. Mine is a buff. On myself. For 3 minutes. Auxiliary. That is the category. Auxiliary abilities are what you get when the dice hate you, and every encyclopedia in the world lists them under a heading that might as well say, better luck next life. I sat there for a while. Then I went and checked the deity encyclopedia, because I wanted to see how badly it was ranked. It is not in the deity encyclopedia. Divine Power Blessing does not appear, not under auxiliary, not under any tier. The deity encyclopedia is a document that catalogs every recorded divine ability across the history of the nation, and mine is not in it, which means either it has never occurred or it has occurred and the people it occurred to did not end up in encyclopedias. Then I read the fine print again. The multiplier scales with total divine power, and I started laughing. Every blessing ability in the encyclopedia works on somebody else. That is what a blessing is. You buff your believers, you buff your allies, you buff your army. A god who blesses himself is considered a joke, because a god's own divine power is already the largest number on the field, and doubling a large number by 3 minutes is not a strategy. Except, divine power is the foundation of every single thing in this world. It is what a divine ability is made of. It is what a domain runs on. It is the substrate. And the reason nobody has ever built a strategy around doubling their own is that nobody has ever been able to make their own number grow fast enough for the doubling to matter. I have 5,000 educated believers, a school system, and a time ratio of 40-1. If my divine power crushes yours, then it does not matter how fancy your divine ability is, because a divine ability is made out of divine power, and mine will simply hold yours shut. 3 minutes is not a limitation. 3 minutes is the length of a fight. I laughed for a while, out loud, alone, on a riverbank, and several of my believers noticed, and I did not care. There was one problem, and it was not a small one. I had absolutely no way to test it. You cannot verify a combat multiplier by feeling confident about it. I needed somebody to use it on, and everyone available to me was either a farmer, a chicken, or an academy elder who had already decided I was a joke. I filed that under pending and went to see Chen Lei, who had sent word 3 times. Chen Lei is my excavation elder, and he had not found anything since the silver medal. Not one thing. Years of it. He had a full survey corps, machinery, and a river valley to work, and he had come up empty for so long that he had stopped sleeping properly and had twice asked to be demoted. He met me at a mountain on the western edge of the new territory with a shovel in his hands and an expression like a man about to be sentenced. Chief God, I don't know if this is anything. It's probably nothing. I've called you here for nothing. Chen Lei, show me. He brushed the soil off a face of rock. Underneath it was black, not dark. Black, in a seam, going into the mountain, with that specific dull sheen. I put my hand on it. The system said, ordinary rock, no catalog entry, no reward, 0 points. It's worthless, said Chen Lei, and his shoulders went. I'm sorry, Chief God, Chen Lei. Chief God, I understand, I'll return to. Chen Lei, this is the most important thing anyone has found in this divine realm in 9 years. He stopped. Because here is the situation. And it is the situation the entire next phase of my life turned on. I was trying to move a civilization from cold weapons to technology. I had the reference material. I had 10 scientists and a grand elder with a university curriculum coming. I had furnaces and metals and a man who could build a pistol. And every single step of that crossing runs on energy. All of it. There is no industrial revolution without a fuel. You can have the smartest people in the world, and if the hottest thing you own is burning wood, you are going to spend 300 years getting nowhere. The system will not sell me energy. The system sells knowledge, energy you have to have, and this idiot had just found me a mountain of it. Tell Chen Yong, I said, that this mountain is to be protected. Nobody digs it casually. I want a survey, a plan, and shored galleries, and I want the seam mapped before a single cart comes out of it. Chen Lei stood there holding his shovel. Chief God, what is it? It's called coal, I said. It's the reason my old world stopped being farmers. The The dormitory matron knocked on my door to tell me about the freshman assembly, and I answered it holding 2 roasted chickens. For me, she said. For you. I raised them. She took them. Then she looked at me, and the looking went on a beat too long, and she asked the question everyone eventually asks. What deity did you awaken? Piran clan. She stopped. Say that again. Piran clan. She stood there in the corridor with 2 chickens in her hands and did not say anything for a noticeable length of time. Is there a problem? I said. No. She turned around. No. No problem. And she went off down the corridor in her slippers, and about 10 meters along she said to herself out loud, in the tone of a woman who has just found something interesting in a place she stopped looking 20 years ago. It seems a rather interesting fellow has come to the outer court. The heavenly stele stands in the main plaza of the inner court, and it is 7 or 8 meters of white stone with names on it. Top 100 students of the entire academy, any year, any court, updated monthly. And it does not rank purely on strength, which is the thing that makes it interesting and the thing that makes it hurt. It weighs potential. A first year can outrank a 4th year on that stele if the 4th year has stopped growing. And everybody in that plaza knows exactly what their own number means. First place, at that time, He Chen. I did not know anything about him yet. I was standing there reading it when somebody behind me decided to have a day. An outer court student shouldn't be hanging around here watching. I did not turn around. This thing is exclusive to our inner court. Since the founding of Tianhai Academy, no one from the outer court has ever made it onto this list. Not one. In the entire history. There was a small metallic sound, which I later learned was him flicking his inner court badge with a fingernail, which he does, constantly, and which he believes is subtle. Ma Chao. Berserker clan. First year, inner court. Extremely rich. And afflicted with a condition I recognized from my old world and had never expected to encounter in this one, which is the deep and unshakable belief that one is the protagonist. He travels with 2 maids, Ye Ling and Ye Xuan. They are approximately his age and they gaze at him. I kept reading the stele. While you're still young, I said, you should read more books. That way you won't embarrass yourself so badly when you speak in public. Silence behind me. In the first year the heavenly stele was created, I said, the outer court held 80 of the 100 places. The inner court held 20. The 10 famous schools of Hua Nation, page 782. Look it up yourself, it's in your own library. The recovery took him about 4 seconds, and it was honestly not bad. That's ancient history. Then he put his chest out and pointed at the stele with a whole hand. On this day next year, he announced to the plaza, I, Ma Chao, will have my name carved on this. Both maids gasped audibly. Guotian and I turned around and walked away. Guotian gave me the tour, because Guotian had been there a week and had already mapped everything with a monetary value. The library is several times the size of Jiangnan No. 1's on 4 floors with a restricted section you need a sponsor to enter, and out past the eastern wall, behind a barrier that hums, is the extraterritorial conquest field. It opens once a year. You send your believers in. They come out either wealthy beyond anything a divine realm can produce on its own, or they do not come out. Guotian looked at that barrier the way a starving man looks through a window. 3 days, I said. All my old equipment, the full 1,000 sets, plus the crossbows. Jokai, I can't afford. Pay when you can. He nearly took my hand off. On the way back through the dormitory block, I passed the matron's door and caught the smell of roasted chicken coming out of it, which is a smell I know professionally. I kept walking. I did not slow down. I did not look at the door. And I did not make a sound, because I had gotten very good at moving quietly in a building full of people who thought I was a joke. The door opened behind me. Something hit me in the back of the head. It was a chicken leg. The chicken you sent, said the matron, was quite good. The door shut. I stood there in the corridor holding a chicken leg that had been thrown with considerable accuracy by a woman who should not have been able to hear me walk past in a building where I had specifically been making no noise, from a room with a closed door. The outer court dormitory matron is not an ordinary woman. Her cooking is also, I have to say, genuinely excellent. Better than mine, and I have a farm. I stepped into my divine realm at about 800 meters up and something hit me in the stomach at speed. It hurts. It hurts. Wah. Chen Yu. Floating, in midair, 800 meters above her own village, with one hand on top of her head where she had headbutted me and the other clamped around a small white dog that was wagging its entire back half. Floating. Chen Yu. It hurts. Chen Yu, how are you doing that? Doing what? Chen Yong arrived from below at maximum available velocity for a man with no flight capability, which is to say he arrived on the ground underneath us and started kowtowing into the grass. She has been able to fly since the day I became a lower god. Since that day, not since some point after, since that specific day, and Chen Yong has known the whole time, and has said nothing to anyone including me. Explain. Chief God, I was afraid. His forehead was in the dirt. I was afraid the clan members would alienate Chen Yu because of this. She already does not grow. If they learn she can also fly, they will stop treating her as a child of the clan and start treating her as a thing that lives among them. I have seen it happen with far less. I let him stay down there for a second, because he had lied to a god for months, and because he had done it for exactly the right reason. Get up. Chief God. Get up, Chen Yong. Tell them the truth in the version that costs nothing. Tell them I granted her the ability myself. Tell them she is under my direct attention. Nobody alienates a child the god has personally noticed. He got up. And then, because I was standing 800 meters in the air above a country I had built out of a swamp, holding a toddler who could fly, I said something that I did not plan and have thought about a great deal since. Chen Yong, do you think it is impossible for the Chen clan to fly the way Chen Yu does? He looked up at me. Chief God, we are the Purin clan. We are farmers. We do not. Flying and such things are nothing, I said. Nothing at all. As long as you strive to develop, you will see a much larger world than this. He went down on his knees again, and this time it was not fear, and I could see it in his shoulders. That is the moment I planted the thing that eventually cost the Hyena clan a war. Not a weapon, and not a doctrine. Desire. Up to that afternoon, the finest mind in my divine realm had believed, at the very bottom of himself, that there was a ceiling above his people made out of what they were born as. I told him there was not, and he believed me, because I am his god. Then Chen Yu tugged my sleeve. Lord Deity, brother. Are you going to cut my hair again? The reports that month were good, and I did not like one of them. The first cohort through the higher academy would complete the entire curriculum inside a year. The first legion was being reorganized to 10,000 men. Ginkgo production was up to 10 trees, and population growth was about 10,000 over 3 years. 10,000. Against a cap of 50,000. Chen Yong watched me read that line and started explaining before I asked, because he had seen my face. Chief God, the growth is healthy. Every family is fed. Infant mortality is, it isn't the number, Chen Yong, because it was not. 10,000 new people in 3 years is a good result for any society and an extraordinary one for a clan that used to boil bark. What I wanted was not more believers. Any god can buy population. I could buy population that afternoon out of the store, in bulk, and cap myself in a week, and every single one of those purchased people would arrive at the bottom of my education system knowing nothing, and would take 9 years to become worth what a native is worth. I wanted people who came out of that academy with an intelligence score of 70 and a reason to be difficult, and you cannot buy those. You can only grow them, and growing them takes exactly as long as it takes. The Central Plains, said Chen Yong, reading me correctly, as usual. Give me the Central Plains in 3 years, and I will give you a second city. Granted. One more line in that report, and it is the one that mattered for the next 6 months. Chen Kong had been dragged into the higher academy as a lecturer, and had responded by teaching cold weapon forging with tremendous enthusiasm to a room full of people who were supposed to be building the future. He could not let go. 40 years of hammer work, and the man had finally been given a room full of mines, and he was teaching them to make better spears. That was going to have to change. The freshman assembly is held in the Great Hall, and both courts attend, which is the only time in the academic year that happens. The outer court first year is 50-odd people in one class. Every single one of them got in through somebody's favor, and every single one of them knows it. And when I sat down among them, they were having a detailed discussion about which district had the better drinking that night. The inner court first year is over 10,000. We were seated at the back, obviously. Then the Grand Elder came out, and the entire hall stopped breathing at once, which is a physical sensation I had never had before. Gao Xuan, High God. I have stood in front of Principal Gao Peng, who is a high god, and Gao Peng feels like a fat man in plain clothes until he decides otherwise. Gao Xuan does not have an off position. The pressure that came off that stage went across 10,000 seats and pushed every head down 2 centimeters, and he was not doing it deliberately, and that is the part that stayed with me. He did not use the array. He spoke straight into everybody's skull at once. In 4 years, he said, the National Higher Education Institution Hegemony Tournament will be held. It is contested once every 4 years. One first-tier academy is promoted to top tier as a result of it. 10,000 people did the arithmetic simultaneously. Tianhai Academy has entered 5 times. We have never been promoted. He let that sit, and I will give him this much. He did not dress it up. I intend to select 20 key students from this year's intake. Those 20 will receive the Academy's full resource backing for 4 years. Not partial, full. The word that was in 300 pairs of eyes closest to me, and I would guess in 10,000, was greed. Undisguised, total, and entirely reasonable. Full academy backing at Tianhai is the difference between a career and a name. Come up, said Gao Xuan. They came up one at a time. Zhou Yang went first, and I want to describe him properly because he becomes important. Advanced deity, vampire count, pale, immaculate, walks like the floor is a favor he grants. Gao Xuan went to invite him personally, which is not a thing a grand elder does. He turned down the Royal Academy to come here. I learned why later, and it is the most useful thing I know about him. At Huaizhou number 1, he spent 3 years ranked second. Every list, every exam, 3 years, behind one person who was simply better than him at everything. He did not come to Tianhai for the resources. He came because he refuses to ever again be a footnote in somebody else's story. I understood him instantly. I had spent 3 years being the person on the other end of that. Then Han Wen, veiled, silent, and she did not walk up. She landed, without a sound, from somewhere near the ceiling. Han Wen, Jiangnan No. 1, sandworm-type exotic beasts. The temperature in that hall dropped about 4 degrees, not metaphorically. 10,000 people all thought about the same thing at the same time, and it changed the air. Nengong Yun, martial swordsman. Tao Lili, who did not look at me. Guo Qian in black. Ma Chao, who flicked his badge on the way up. 13 advanced deities in the first wave. 30-odd total by the end. And then the floor ran dry. Anyone else? Said Gao Xuan. I stood up in the back corner of the outer court block. The boy sitting next to me, who I had spoken to twice, looked up with total sincerity and said, "Hey classmate, going to take a leak?" The nearest 40 people laughed. It spread outward from there. I walked down the aisle, not flew, walked the whole length of that hall, past 10,000 seats, and I could hear the inner court girls in the middle blocks reacting to the walk, because there is nothing on this earth like the sound of a large room deciding a stranger is interesting. I reached the front. I bowed to the grand elder. "Zhou Kai," I said, "Jiangnan No. 1 Middle School." Gao Xuan waited. Purin clan. The hall came apart. I have been laughed at by 10,000 people before. I want that noted. Because it happened 5 months earlier in a plaza in Jiangnan, and I had thought at the time that it was the loudest thing that would ever happen to me. This was louder, not because there were more of them, although there were, because in Jiangnan the laughter had an argument in it, and here it was pure. There is no debate to be had about a Purin clan standing up to be selected for the hegemony tournament. It is not a claim. It is a punchline that has been delivered in a room with excellent acoustics. Zhou Yang laughed the loudest. He did it with his head back. Somewhere in the middle blocks, a boy said, at carrying volume, "No wonder he's walking. He's stingy with his divine power and doesn't dare to fly." Exactly 2 people in that hall were not laughing. Guo Tian had put his hand over his eyes. Tao Lili was looking at the ceiling. Damn it, they were both thinking in almost the same words as they separately confirmed to me afterwards. This guy finally came up. What a headache. Gao Xuan was not laughing either, to be fair to him, but only because he was stunned. He is a grand elder of a first-tier academy, and he had to grope for words in front of 10,000 students, and what he found was worse than the laughter. "Young man, kindly, warmly, paternally, I admire your courage, truly, but you must understand that the killing field is not—" He was talking me out of it. Gently, in public, with the whole hall listening, which made the laughter start again, harder, because now it had permission. Grand Elder. A man stood up in the elder's row, broad, loud. The same man who had come to a rented room in Jiangnan with a letter and had not been able to look me in the eye. You said, at the opening of the selection, that as long as someone steps forward, it counts as a successful registration. Shu Hai spread his hands. Those were your words. I wrote them down. I looked at where he was sitting. He was sitting in the elder's row, third from the end, in the seat reserved for a dean. Dean of the outer court. That is what he is. Not an admissions clerk. The dean of the outer court. And the best disciple the outer court has produced in 50 years, which I did not learn for another week. Gao Xuan could not argue with his own sentence in front of 10,000 witnesses. He also could not hide what he thought of it, and his face did a thing that the front rows definitely saw. Registration accepted, he said. Then, in my head, in a private transmission, I thought you wouldn't step forward. Then a pause, and I could feel him remembering, mid-sentence, that a demigod cannot reply to a divine transmission, and starting to feel foolish about having sent it, I replied. Shu Hai came up out of his chair for the second time in 5 minutes, in front of the entire assembly, with no explanation available to anybody watching. Gao Xuan noticed that too, and filed it, and began, from that moment, to consider how to teach the dean of the outer court a lesson about publicly correcting a grand elder. The assessment, Gao Xuan announced, will be held in 1 week, the God Realm killing field, 20 places. The rest of you will have wasted a week. Then he looked down at the back of the hall, directly at me, and said the following in a perfectly pleasant voice. Students who wish to withdraw midway may discuss it directly with their elders. There is no shame in it. Some of you will find the field is not what you imagined. That was not a courtesy notice. That was a message sent by a high god in public to a specific 18-year-old. And the reason I know is that everybody in the front rows turned around to look at me while he said it. Afterwards, every selected student is assigned to an elder who sponsors them, and the elders came down onto the floor and collected their people like a draft. Gao Xuan took Zhou Yang, the 7th elder took Guo Tian. Everybody got somebody. Nobody claimed me. I stood at the front of an emptying hall for a while, and then, by default, by process of elimination, I ended up with Shu Hai, who is a dean, which is an administrative rank, and who does not hold elder status at all, and therefore has no sponsorship budget of any kind. He was inside for about 20 minutes. When he came out, he had very obviously been comprehensively chewed out by a grand elder, and he was pale, and he straightened his robe and his shoulders on the steps and became a dean again in about 2 seconds. Then he grabbed my arm. "Zhou Kai, tell me honestly," he was almost whispering, "have you really awakened as a lower god?" I let a little out. "Not much. Enough." I have never seen a grown man react like that. He did not gasp. He grinned, hugely, with his whole face, and hit me on the shoulder hard enough to move me, and then did a small motion with both fists that I can only describe as a man celebrating alone in a stairwell, because the outer court has been the punchline of that academy for 50 years, and he is the best thing it ever produced. And he had just been laughed at in front of 10,000 people for the second time in 6 months over the same student. Right. He got hold of himself. Right. Listen to me. If you take one of the 20 spots, I will personally give you an extra reward on top of the academies. What reward? Shu Hai looked left, then right. It's something, he said, that all men like. I waited. He nodded significantly. Dean Wu. You'll see. The actual prize, the official one, he told me straight away, and it was the reason I had stood up in the first place. Every student who takes one of the 20 places enters the Kangyuan Pavilion, and in the Kangyuan Pavilion, you pick 3 items. Anything. Your choice. 1 week outside, 280 days inside. I went in to see what my scientists had done with 1.5 million points of reference material. I heard the bang before I landed, and I got genuinely excited, because a bang means combustion, and combustion means we were on the board. I came down over the test range to find Chen Yang and Chen Kong standing side by side in leather helmets, watching 4 men carry a 5th away on a stretcher. "I think," said Chen Kang thoughtfully, "we might have put in too much sulfur." Said Chen Yang, writing. "Try again." The next test shell sat in the tube and did nothing at all for 4 seconds. Everybody leaned in. Then it came off the carriage sideways, at head height, on no trajectory that exists in physics, and went straight toward the residential district. I caught it about 600 meters out and detonated it in the air, and the sound came back off the hills twice. Both of them went down on their knees. "Please punish us, Chief God." "What crime have you committed?" You have done well." I got them up. Science is all about summarizing from failures. Show me the propellant log. They had a propellant log, 22 columns. Every ratio they had tried, the result, the failure mode, and a note on weather conditions, because Chen Yang had independently worked out that humidity was a variable. Then Chen Kong, with the air of a man producing a gift, took something out from under a cloth. A pistol, barrel, chamber, grip, trigger, hammer, machined, not cast, machined, from a drawing he had made himself off the reference material. "Chief God, if you would do the honor." I took it. I checked the load. I aimed at a post. I squeezed the trigger and it detonated in my hand. I stood there for a moment with the remains of a pistol falling off my palm while 300 people held very still. Chief God, I, Chen Kong. I was already looking at the fragments. This is not a design fault. The design was correct. The powder was correct. The problem was that the chamber wall had failed at a pressure it should have held at, which meant the metal was wrong, which meant the metal had not been worked hot enough, which meant it did not matter how good my scientists were. Everything downstream of this was going to be limited by exactly one number, which is the maximum temperature of a furnace. And a furnace fired with wood and coal, with the best bellows a genius blacksmith can build, tops out where it tops out. Forever. That is not an engineering problem. That is a materials problem, and materials problems eat decades. I went off to sell the ginkgo harvest and buy better alloys with the proceeds, which was going to help by about 11%. And I spent the entire flight nagged by the sense that I had forgotten something. Then a ball of red fire crossed my flight path. High temperature, very high temperature, considerably higher than anything in my forges. I stopped in mid-air. Oh. I came down over the breeding farm at speed, and as I did, there was a single loud, clear cry from inside the courtyard, and the wall of flame that had been standing there for 9 days retracted, folded inward, and vanished. The fence around it was completely untouched, not scorched. It had been standing inside a column of fire for 9 days, and the wood was not even dry. It can control it now. I came over the wall and stopped. Inside the courtyard there was a chicken, a baby, and a dog sitting in a circle, having a conversation. Woof, woof, woof. Cluck, cluck, cluck. He, and a god standing 4 meters away, understanding not one single syllable of it. Little Red had doubled again. It was now roughly the size of a large dog, deep red across the whole body. And the aura coming off it was not animal aura, it was divine. I put on my kindest possible voice. Little Red, you're awake. How did you sleep? I got the chicken side of this eventually, in fragments, through a translator who is 3 years old, and I am going to give it to you straight because it explains everything about that animal. It does not think it is a chicken. Its position, which it has held since the moment it opened its eyes in a world that had 13 thatched huts in it, is roughly this. I am a chicken. No, I am not a chicken. I do not know what I will become, but I knew from the moment of my birth that I was born for greatness. The divine sense of the heavens tells me that I must protect this divine domain and its people. For years it believed it was a god, and then a tyrant appeared and started plucking its feathers. Its legs shook when it got to that part. Chen Yu had to stop translating to comfort it. It also. And this is the detail I find hardest to be smug about. Watches Chen Yu and Little White sprint toward me every time I arrive, and grieves quietly for how naive they are. Anyway. Little Red, I said in a voice of great concern. You frightened the dog. The chicken looked at the dog. The dog was chewing my shoe. You frightened the dog, I repeated, and I must examine you for aggression. The chase lasted 4 minutes, and it was a completely different animal. Its speed now sits somewhere in raptor territory. It cut a turn around the coop at an angle that should have thrown it into the wall and did not. I still got a feather, because I am a lower god now, and it is still a bird. Detected. Tier 1 Evolved Fire Feather. This fiber has not finished evolving and cannot currently be used. Rewarding 1 million points. 1 million. The last one was 500,000. The chicken and I looked at each other with, I am told by 3 separate witnesses, absolutely identical bulging eyes. I recovered first, because I am the professional. I turned the feather over, casually. You've slept for so many days and you haven't evolved into anything useful. You are completely worthless. The reaction was immediate. It went straight up about 40 meters, hung there, and spat a ball of fire that lit the entire farm orange and made 300 clan members drop to their knees and start worshipping on the spot. Then it came down and landed in a pose. Chest out, wings half spread, head high, the exact stance of a peerless master descending from a mountain, and it looked up to see my face. I was smiling wider than before, because I had just watched an animal I own produce fire at a temperature my entire industrial base could not reach, and it had done it to make a point, and it was going to do it again the moment I said something rude. Meanwhile, out in the academy, word was going around about a freshman on an 8-win streak at the martial arts arena. Everybody assumed Zhou Yang. It was not Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang and the entire selected elite were spending that week in the Divine Power Baptism Chambers, which is what you do with academy backing. It was Guo Tian who had asked my advice and had taken it, which was to skip the baptisms entirely and put the resources into his Believer's Foundation first, and who was consequently the only student in the selected group with nothing to do all week except make money. The arena rules are simple. Both sides wager. Winner takes the pot. Believers fight, not students, and the academy heals the survivors. He had gone 8 for 8 in borrowed gear. Then Ma Chao found him. Guo Tian, both maids in formation behind him. Since we are both berserkers, do you dare to fight me? And Guo Tian, who is the most honest man I know, did something magnificent. He coughed. I just finished a match. He rubbed the back of his neck. My believers are a bit tired, you know. What a pity. And he turned around and started to walk away. Slowly. Extremely slowly. 50 caddies of spirit stones, said Ma Chao. Guo Tian kept walking. 100. Slower. 200. He had almost stopped moving entirely. 500 caddies, said Ma Chao. And you stake nothing. Guo Tian spun around so fast that 2 bystanders flinched. Then he caught himself and looked at his own feet, and said, in the sheepish voice of a man raising a small technical objection, but that wouldn't be right according to the rules. Both sides have to wager. He fished around in his robe and produced a small pouch. Here are 10 caddies. If you win, they're all yours. Deal. Ma Chao's face was shining. My first pot of gold at Tianhai. Both maids applauded. In the field, Ma Chao sent in his berserker chief, a 2.5-meter unit called Blade Flood, who had never lost a duel in his life. Blade Flood came off the line at Xiongfeng, went airborne, and brought a full-strength axe down on Xiongfeng's chest plate. The impact rang. Blade Flood smiled. So weak? Then he heard a crack. He looked down. It was his axe. Cluck, 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 cluck. Abba, abba, I said. Woof, woof, woof. Abba, abba, I said. There was a small pause. Chen Yu crouched down to get her face into my eyeline with an expression of genuine and total confusion. Big brother Lord God, she said. What are you saying? In that courtyard, there were 4 participants in a conversation, and I was the only one making unintelligible noises. My translator understood the chicken. My translator understood the dog. My translator did not understand me. I have a 220 intelligence senior teacher and a university curriculum, and this is where I had ended up. Chen Yu, ask Little Red something for me. I made the pitch myself, out loud, in human, because I have some dignity. Little Red. I would like you to fire a furnace. The insult registered instantly and completely. Every feather came up. It took 2 steps backward, turned its head to one side, and gave me a look of such profound aristocratic contempt that I felt it in my chest. A furnace. Manual labor. For a being born for greatness. That's fine, I said. That's completely fine, only there won't be any food later. It stopped. You eat as much as 100 people a day now, I said sadly. Since the evolution. I checked the farm ledger, Little Red. It is all in the farm ledger. I simply cannot afford to keep you. The chicken's head came down slightly. Then Chen Yu walked over and put both hands on its head and stroked it. Little Red, please help Big Brother Lord God and Daddy. It clucked twice. Chen Yu translated with total seriousness. Little Red says it is not helping you. It is only doing this for me. Understood. It says you should remember that. I will treasure it always. We took it to the forge, which was not designed for a bird and had to have half a wall taken out. Chen Kong loaded a crucible with diamond metal, which melts at a temperature we could reach on a good day with 3 days of preparation and a following wind. Little Red walked up to it, looked at the crucible with visible distaste, and exhaled. Once, not a blast, 1 breath. The diamond metal went to liquid in about 4 seconds. Chen Kong made a sound I had never heard a human being make. He grabbed my sleeve. He let go of my sleeve, remembered who I was, went to kneel, forgot again, and grabbed my sleeve a second time. And while both of us were staring at a puddle of molten metal, neither of us noticed the thread of red aura that had come off that breath and wrapped itself around every single drop of it. Nobody noticed. Not the Grand Elder, not the God, not the 10 scientists. It would be 40 days before we found out what it had done. Guo Tian came around that evening with 500 caddies of spirit stones, which was the first installment on the 10,000 he owed me, and helped himself to a chicken leg off my table without asking, which I took as a compliment. Then he recounted the Ma Chao business in full, with gestures, and got to the end, and coughed, and waited. He was waiting to be praised. He was waiting so hard it was audible. Old Guo, I said, you're still too honest. What? You could have asked for 5,000 caddies and he would have paid it. 5,000? I looked at his clothes. Wealthy family, serious money, and the kind that grew fast because the tailoring is new. I refilled his cup. Plus, he has the temperament. He walks around narrating his own life. A man like that cannot back down from a wager in public, and he especially cannot back down after the maids have already applauded. Guo Tian sat there for a while. Then he put his face back into the chicken leg and did not say anything for some time. And I could hear him thinking, in about those words, is this the difference between an honest man and a top student? I was not really paying attention to him by then, because I had started following a thought. Make money, buy materials, level up. I said it out loud, slowly, testing the shape of it. Right, said Guo Tian, cheerfully through the chicken. Sounds good. He had no idea what he had just agreed to. He had just given a demigod with a rare materials catalog permission to treat the Tianhai martial arts arena as a revenue stream, and the arena has never fully recovered. Elsewhere on campus that week, a man was chasing a high god across a courtyard. Grand Elder, Gao Xuan did not slow down. Why? Shu Hai, at volume, in an open quadrangle, with students watching from 3 sides. Why does Zhou Kai not have a divine power baptism? Every selected student receives baptisms. Everyone. Why not mine? Gao Xuan stopped. Because it would be a waste of the Academy's resources. On what grounds? Shu Hai. Gao Xuan turned around. Students awaken as lower god after 10 baptisms. 10. Zhou Yang took 3. Do you seriously believe a Purin clan member could break through after 100? And here is the thing that makes this my favorite conversation of that entire year. Shu Hai knew. He had personally verified it. He had felt the divine power himself on the steps of the Great Hall 3 days earlier, and he had done that little celebration in the stairwell. He wanted the baptisms anyway, as pure profit. Because a lower god soaking in 70 baptisms does not break through, he gets fat. So the dean of the outer court arranged his face into an expression of deep personal injury. If word of this gets out, he said, that my student alone was denied, where would my face go? You, the dean of the outer court, said Gao Xuan, never had much status anyway. That is very hurtful. Gao Xuan offered him a compromise. A transfer student, an inner court boy with decent numbers, moved onto the outer court roster so that Shu Hai would have somebody respectable in the assessment. And Shu Hai, who was a hustler and a schemer and who had been begging for handouts 9 seconds earlier, went completely rigid and said this. I, Shu Hai, stand tall and upright. This is an insult to me. I believe in my student. Gao Xuan blinked. Then Shu Hai folded his arms. I don't care. If Zhou Kai does not get a reward today, I am staying at your house. You are what? At your house. Tonight. And tomorrow. What followed was a negotiation between a grand elder of a first-tier academy and a dean with no budget conducted at volume in a public quadrangle. And I have the numbers from a student who wrote them down because she thought nobody would believe her. 100 baptisms. Get out. 50. Get out. 80. 70. With one condition, which Gao Xuan put in writing. If the boy has not broken through after 70 sessions, Shu Hai drops the entire matter permanently and never mentions the outer court's treatment in front of the elder council again. Shu Hai agreed instantly, which should have told Gao Xuan something. Afterwards, alone in his own study, Gao Xuan comforted himself with the thought that the outer court has genuinely had nothing for years and that 70 sessions was a reasonable gesture toward institutional harmony. Then he thought about it a bit more and started smiling. Zhou Yang had needed 3. Guo Tian, meanwhile, had become a fixture at the arena. He was taking money off freshmen at a rate that had started to attract complaints, and they were walking out of that field cursing his name, and he had made his peace with it via a piece of reasoning I found delightful. I didn't steal the equipment, he explained. I bought it. Buying good equipment is part of preparation. If they wanted better gear, they could have bought better gear. Ma Chao blocked his path outside the arena with both maids deployed on his shoulders. Brother Jiang, Ma Chao winced. Yi Ling, don't be so rough. Sorry, Brother Chao. Brother Jiang, 3,000 caddies of spirit stones. I don't want the equipment. I just want the name of the seller. Guo Tian came to me with it that evening because he is honest to the point of self-harm, and I said no, not because I disliked Ma Chao. I had barely met the man, because that batch was being retired. Cold Weapons had about a year left in my divine realm, and I was not going to build a client relationship on a product line I was killing. And because what I actually wanted to sell berserkers eventually was a laser sword, on the grounds that it combines the sharpest possible weapon with the finest physique available, and crucially, using one does not require a brain. I did not say that last part to Guo Tian. Then he mentioned, in passing, while eating, the thing that ended up being the most useful sentence of that month. The 7th Elder gave me 13 divine power baptisms. I only needed 9, honestly, so I've got 4 in credit, he shrugged. The 7th Elder holds quite a high status in the academy. 13, and he thought that was lavish. He said it with the pride of a man who has been given a generous scholarship. I put my cup down and made a note. Shu Hai came through my door without knocking, grabbed my arm and started towing me down the corridor. Guo Tian, who was sitting at my table with a chicken leg, called after us helpfully. A divine power baptism is very important, Zhou Kai. Go and strive to break through to lower God. And Shu Hai over his shoulder, without slowing down. He broke through weeks ago. There was a pause behind us, then the sound of a chair. He what? Guo Tian caught us at the end of the corridor. You broke through? When? Why didn't you tell me? You didn't ask. Why would I ask? Then he did the arithmetic out loud, which is the part that mattered. Hold on. A baptism session is half an hour. The assessment is in 3 days. That's what? 6 sessions. 8 if you skip sleeping. That's right, said Shu Hai, but there are 70 of them. Both of us stopped walking. The dean kept going for 2 steps before he noticed. 70 divine power baptisms, applied to a student who has already broken through, which means every single one of them goes straight into raw divine power with nothing to spend it on. I watched Guo Tian's face arrive at the same sentence I had arrived at, and he said it out loud, which I would not have. After 70 sessions, even a little pig would turn into a massive fat hog. He stood in that corridor and watched us go. If I had known, he said to nobody, I would have chosen the outer court too. The sealed chamber has a divine stone in the ceiling and it lit up when I sat down under it, and I stayed under that stone for 35 hours across 3 days. Faith income at the end of it, from 30,000 a day to 60,000 a day. That is not the baptisms, incidentally. The baptisms went into me. The faith went up because the domain had crossed a threshold in population growth and the new higher academy cohort had come out the other side. And at 40 to 1, 100 new believers a day inside is 4,000 a day out here. 6 weeks of realm time later, I came back into the forge with the intention of catching a certain chicken slacking. There was no fire, not one furnace lit, the whole yard cold at midday. I dropped in through the roof entrance ready to deliver a lecture on labor discipline. Little Red was lying flat out on a cushion the size of a bed, wings spread, eyes half closed, in a state of visible bliss, being massaged by a milk baby on one side and a small white dog on the other. The dog was using both front paws. Chen Kong arrived at a sprint, panicking, not for himself, for the bird. Chief God, it is a rest day. We agreed. We finished the first batch 2 days early, and Little Red has worked 11 days without stopping, and I promised it. He stopped, straightened up, and then, in front of me, cupped his fists to a chicken. Master Little Red, my apologies for the interruption. The chicken turned its head away, deliberately, and declined to accept the apology. My grand elder, holder of a university curriculum, formally apologizing to poultry. Show me the batch, I said. Product 1 was a shoulder cannon. Test it, said Chen Kong, glowing. I put it up, sighted on a wooden post at 80 meters, and fired. Clean hit, nice recoil. I turned around to tell Chen Kong that this was the single most important object anybody in that realm had ever made. Behind me, the post exploded, not splintered, exploded in a dense outward wave, and everybody in the yard flinched. And there was a low hum in the air afterwards that I recognized because I make it myself. Divine power. Chen Kong, what did you put in this? Chief God? The shell. What is in the shell? Nothing. Powder and metal, exactly as tested. The composition is in the... I took the tube apart with my hands right there in the yard and read the metal itself. And it was in the metal, threaded all the way through the alloy at the molecular level, in every piece, in the barrel and the breech and the shell casing. A fine steady lattice of fire element divine power. From the smelt. Little Red had been melting our metal for 6 weeks. And every single breath had left something in it. And nobody had designed that. Nobody had asked for it. And nobody had noticed. I have spent 9 years buying knowledge with points. The single largest technological jump in the history of my divine realm was an accident caused by a bird's respiration. Product 2 was under a tarpaulin at the back of the yard, 2 meters by 3, on a carriage, elevating gear cut by hand. Chen Yu put both hands over her ears before it fired, and the dog, watching her carefully, sat back on its haunches and put both front paws over its own ears. The sky-piercing cannon, the shell went up at an angle I could not follow, climbed for a genuinely uncomfortable length of time, and burst at the top of its arc, and 8 subshells came out of it and rained down across the entire target range. Split rounds. I had not given them split rounds. On energy does not contain split rounds. Somebody in a room full of 10 scientists had asked why one hole and had not stopped asking. I stood in a yard in a divine realm that had 13 thatched huts in it 9 years earlier and swallowed, twice, divine power modern weapons. That is the direction. That is the whole direction, right there. And everything I did for the next 3 years came out of that afternoon. Opening position, continuous operation. Counter, 6 hours a day, and Chen Yu translated the accompanying commentary in an increasingly small voice until I told her she could stop. Agreed at 6 hours a day. Then I asked for 5,000 cannons within 3 months. The chicken did the arithmetic faster than I did. It is a chicken, and it did the arithmetic faster than I did. It stood up, looked at me, looked at the cannon, looked back at me, and understood in about a second and a half that 6 hours a day and 5,000 cannons are not compatible sentences. I offered 3 extra meals a day. There was a long silence in that yard. Then it took off, and on the way out it delivered an insult 11 syllables long. And although I do not speak the language, I understood that one perfectly, in full, including the part in the middle. Meanwhile, in a room in the inner court dormitories, Ma Chao was solving the mystery with a map, a ruler, and both maids. He timed Guo Tian's absence from the arena, worked a radius off it, took a bearing off the direction he came back from, and drew the line. It landed on the outer court. Brother Chao, said Ye Ling slowly. There was a boy at the heavenly stele, the one who quoted the book. He said he was from the outer court. The Purin clan one? Yes. Ma Chao considered it for 2 seconds and then dismissed it with reasoning that was airtight. My clothes were worse than Guo Tian's, and I am Purin clan, and a Purin clan with access to gear like that would be wearing it himself every day just to survive the killing field, because nobody sells the only thing keeping him alive. There is only one family in this nation that could manufacture such equipment. The Tang clan. He sat back. And the Tang clan patriarch's second son is in the outer court this year. It is him. It has to be him. As expected of Brother Fei. 2 evenings later, I walked past my own dormitory building and heard shouting from the ground floor. Besides your Tang clan, who else could produce such equipment? Do not insult me. I know who you are. And a second voice, absolutely terrified, saying that he had never heard of any equipment and that he was studying for an examination. I stopped outside the door. You want to buy equipment? I said. Silence. Come in, come in, come in. Please, come inside. There is one more room I need to tell you about before the killing field. And I did not know it existed until much later. It is in the oldest part of the academy, and it has no lamps in it. It is lit anyway. 7 old men sit in it cross-legged in 7 different colored robes, and they have sat in it for a very long time. They are the heavenly pavilion. They decide the heavenly steely rankings. Nobody has ever questioned a ranking, not because it is forbidden, but because it has never occurred to anybody that it could be wrong. Gao Xuan, Grand Elder, High God, cannot walk into that room. That week, the Red Robe Elder gave an instruction that had not been given in living memory. Take the monitoring divine pearl, he said, and watch the freshman. Sima Yan, the eldest disciple, bowed. The freshman, Elder? The freshman. May I ask why? Gao Xuan came here. He says there is an extraordinary one among them this year. The Yellow Robe Elder made a small pleased sound. The Vampire Count, the boy he went to fetch personally. Gao Xuan still has a good eye for talent. Now we can only hope this young man can truly bring out the full potential of his advanced talent. And Sima Yan took the pearl and went out to watch a freshman assessment for the first time in his career, expecting to spend a week looking at a vampire. Assessment morning, every selected student on the Great Plaza, every elder in attendance, and the crystal array laid out in a ring in the center. Zhou Yang arrived last, walking in white, and the satisfaction that went around the elders' benches was audible. Gao Xuan had spent 20 baptisms on him personally out of his own allocation, and it showed in the way the boy moved. The students had started up a comparison contest, which is exactly the sort of thing 18-year-olds do on the morning of something frightening. I broke through in 10 rounds. 8 for me. 9 rounds. Zhou Yang took 3. 3? Everybody knows. Shu Hai was not there, and every single elder on those benches drew the same conclusion at the same time. And one of them said it out loud. 70 sessions, and the Purin clan still couldn't awaken. Gao Xuan felt the money go, briefly and painfully, and then felt relief. Because the God Realm killing field is not a place for a joke to be walked into, and a boy who cannot break through after 70 baptisms is a boy who was never going to survive the first city. 2 people on that plaza had strange faces. Guo Tian, said Tao Lily quietly. Do you think, Tao Lily? He did not look up. Has your brain short-circuited? He's Lin Chen. Then there was a commotion at the gate, and the dean of the outer court came across that plaza at a dead sprint in full formal robes, dragging a student by the arm. Wait! Every head turned. I let a little lower god aura off. Just a little. Enough. And the entire tone of that plaza rerouted itself in about 4 seconds, from mockery to a different flavor of mockery. And I heard the sentence that would follow me for the rest of the year come out of somebody near the front. After 70 rounds, even a sow would be able to climb a tree. Gao Xuan did not say anything at all, but he looked at Shu Hai for a long moment, and Shu Hai looked back at him with the serene, pious expression of a man who has never schemed in his life. The domains connect to the great crystal array, and your believers walk through. Inside mine, on the plain by the river, Chen Han had 5,000 men in formation, 5,000 out of a first legion that now stands at 10,000. 5,000 freshly finished cannons on their shoulders, better armor than the set that beat the berserkers, because Chen Kong had reworked the whole pattern around metal that had been through a chicken. I was late to the plaza that morning because the final production run had only come off the line 4 hours before, realm time. Chen Yong came forward and knelt. Chief God, I request permission to accompany the expedition. You are my senior teacher. Chen Han is brave, he said. He is the finest general this world will produce. But he is still lacking, slightly, in strategy, and he knows it, and it will cost lives before he closes the gap. He put his forehead down. I also remember your teaching, Chief God. You told me to see a larger world. I have never left this realm. Granted. Chen Yu saw them off from the top of the river gate with a chicken on one side and a dog on the other, and both hands in the air. First legend, said Chen Han. Set out. The formation went out through the array in the order Chen Han had spent 2 years designing. Death God camp in front. 500 of them now, not 100, each carrying a shoulder cannon with a blade fitting that locks over the muzzle for close work, in the finest armor in the realm. Artillery in the middle, 50 men and 3 sky-piercing cannons on carriages, shield bearers on the entire perimeter, all the way around. Because Chen Han had decided years ago that a formation with a back is a formation with a mistake in it. The God Realm killing field is dry desert under a white sky, bone-colored ground. Over 1,000 cities scattered across it, most of them small, some of them not. One rule, students do not fight students. Everything else in there is fair. Around us, the other realms were unloading. Zhou Yang released 13,000 vampires. That is not a typo. 13,000 out of an advanced deity's realm, and they came out in ranks and did not make a sound. Their commander is called Jin Xu, and he walked out in front of them and looked around the field once, professionally, counting. He looked at my 5,000. He saw farmers in armor and dismissed them in about a quarter of a second, and then his eye caught on something and came back. 3 large objects on carriages under tarpaulins at the center of the Purin formation. What are those, he thought. They look quite formidable. Then he turned away. Move out. Everybody in that assembly area gave the Purin clan a wide berth or a laugh or both, except one man. Xiongfeng came over, 2.5 meters of berserker chief, walking straight through a crowd that parted for him and stopped in front of Chen Han and cupped his fists. General Chen Han, we are also, he frowned. We are also not knowing each other without a fight. You mean not knowing each other until you have fought. The meaning, said Xiongfeng, is about the same. He has fought my legion. He is the only commander on that field who has personally had his weapon come apart on a Purin shield, and he had come over to say hello, which I think says something quite good about berserkers. Then he pointed at the covered carriages. General, what are these 3 monsters? New weapons. Xiongfeng looked at them enviously for a while. Do you pick them up, he asked, and just smash them out? The power must be enormous. Behind Chen Han, 5,000 men of the First Legion broke into a cold sweat simultaneously, because it takes Chen Kong 1 month to build one of those, and Xiongfeng was miming an overhead swing. Not exactly, said Chen Han. Xiongfeng turned to go, and Chen Yang stopped him. Chen Yang, who was a farmer in a plain robe with no rank recognizable to anybody on that field, stopped a 2.5-meter berserker chief and gave him the thing my god sent me here to give him, which is what he told me afterwards, and which I had not actually instructed him to do. General Xiongfeng, a word. Speak. This is the Hyena clan's ground. Students have been coming here to farm them for decades. They know exactly what a Tianhai assessment looks like and roughly when it arrives. Chen Yang kept his voice level. They will have prepared, they will have picked their ground, and they will have decided in advance where you are going to walk. Send a vanguard, send it far ahead. Information is worth more than numbers here. Xiongfeng stood there with his head slightly on one side. Then he cupped his fists, properly, deeply, to a Purin clan farmer, and thanked him, and went. One of his own clansmen caught up with him 30 meters on. Chief, why are we taking advice from a lower race? Xiongfeng hit him on the head. The main god said that although our race is quite advanced, he said, it is a pity we have no brains. Xiongfeng's scouts found the ambush 2 hours later, exactly where Chen Yang had told him to look for it, and he walked his berserkers into it on his own terms and came out the other side having lost almost nobody. In the Elder Council, there is 1 crystal ball, 1, for 8 elders, each of whom has a student in the field, and each of whom would like to watch that student. Look at that, said Gao Xuan warmly. The berserkers scouted ahead before the pass. 7th elder, that is your student's work. Very well coached. The 7th elder accepted the compliment with enormous grace, having coached nothing. The armor, said the 5th elder, leaning in. Look at the armor on the front rank. That is advanced quality. On a berserker unit? The 4th elder turned. 7th, do you have a mine at home? Where would I get so much money? Said the 7th elder, genuinely offended. That is 30,000 spirit stones at minimum. And at the end of the bench, Dean Shuhai sat and listened to a room full of elders congratulate a colleague on equipment and tactics that he personally knew had come out of a Purin clan divine realm in the outer court. He sat there and sulked about it for approximately 90 seconds. Then he stopped mid-sulk, because Jokai sold the gear to Guotian. So what did Lin Chen go in with? He came up out of his chair. Give me the ball. Give me the ball. I need to see the... Gao Xuan turned his head. Shuhai sat down. What's the rush? Said the 2nd elder, pulling the ball closer with both hands, the way a man protects a dish at a banquet. Wait a moment. There is a palace at the northern edge of the god realm killing field, and there is a god sealed inside it, and I did not know that when I sent 5,000 of my people through the gate. His name is Luo Yu, Hyena clan, high-rank lower god. 50 years ago, a Tianhai assessment came through his territory, and he killed several of the students. Not their believers. The students. So the academy came for him, and they did not execute him, because executing a god is expensive and wasteful. They sealed him in a palace, alive, and they broke his people into small city garrisons and scattered them across 1,000 cities, and every year since then they have sent a fresh crop of 18-year-olds in to farm them for practice, 50 years of that. They have trapped us for decades, he said, to the 4 commanders kneeling in front of him. Why are they still unwilling to let us go? Nobody answered, because there is no answer. His 4 great generals were already in position, not scattered. concentrated, one to each of the 4 cardinal main cities, with everything the hyena clan had left underneath them. And ambush lines pushed out 800 li in every direction. 10,000 student believers had already died on approach that morning, and the assessment was 3 hours old. In 3 months, said Luo Yu. I want to hear the good news. He could have broken through to Middle God years ago. He has deliberately not, because the seal reads his cultivation and a breakthrough would tighten it, and he has spent decades sitting at the ceiling of Lower God, assembling the pieces of a reversal that everybody upstairs had stopped believing was possible. I want that on the table before I tell you the rest. Because everything my legion did in that field was done inside somebody else's 50-year plan, and none of us knew it. 10,000 ape clan believers walked into the hyena trap 2 hours in, 10,000, down to 5 in under an hour, and still going down while my column watched from a ridge 900 meters out. Chen Han asked for permission to intervene. Chen Yang refused. General, not yet. Elder, they are being wiped out. They are down to half. And if we go now, we take the same ambush from the same ground, and we lose men to save people who have not yet decided they need us. Chen Yang did not raise his voice. 900 meters. Both of us can count. Wait. That is the single coldest thing I have ever heard a schoolteacher say, and it was correct. They waited 11 more minutes. Then, from the field below, the hyena general on the wall gave the order that ended his own campaign. Kill them all. Chen Yang and Chen Han looked at each other. Now, said Chen Yang, and Chen Han's orders came out fast and clean, one after another, with no pause between them, which is the thing you cannot teach. Death God camp round the field to the west. Do not rush the strike. You go when the flag drops and not before. 1st Battalion west in support, 2nd Battalion east, 3rd Battalion floating, hold behind the ridge, do not commit. Chen Yang watched him do it and felt something settle onto the man, and he described it to me afterwards in exactly those terms. He said it was like watching a coat fit. Then Chen Han turned in his saddle and ruined it entirely. Artillery battalion, bring out my Ida. He stopped. Bring out my sky-piercing cannons. Let's use these hyenas for target practice. Elsewhere, back at the academy, Ma Chao was tearing an armor set in half with his bare hands. Tang Feng had delivered it that morning. Tang Clan Advanced Grade, Custom Order, 500 pounds of spirit stones per set, the standard against which every other armor on the continent is measured. Ma Chao got the breastplate in both hands and pulled, and it came apart at the seam. It's absolute garbage. He threw the pieces on the floor. I want the set like Guo Tian's. Tang Feng went a color that I would describe as structural. Young Master Son. Anything produced by the Tang Clan is bound to be a masterpiece. Then explain the floor. That is an aesthetic set intended for 500 pounds of spirit stones, said Ma Chao. For bows I would not use to hunt rabbits. He walked out and abandoned the deposit, which was 200 pounds of spirit stones, purely so that he would not have to continue the conversation. Then he decided that his only remaining option was to go and beg Guo Tian again, in person, possibly on his knees, which he had already priced emotionally and accepted. And on the way past the outer court dormitories, he caught the smell of roasted chicken. He looked up. I was coming out of the building with a chicken leg hanging out of my mouth, arrogantly, both hands in my pockets. Ma Chao stopped dead. Zhou Kai, he said. Guo Tian, Jiangnan No. 1 Middle School. Then he shook his head hard, twice, and rejected the thought entirely as unrealistic. And he was one syllable away from solving the whole thing and talked himself out of it in the street. He knocked on my door 40 minutes later anyway, having failed to find Guo Tian. Then he could not find the opening. He stood in my doorway, a rich boy with 2 maids and an inner court badge, and could not work out how to get from hello to the request. And what came out was, where did you buy that chicken leg? I said nothing. I was not being enigmatic. I was pricing him. I was looking at the cut of his robe and the stitching on the maid's sleeves and the fact that he had abandoned a 200-pound deposit rather than argue. And I was running numbers. But 4 seconds of silence from a man you have just asked a question reads as something else entirely, and Ma Chao read it as confirmation. His whole face changed. It's you. He came in and put a pouch on my table. 500 caddies as a deposit, and I am willing to pay 3 times whatever Guo Tian paid. 3 times. My eyebrow went. I could not stop it, and he saw it and took it as offense. 5 times then. What do you want the equipment for? Ma Chao drew himself up. To show off, of course. Then he heard himself. No, 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 no. He put a hand on his chest, chin up, eyes to the middle distance. Of course, it is to uphold justice. I stood up. I did not say anything. I just stood up and looked at him and kept looking. And I watched a berserker with 250 jin of strength develop goosebumps. Brother Joe? Fine, I said. For the sake of Jus, Mon Tice. Sorry? I'll sell it to you. Both maids stepped forward on cue, one to each side, in a maneuver that had clearly been rehearsed for use on merchants. Thank you, Brother Zhou Kai. I would like the record to show that I had one chicken leg, a room the academy gave me for free, and a divine realm with a coal mine in it, and that in that moment I was the richest person in that building by a factor I could not have written down without laughing. The flag went up. The Death God camp opened from the west, and the first volley was 500 shoulder cannons fired on a count, and 500 hyenas went down. And I want to stress the accuracy rather than the number. They had trained on moving targets for 280 days. Nobody had ever trained on moving targets, because nobody had ever had a weapon that made it worth doing. Down on the field, the Ape Clan survivors saw believers coming over the ridge to help them and cheered. Then they saw the armor pattern and recognized it, and the cheer stopped in about a second and a half. It's the Purin clan. The farmers? Were finished. The hyena general on the wall did not even turn around. Don't panic. They're just a bunch of ants. Then the ground underneath his charging line detonated. Chen Han had walked a magazine into the ground on the approach path 3 hours earlier and timed it off the shadow of the wall. And when 8,000 hyenas came through that corridor at full speed, the whole thing went up under them at once. The survivors did the only thing left and came straight in at maximum velocity, because the hyena clan's racial skill is rapid march, and their entire doctrine is arrive before the enemy is ready. Chen Han watched them come from his horse and did not move. Then he glanced sideways at the artillery position and said one word: fire. The general on the wall looked up and saw something trailing flame coming down out of the sky at his own position. And the last coherent thought he ever had, which I know because the elders were watching through the crystal ball and they read his face, wasn't this the Purin clan? When did they learn magic? The crater was about half a meter deep, and it took 1,000 of them with it, and the general with them, and the wall behind them stopped being a wall. Then Chen Han rode forward to the edge of the smoke and shouted at the top of his lungs, in a voice that carried across the whole basin, I am Li Yai of the 1st Legion. Your general is dead. Surrender immediately. They charged anyway, red-eyed, screaming from 3 directions. None of them got close. Up on the hillside, Chen Yang put his hands behind his back and said quietly that he finally understood why I had told him to look further ahead. And Chen Han, riding back through it, remembered how cold I had been in a plaza in Jiangnan when 100 men drowned to get him over a shield wall. And he understood it completely, and he has never questioned an order of mine since. This is a battlefield, he thought. Only the strong have the right to survive. 8,000 hyenas. 2 hours. Go clean up, said Chen Han. Don't leave anyone alive. The Ape Clan chief came over. Kong Ji. Not young, badly cut up, walking with a limp he was pretending not to have. And he bowed all the way down. 14,000 had come into that field with him. He said 5,000 remained. Chen Han did the count himself later and privately reckoned it was under 3. One of Kong Ji's officers, still on his feet, felt the need to announce that the Ape Clan does not fear death. Kong Ji kicked him, and Chen Han, who had nothing else to give a defeated ally, gave him the only thing he owns. My main god told us, he said, that life is what matters most. Kong Ji looked at him for a while. Then the city got searched, and the true character of the 1st Legion emerged in front of an audience for the first time. General, I found a tree. Its shape looks great. The main god will probably like it. General, I found a glowing stone. The main god will probably like it. I have some silt here. A pause. It looks decent. The main god will probably like it. Silt. A man carrying silt off a battlefield in a sack on the grounds that his god might enjoy it, in a formation that had just destroyed a fortified position with artillery. Kong Ji stood in the middle of the road and watched 200 armored soldiers dismantle a granary with tools they had brought specifically for the purpose, and I am told his expression went through several distinct stages. Just what kind of main god is this, he thought. Could it be that he is also a bandits, said the officer he had kicked earlier, helpfully. Up in the Elder Council, they were watching a corpse-strewn city and awarding the credit. One has fallen already. Which one? It's Chao Zhou's Ape Clan. There, on the wall, that's an Ape Clan chief. The Purin clan must have come to seek refuge with the Ape Clan, said the 8th elder. Sensible of them. They'll survive longer under a bigger banner. Killing over 10,000 hyenas is good enough for a first day. Cao Zhou will be pleased. And at the end of the bench, Shu Hai's mouth was doing something. You haven't seen anything, he was thinking. Are you making decisions with your ass? He leaned in and looked harder, and being the only person in that room actually looking, he saw 3 things. The Purin armor was new, not battle-marked. New. Their weapons had no sharp parts on them anywhere. Not a blade, not a point, not a hook. Nothing that any of those men could have used to kill anybody by any method the Elder Council could name. And there was a crater in the middle of that city half a meter deep that neither the apes nor the hyenas had any means of producing. What? Said Shu Hai out loud. If this city was taken by the Purin clan? The room laughed. Dean Wu. The 8th elder wiped his eye. You need to have some discernment. The Purin clan went in with 5,000 and they have not lost a single one. Not one. They don't even look like they've been in a battle. And Shu Hai shut his mouth. Because that is true, and because he had heard that exact laugh before. 6 months earlier he had come back from Jiangnan and reported to the elder council that the top scholar of Jiangnan No. 1 middle school was a Purin clan member. It took 3 days for that to die down. And one elder, a decent man who meant no harm at all, had put his hand on Shu Hai's shoulder afterwards and said, "That's a really cold joke, and it's not funny at all." Back home in my realm, I walked into the forge yard and found the dog swinging a hammer. 500 caddies, a hammer that normally takes 3 men on a chain hoist to position. And Little White was up on its hind legs with the shaft in both front paws, bringing it down on a hot billet and hitting the mark, and Chen Kong was cheering with both fists in the air like a man at a race. Then it hit a little harder than intended and the ground under the anvil dropped a meter. "Xiao Bai," said Chen Kong, backing up. "Watch your strength." The dog's ears went down and its whole back half drooped. "It's fine." He crouched immediately and rubbed its head with both hands. "It's fine. You did very well. That was excellent. Look at that. Perfect strike." I got the explanation. 2 months earlier, a cannon carriage had come off a ramp toward Chen Yu, and the dog had kicked it, sideways, about 9 meters. Nobody knew it could do that, including, apparently, the dog, and its strength has been awake ever since. My response was not about the dog. A cannon carriage nearly crushed Chen Yu. Chief God, Chen Kong, such accidents are not allowed to happen again. He put his head on the floor and kept it there. And by the time I stopped him, there was a mark on his forehead, and I have thought since that I handled that badly. He is a good man, and he had already been sick about it for 2 months. Orders. Reproduce the old armor pattern and the Zhuge crossbows. Full production run. Chief God, our own troops have long since. They aren't for our clan members, they're for other people. Then Chen Kong asked me for time. That does not happen. In 9 years, he has never once asked for time. He asks for materials, or apprentices, or forgiveness, and he has never asked for time. Chief God, when Chen Yu flies with Little Red, he had his hands together. I have watched her from the yard perhaps 100 times, and I keep thinking, our cannons put a shell 4,000 meters into the air. If a thing we build can reach the heavens, why can a person not? I looked at him. You want to build a flying machine? A glider, he said, and then in a rush, I have drawings. The wing does not flap, Chief God. That is the thing everyone gets wrong. The wing does not flap, it holds, and the air does the work. Chen Yu was sitting on the anvil, kicking her heels. I put my hand on her head. Then Chen Yu deserves the primary credit. She has never let anybody in that realm forget it. Not once, in all the years since. She brings it up at meals. After the second city, Kong Ji made a decision that his own commanders very nearly mutinied over. He put the Ape clan under Purin command. Not an alliance. Not joint operations. Subordinate, with all credit for captured cities assigned to the Purin clan, and the Ape clan taking the front rank on every assault. His officers came to him in a group about it. The Ape clan is an advanced race. Kong Jie is a clan chief with 40 years of standing, and he was proposing to hand tactical command of the survivors to a farmer on a horse and put his own people in the meat grinder to do it. His entire argument was one sentence: I am the general, everybody listens to me. Over the following month, the apes lost a few hundred more, and Kong Jie considered that cheap. And he told me so himself much later. Because what he was buying was not survival. He was watching, from 6 meters away, every single day, what an army actually is. Scouting before movement, fire discipline, a supply chain, reserve battalions that do not commit, a general who reads a wall for 90 minutes before deciding anything, and who explains his reasoning to his officers afterwards, so that they will be able to do it without him. 40 years the Ape clan had been going into that field and coming out at half strength and calling it a good year. Then, at the 4th city, Chen Han blasted the gate open, had the breach, had the momentum, had the enemy in visible disorder, and shouted, "Withdraw the troops." Kong Jie could not understand it. He said so at the council that night, in front of everybody, with his hands flat on the table. General Chen Han, we had the gate, we had it open. Look at the wall height. It's high. It is 30 meters, and it has no external stair. I cannot scout the interior. I cannot get a man high enough to see over it, and I cannot fly. Chen Han put a stone on the map. 3 kilometers back, we took a small city. That city sent a runner before it fell. I saw him go, and I let him go. So this city has had a full day's warning that we are coming, and they know our approximate strength. So they will be ready. So they will have concentrated. My estimate is 30,000 behind that wall, packed in and waiting for exactly what we just did, which is walk into a breach we made ourselves. Kong Jie said, reasonably, that it was speculation. It is indeed my speculation. Chen Han did not take offense. But it is speculation based on evidence, and beyond that, he looked around the table. I will not risk the lives of my soldiers. The plan he gave them instead: march 5 kilometers past, fight hard at a small city 15 out, with noise, with visible siege preparation, with everything. Let the big city send reinforcements out to save it. Then turn around and take the big one from 2 sides while its garrison is walking in the wrong direction. In a palace in one of the 4 main cities, a general named Wei Jin was receiving reports and yawning through them. The southern front has lost 2 cities. The east has reached the 3rd city. Wei Jin's cup stopped. Reached the 3rd city? It is a combined legion. The Purin clan and the Ape clan. He set the cup down and laughed. The Ape clan, Chao Zhou's mob. They come every year and they die every year. He waved the report away. And a Purin clan, farmers, somebody's charity case. He did not ask a single question about the Purin clan, not one. I have gone over the record of that conversation twice, and there is no version of it where he asks. Then he sent his aides out and locked the door. He took a box out of a compartment behind the wall panel and opened it, and inside it was a branch with green leaves on it, and the aura coming off those leaves was a god's aura in a room with no god in it. He took 1 leaf. 1. He ate it, closed the box, and put it back behind the panel. That is why Luo Yu stationed one of his 4 generals in each of the 4 main cities. And it is not for defense. It is a divine tree, taken off dead students, over decades, 1 piece at a time. It accelerates a god's condensation of divine power, and it strengthens believers who eat from it. And in a few more years, it would have taken Luo Yu to middle god inside a seal that reads him as lower. Only the top of the hyena clan knows it exists. Ma Chao was extremely courteous by the time I got back to my dormitory. Both maids were working on my legs, 1 each, and I did not ask for this, and that saying no to Ma Chao's hospitality is a 2-hour conversation. Why aren't they students? I asked. He answered honestly, which I appreciated. Their families sent them with me. I applied. The academy said no, because they don't have divine realms. He shrugged. But my father is friends with the Grand Elder, so they're allowed to stay on campus. Then I gave him the shopping list. It was 2 pages. Rare materials, by property rather than by name, because most of what I wanted does not have a name in this world yet. Melting points, conductivity, density ranges, a note about anything that behaves strangely near fire. Ma Chao read it twice. He understood absolutely none of it. Fine, he said, and folded it up. I'll ask around, and if I really can't find them, I'll go to my family's treasury. I looked up. Treasury? My family's treasury in Huahai City is ranked in the top 3. He was not bragging. That is the thing. He said it the way you would say your father collects stamps. My dad collects things. He doesn't even put anything in there anymore if it's worth less than 100,000 jin of spirit stones. He's really getting carried away. 100,000 jin of spirit stones as the minimum threshold for inclusion. I arrived at Tianhai Academy with tens of thousands of jin of spirit stones, which I thought made me quietly formidable, and 100 million in Hua currency, which is a great deal of money. I swallowed twice. And I quietly, permanently, retired my entire plan to fleece Ma Chao. Well, I thought, nothing for it. We will just have to be friends. Ma Chao, I said out loud, and gripped his shoulder with real warmth. Because of this justice, I have decided to make you my friend. He was moved to the edge of tears. He gripped my forearm with both hands. I was thinking about whether a top 3 treasury in Huahai City is likely to contain epic-grade materials. Out in the killing field, the rest of the year was being taken apart. That is not a figure of speech. Whole believer armies were being wiped out in single engagements, because the hyena clan had prepared for this assessment for 50 years, and this was the year they had decided to collect. Gaoxuan considered ending it early. He had the authority. He stood in front of the crystal ball for a long time with 8 elders waiting on him. No, he said. Being merciful now would only harm them in the future. I have thought about that ruling a great deal, and I cannot find a way to say he was wrong. Guo Tian's berserkers went through everything in their path. In gear I had sold him, at a price he still had not finished paying. They terrified 2 hyena garrisons into abandoning position without contact. Then they got lost. Genuinely lost. In open desert, with the sun up, having won every engagement they entered, they took a wrong heading and spent a day and a half fighting their way back along the exact route they had already cleared. The Elder Council watched this in complete silence. Zhou Yang's people did the real work. Jin Shi took 10,000 vampires into the 2nd city, which is one of the 4 main cities, and hit it head-on, and killed the high-level believer, holding it in a personal duel, by refusing every opening and going straight through the middle. Then he stood on the wall on top of what that had cost and could not make his face work. 5,000 of his own dead. For a 7th city, The elders called it an excellent result and a valuable lesson, which it was, and Gao Xuan went off to open the return arrays early in case Luo Yu decided to counterattack while the students were tired. The elders went home at the end of the second day because the assessment does not close until evening on the third and there is no point sitting up. Shu Hai stayed. He waited until the last of them was out of the building and then pulled the crystal ball across the table with both hands like a man stealing food. "Don't be wiped out," he said. "Don't be wiped out. Don't be wiped out." He swept east. Nothing. North. Nothing. Then he found them. Chen Han on horseback, hunting hyenas through the streets of a city with walls he could not see the top of. A large city. 20,000 garrison at absolute minimum by the footprint, and a bit over 4,000 men left in the First Legion. And every time the block of Purin soldiers behind the Ape clan front rank shifted, a section of the enemy dropped, not fell back, dropped in a line, all at once, with a sound the ball did not carry. Shu Hai sat forward. Then he stood up. Then he started shouting at a crystal ball in an empty council chamber like a man who has been injected with something, hammering the table with the flat of his hand. "Impressive! Impressive! Look at that! Look at that!" He grabbed the ball and shook it. As expected of my outer court disciple, there was nothing left of a dean about him. A cleaner heard it from 2 floors down and assumed a fight. 3 buildings away, in a room attached to the Heavenly Pavilion, a man had been watching the same army since the first major city. Sima Yan had gone out with the monitoring Divine Pearl expecting to spend a week looking at a vampire count. He had watched Zhou Yang's people take the second city and had made a note: competent, powerful, expensive. Then he had drifted east out of professional habit and found a farmer. His reaction, in order, over 2 days. Discovery, then surprise, then shock, then something he did not have a name for at first and eventually identified, with some embarrassment, as enjoyment. Because Chen Han wins the fastest wars with the fewest men, every single time, and he does it by refusing engagements that everybody else takes. Sima Yan is a god. He is the eldest disciple of the 7 old men who rank the entire academy, and he sat in a dark room for 2 days taking notes on the movements of a believer. "Blast open the city gates for me." Chen Han wanted one more city, not any city, that one. Kong Jie, who by then had stopped arguing with him about anything, argued about this. "General, that city is held by the Vampire Count's target. That is a high deity's believers in there and a main city garrison on top of them. I saw them on the way in." "Then you know." "That clan is not simple," said Chen Han. "If we want to take first place, we must take this city. First place." He said it out loud. A general whose god was laughed at by 10,000 people 6 days earlier, standing in the desert with 4,000 men, discussing first place. 3 days and nights of rest first, which is another thing nobody else in that field did. Then the council. Walls higher than anything they had faced, defenses unknown, and the Legion's munitions were nearly out, which is the part that made the officers go quiet, because a shoulder cannon with no shells is a metal stick. The Death God camp commander proposed a night raid. Refused, and Chen Han explained why, which he always does. Hyenas own the dark. Their scouting is better than ours at night by a factor we cannot cover. In a night action, they will know where we are, and we will not know where they are, and information is the only thing we have been winning with. Then he laid out the alternative, and it took 11 minutes, and I have never been prouder of anything I have built. Wei Jin was getting reports and ordering more scouts. 800 Li, 600, 300, 200. Report after report of losses in the east, and the man was completely unbothered, because Wei Jin's entire career has been built on having more people than the other side, and he has never once been wrong about it. Chen Han rode up to the gate alone, in daylight, and stopped inside crossbow range. "Surrender immediately, and I can grant you a way to live." Wei Jin came out onto the wall to look at him, and what he saw was a man on a horse in front of 4,000 tired soldiers under a 30-meter wall with 20,000 behind it, and he laughed until he had to hold the parapet. 8 shells put a hole in the gate. Then the First Legion pulled back 300 meters and stopped, and did nothing. For half an hour, Wei Jin watched them not attack a hole they had just made. Then he made the decision that lost him the city, and it was a reasonable decision, which is the whole point. He concluded they would come at night, so he held 30,000 men awake on the walls all night. At midnight, a few hundred voices arrived under the wall in the dark, moving fast. The garrison came up to full alert across the entire circuit, and then the voices said, at volume, in tones of great alarm, "Damn! Looks like we've been ambushed. Let's go," and left. Meanwhile, 4 kilometers away, Chen Han was sitting in camp with a chicken leg explaining to Kong Jie that a little drink before sleep is fine, but that too much of it breaks discipline, and that he intended to go to bed. "Aren't you afraid they'll attack?" Chen Han smiled at him and did not answer, which Kong Jie told me afterwards was the single most irritating thing that happened to him all campaign. The next day, shelling. 1 shell an hour. 1. per hour, all day, and then all night, and then the next day. You cannot sleep through it. You cannot ignore it, because a shell is a shell, and the 12th one might be the assault. Every hour, 30,000 men stood to, and nothing happened. And they stood down, and 55 minutes later, they stood to again. On the third day, Wei Jin's own generals came to him. General, the soldiers are eating well now, but they aren't sleeping well. One of them said it with his eyes half shut. How can they fight without energy? Let us go out and finish them. There are 4,000 of them and 30,000 of us, and they are camped in the open. And Wei Jin, who had been awake for 3 days himself, agreed. At the southern array, the first army came home, Xiongfeng's berserkers, and they came through in reasonably good order with about 2,000 lost, which for a berserker unit in that field is a spectacular result. Guo Tian was suspicious immediately because they were early. Xiongfeng, why are you back before the closing? Xiongfeng looked at the sky. Chief? Xiongfeng scratched his neck. We got lost, while fighting. The plaza heard it. The plaza did not let it go for the rest of the year. Everybody knows berserkers are not bright, that is not news. But getting lost while fighting is a level of achievement that people wrote songs about. Guo Tian put his face in his hand. How many cities? 5. The plaza stopped laughing. 5 cities. 5, out of a field that had wiped out 4 entire student armies in the first 2 days, from a berserker unit that had spent a day and a half walking in the wrong direction. Gao Xuan turned around on the platform, and Xiongfeng, on his way past to the recovery area, bowed slightly to me, not to Guo Tian, not to the platform. 2 people in that plaza caught it. Guo Tian, who went absolutely still, and Ma Chao, who narrowed his eyes and filed it. Then the array flashed again and Ma Chao's berserkers came out. There is a way an army walks when it has been beaten, and I had never seen it in person before. Nobody was talking. Nobody was looking up. They came through in a column that was not a column and stopped in the middle of the plaza because nobody had told them where to go. Blade Flood came last, scarred across the whole left side, favoring one leg, and he made it about 4 meters onto the stone before he went down on both knees in front of Ma Chao and stayed there. 1 city. 8,000 dead. Ma Chao walked over and picked him up, in front of everybody, both hands under the arms, hauled him upright, and held him there. Go back and rest well, he said loudly so it carried. After today, the berserkers will surely rise. Blade Flood's eyes went red and he could not speak. The bystanders wrote Ma Chao off on the spot, and I heard them do it. A hothead. Lost 8,000 believers and did not blink. Typical rich boy. Then Blade Flood was taken away through the far arch, and the instant he was out of sight, Ma Chao's legs stopped working, and he went sideways into Guo Tian's shoulder and clung on. Woo woo woo. 8,000 people. He had a fist in Guo Tian's robe. 8,000. How much power of faith am I going to have to consume? Do you know how long that takes? Do you know? Guo Tian, who has never comforted a human being in his life, stood there rigid with his arms out to the sides. All right, he said. There, don't cry. Then the northern array opened and Zhou Yang's people came out. Jin Shi knelt at his god's feet on the stone. Behind him, ranks that had gone in 13,000 strong and had come back visibly thinner. Zhou Yang looked at them for a moment. I am dissatisfied, he said. Jin Shi put his forehead on the ground, and Gao Xuan, from the platform, stepped in before the plaza could form an opinion, which is exactly what a good sponsor does. They are first years, he said. They fought a main city and they killed an army with a high-level believer in it. The second city has not fallen to a freshman in 11 years. Then he read the tally and he pitched it to carry. 7 cities taken, 50,000 enemies eliminated. The plaza detonated. Zhou Yang's chin went up about 4 degrees and stayed there. And from somewhere in the cheap seats, in a perfectly conversational voice that nonetheless reached the platform, doesn't it get tiring to keep your neck tilted back like that? Ma Chao, puffy-eyed, absolutely unrepentant. The elders were already talking among themselves in a way that carried, and the phrase that kept surfacing was that this year's Heavenly Steely might break records, and Zhou Yang's neck very nearly did. Wei Jin brought 30,000 men out of that city at night. They crossed 4 kilometers of open ground at rapid march, which is the fastest thing on that continent, and they hit the First Legion's camp at full speed with everything they had. The tents were standing. Nobody was in them. Somebody shouted enemy attack about a beat and a half too late for it to have been a real warning, and 30,000 hyenas stopped in the middle of an empty camp and stood there in the dark. Then the firelight went up, not in one place, in a circle, all the way around them, a complete unbroken ring, 500 meters out, and a hyena's nose got there before anybody's eyes did, because hyena clan's scent is genuinely excellent. Alcohol, strong spirits, poured into the ground across the entire perimeter and out along every approach lane, in quantity, over 3 days, by men who had been carrying it in the loot wagons since the second city because nobody had thought to ask what farmers were doing with barrels. Wei Jin looked down at his own boots. The ground he was standing on was wet. Chen Han walked his horse out to the edge of the light. I've been waiting for a long time. The torches dropped. The hyena clan's racial skill is rapid march. They are the fastest believers in that field, and it is the entire reason Luo Yu built his whole plan around them. They are not faster than fire on a fuel line, because fire on a fuel line does not have to cover the distance. Wei Jin got up above it. He is a high-level believer, and he could go straight up, and he did, and he came at Chen Han through the smoke screaming a question. How did you know we would attack? Chen Han did not move his horse. The books I have read told me that on the battlefield the void is real, and the real is void. He watched him come. It does not always have to be about killing. Sometimes psychological warfare can also win a war. Wei Jin was 11 meters out when the sky-piercing cannon behind Chen Han fired. It took a high-level believer out of the air at a range where he was still accelerating. And then, because Chen Kong's scientists had asked why one hole, the shell burst, and 8 subshells came down into the burning ring, Kong Jie, standing about 6 meters from Chen Han, said nothing at all for some time. A high-level believer died just like that? Then Kong Jie did the thing that told me what the ape clan had become. He did not celebrate. He turned around and ordered his people out to the ring in units and plugged the gaps where the fuel line had run thin so that nothing got out through the breaks. Free credit. Free cities. No risk to him at all because the fight was already decided. The ape clan learned a new word that night, and I am not going to pretend to feel good about which one it was. In an empty council chamber 3 provinces away, Shu Hai was applauding a crystal ball. He had watched a 4,000-man legion with almost no munitions destroy a 30,000-man garrison in one night by never once engaging it. Massive long-range lethality, a general who calculates every move 3 days in advance and gets the enemy to make his decisions for him. Just what kind of monster, said Shu Hai to an empty room, is Zhou Kai? In the annex behind the heavenly pavilion, the monitoring divine pearl went dark and a man sat looking at it for a while. Then Sima Yan opened his book and wrote one name in it. Zhou Kai. His hand shook slightly while he did it, and he noticed that it did, and he sat back and considered what it meant that it did. And if you looked closely at that page, there was a second name written underneath, further down, in the same hand. Zhou Yang. On the screen, dawn came up over the burned ring, and the smell of charring got into the camp, and Kong Jie came to find Chen Han because the assessment closed at 6. General, time is nearly up. We should move for the array. Chen Han mounted up and gave the order, and marched the entire legion straight back into the city. Kong Jie stared after him. Could it be, he called out, that you still want to strike a pose for a souvenir? Behind him, Chen Yong had produced a giant wicker basket from somewhere and was checking the straps. Chen Han's answer, delivered without turning around, is now written on a wall in my divine realm. If you win a battle and don't scavenge anything to take back, what is the difference between that and not fighting at all? They cleared the city of survivors first, building by building, in pairs, with the shield line holding the streets, because Chen Han does not stop being careful just because he has won. Then they stripped it. This stone is not bad. This chair is nice. Look at the joinery on this. What is this piece? It's so heavy. Put it down. A battalion officer, at once. The general instructed us to only take light, expensive, and good-looking things. Do not take anything ugly or heavy, lest people laugh at us Purin clan for being country bumpkins. Then, from the eastern quarter, a battalion commander addressing his own men at parade volume. Listen up, you brats from the Death God camp. If we lose to the other battalions in loot this time, you will run 1,000 laps when we get back. First battalion, if you lose, it starts at 500. Within 20 minutes there were men digging up the ground, not looking for anything. Digging, in the road, on the grounds that things are sometimes buried. Kong Jie ended up as a shepherd. That is genuinely what he was reduced to, an ape clan chief in armor walking through a captured city saying, gentlemen, it is really getting late, to soldiers who were dismantling a shopfront. And then Chen Han rode up beside him and looked at the ape clan, who are 2.5 meters tall and enormously strong and were standing around with nothing to carry. General Kong, how about you? Kong Ji closed his eyes. The ape clan carried the overflow. On the plaza, the armies kept coming home. Han Wen's swarm came through the array and blackened the horizon for about 90 seconds, and every person on that stone with any sensitivity to small repeating shapes had to look at the ground and breathe. She stood in front of it and had a conversation with something nobody else could hear. Then she turned round and cupped her hands to the platform. 7 seats. How does she do that? I asked Guo Tian. Only Han Wen, as a main god, can communicate with them. He said it as a simple fact of the world. How can humans communicate with uncivilized animals? I did not answer that, because in my divine realm, there is a 3-year-old who is not a god and is not even a middle believer. and she holds full conversations with a bird and a dog, and I have been treating that as a charming detail for 11 months. Armies came out at 4 seats, 5, 6, then it stopped. The array closes at 6 in the evening, and whatever is still inside at 6 stays inside, and what is inside is not a place where believers survive on their own. Chow Zhou started crying at about 5:30. Ape Clan God, middle-aged, well-dressed, sobbing openly on a public plaza in front of 10,000 people. If they haven't come out by now, they must be gone. Wah, my clan, my Kong Ji. It's all right. An elder patted his shoulder. If they're dead, you can raise more. Wah! A boy should be stronger, said another elder helpfully. Shu Hai arrived at 5:45, having watched every second of the previous 3 days, and walked up beside me with his hands behind his back and the serene expression of a man about to enjoy himself enormously. Zhou Kai, are you anxious? If you know the situation, I said, just say it. Young man, he rocked back on his heels. Don't be in such a hurry. I have never wanted to hit a dean more. Then somebody on the eastern wall shouted, and every head on that plaza turned. There was dust on the horizon, a great deal of dust, enough dust for an army of 100,000, coming in wide, taking up the entire eastern approach. It was not 100,000. What came over that rise was a crooked, straggling, meandering column of about 4,000 men in dented armor, and every single one of them was carrying something. Bags, bundles, rolled carpets, crates, sacks slung front and back, 2 men to a chest, somebody had a chair on his head, and at least 4 of them, at intervals down the column, were carrying entire trees on their shoulders, roots wrapped, branches dragging in the dust behind them. They were beaming, every one of them, sunburned, filthy, exhausted, and beaming like men coming back from a market. Marching alongside them in perfect order, in silence, at correct spacing, was what was left of the Ape Clan. The plaza laughed. First Legion, Chen Han at the front, on a horse with a bundle strapped behind his saddle. Ape Legion, reporting for duty. He got down and knelt. Then he looked up at me and grinned like a boy. God, sorry for the wait. We were delayed by something. Delayed by what? Said Shu Hai, who could not help himself. Of course, said Chen Han. It was to mow. He stopped. Of course, it was to collect the spoils of war. What were you going to say at first? Said Shu Hai. Moving house? And the plaza, which had spent 3 days being told the Purin clan had gone in to seek refuge with somebody, arrived at its verdict. And delivered it at a volume that was absolutely meant to be heard. I get it. There's only one truth here. The Ape Clan did the fighting, and this lot were sneakily busy moving things in the back. Look at them. Not a scratch. They brought a tree. Chen Han did not react. I did not react. Neither of us so much as glanced toward the crowd. And Shu Hai told me afterwards that this shocked him considerably more than the insult had, because he had expected a general to bristle and a god to explain. Privately, in the 2 minutes we had before the formal report, Chen Han gave me the actual numbers. They had stripped 10 cities. There was 1 city, he said with genuine annoyance, where we were too busy and did not have time to search it. And 900 dead. 900 out of 5,000. Nearly a fifth. That is the number I was looking at when the plaza thought I was looking at the loot. Right, I said, formally. Chen Han went back down on one knee at the center of the plaza, in front of the Grand Elder, the Elder Council, and every selected student of the first year, and he said it word by word so that it could not be misheard. The First Legion killed 80,000 enemies and captured 9 cities. He held up his hands. These are the city lord tokens. Guo Tian, who had lost several thousand men for 5 cities and had been quietly proud of it for an hour, stopped feeling proud. Ma Chao, who had lost 8,000 for 1, later told me that at that exact moment he was searching the plaza for a piece of dried tofu with which to beat Blade Flood to death. Then somebody screamed. Cao Zhou came through the crowd at a run, with 2 city lord tokens held up over his head. He had taken them off Kong Jie in the recovery arch, and in the 90 seconds it had taken him to walk from there to here, he had been standing next to a plaza that had spent 3 days explaining to itself that the Ape Clan did the fighting. You! He came straight at me. A god, at another god, in front of the entire academy. My Ape Clan saved your Purin clan's miserable lives out there. We bled for you, and you used every means possible to trick us out of our city lord tokens. His voice cracked and went higher. Do you really have no conscience at all? And the plaza reread the entire day in about 2 seconds. And everything clicked into place with a beautiful, satisfying, completely wrong sound. That is why the Purin clan came back intact. That is why they had time to loot. That is why a farmer clan has 9 tokens. I did not look at Chen Han. I did not need to look at Chen Han. I know who saved whom. I had watched most of it, and there was nothing in that accusation that required me to say a single word. But Chen Han is not me. My general got up off his knees in front of a high god and 8 elders and looked a deity in the face. I respect you as a god, he said, but before you speak, please ask General Kong Feng for the full story. A believer, correcting a god, in public. Cao Zhou's killing intent came off him like heat off a road, and I let my divine power go. Not all of it. I want to be accurate, but enough that the flagstones under us made a sound, and enough that a god who had been about to reduce a farmer to ash felt something arrive behind his shoulder blades and understood exactly what it was. Shu Hai's head snapped round. He got there before anybody else because he was closest. Yuan Feng, he shouted the name specifically to break the moment, and it worked. And he told me the day after that he had never been so frightened at a school function in 20 years. He did not doubt, he said, for 1 second, that I would have killed him on that plaza. Cao Zhou backed off, and then, because backing off in public requires somewhere to put the movement, he turned and appealed upward. Grand Elder, he raised the 2 tokens. Please uphold justice for this student. Kong Jie was brought forward. He knelt on the stone in front of his own god, in front of the Grand Elder, in front of 10,000 people, with his god's hand still holding 2 tokens above his head. And he could have lied. I want to be completely clear about the position he was in, because I do not think it has been properly appreciated by anybody who was on that plaza. Every single thing in that moment was pointing one direction. The crowd already believed it. The elders already believed it. His own god had already said it out loud. All he had to do was agree with the room. It was the First Legion, said Kong Ji, that saved our ape clan. Cao Zhou's hand came down. We assisted them. We took the front rank because I asked to take the front rank. General Chen Han acted with great righteousness and decided to give 2 cities to us. The plaza went completely rigid. That is not possible. Cao Zhou was almost pleading with him now. The military strength of the Purin clan and our ape clan are not even on the same level. How is it possible that? Kong Ji did not answer. He did not answer because the honest answer was that the Purin clan is much stronger, considerably stronger, and that his original 14,000 would have been wiped out in the first 30 minutes of that campaign if a farmer on a horse had not decided when to come down off a ridge. You cannot say that about your own clan while kneeling in front of it. Kong Ji has failed the main god's expectations, he said instead. Please punish me. He knew exactly what he had just bought himself. He is not a stupid man. He had made the calculation on the way to the front of that crowd, and he had made it in about 4 steps. Chen Han snorted, loudly. He was angrier about his god being doubted than he had been about anything that happened in 3 days of war, and beside him, Chen Yang and Chen Han looked at each other. And both of them thought the same 2 things at the same time, which is that it was not worth it for Kong Jie, and that they were extremely fortunate in whose service they had ended up. Gao Xuan ended it. He sent the believers home before 2 gods could argue in front of them, which is correct procedure and which he did well. Go back, I said. Chen Han rose, turned around, and shouted at 4,000 exhausted men carrying furniture. First Legion, let's go home. And they cheered, genuinely, loudly, like it was a festival. Because home, for them, is a warm harbor that they campaign all year to make stronger, and every one of them was walking back into it with a tree on his shoulder. The plaza broke up slowly, the way a crowd does when it has been handed a fact it cannot fit anywhere, and on the way out, somebody supplied the rationalization, and it went across 10,000 people in under a minute. I understand it now. Understand what? The Purin clan must be good at picking up scraps. They followed along behind, and they got the city lord tokens of some empty cities. That's all it is. Empty cities. Of course, empty cities. There are over 1,000 cities in that field, and most of them hold a few hundred men. If you walk into an abandoned one, you take the token off the wall and go home. Right, that must be it. Right. What kind of combat power could they possibly have? They're farmers. You could watch the relief move through that crowd like weather, because the alternative required them to believe that a Purin clan legion had taken more of the God Realm killing field than any student army in 11 years. And there is no version of that which leaves anybody's worldview standing. Zhou Yang had his own moment of clarity about 30 seconds later, and the smile came back onto his face, because Jin Shi had taken a main city, one of the 4, held by a high-level believer, contested face-to-face, 5,000 of his own dead to get it, and 9 scavenged nothings do not weigh against one of the 4 main cities of that field on any scale the Heavenly Pavilion has ever used. His neck went back to its preferred angle. The elders went back to their benches satisfied, because a comfortable explanation is the one that lets a council go home on time. Gao Xuan did not go home immediately. He stood on the platform in an emptying plaza with 9 tokens in his hand and did what a grand elder does, which is count. He turned them over one at a time, and on the 4th one, he stopped, because a main city token is not the same shape as a garrison token. It is heavier. It carries a different seal. There are exactly 4 of them in the entire God Realm killing field. And the Academy has had a register of them for 50 years. He was holding one. Gao Xuan stood there in the dark for a while, and he did not say anything to anybody, and I have never worked out whether that was politics or whether he simply did not yet have the words. Not to mention anything else about that campaign. Not the 80,000, not the loot, not the fact that a legion had gone in 5,000 strong and come home with 4,000 men and no visible injuries at all. A main city cannot be an empty city. There is a general inside it, there is a garrison inside it, and there was a divine tree behind a wall panel inside it, though he did not know that part, and neither did I, yet, except it was not quite over. Because the elders moved to close the teleportation formation and the First Legion came back through it. All of them, in formation, cupping their hands. Apologies, O gods, said Chen Yang. There are quite a lot of things, and we could not finish moving them all. We have to make another trip. Gao Xuan looked into the distance. There was, visibly, a pile of stones and assorted objects sitting on the sand where an army had dropped it. Hurry up, he said. The Grand Elder of Tianhai Academy stood on a plaza and held a dimensional gate open for 11 extra minutes so that a farmer clan could finish collecting rocks. He turned to go, and then he heard a dog barking. He stopped. Why, he thought, would there be a dog barking? He turned his head and saw a small, weak, extremely white dog with several large baskets strapped to its body, full of stone, sprinting across the sand at a speed that should not have been available to it. By any reading of mass against limb, that animal should have been pinned flat. It arrived, barking at me, clearly claiming credit. This, said Gao Xuan. This. What is this again? He swallowed. He looked at me. And I, having no idea what any of that meant, assumed he was getting impatient about the loading, gave a small cough, and said weakly, almost done, Grand Elder, almost done. By the time I came outside, the students had gone. The official results would not be published for days. Gao Xuan was standing on the empty plaza with a face like weather. Shu Hai and I came out chatting and laughing, cupped our hands, and greeted him. You two, said Gao Xuan, seem very happy. This assessment achieved perfection, said Shu Hai. Naturally, it's worth celebrating. Yes, I said. Bullshit, barked the Grand Elder of Tianhai Academy. There was a pause. You heard nothing just now, he said. Yes, we said, in unison, immediately. Both of us are intelligent people, and both of us understood in the same instant that if a high god gets humiliated in front of 2 witnesses and then decides to solve the problem permanently, that is a very unfortunate way to end a Thursday. Why is the Grand Elder unhappy, said Shu Hai, in the voice of a man who does not know. Because someone lied to me. How is that possible? Who would dare lie to the Grand Elder? Are they looking for death? Come, said Gao Xuan. Take a trip to my office with me. He was already on the verge of detonation by the time we got there. What is going on? What are you referring to? Said Shu Hai weakly. Gao Xuan pointed at me. He is clearly not as weak as he looks. I swallowed. Sorry to interrupt, but do I look very weak? Both of them ignored me completely and carried on arguing over my head. Fine. If I was going to be furniture, I was going to be comfortable furniture, so I went over and poured myself a cup of tea. Pour me a cup too, you disrespectful kid, shouted Gao Xuan without breaking stride. I want one too, said Shu Hai. I'm your direct dean. I drink first. Then Gao Xuan put both hands on his desk and delivered the actual charge. You tampered with the student's records. You took a key student and entered him as an outer court special recruit. Do you believe I could strike you down where you stand? And Shu Hai slammed the table, and his anger was, I want to note, entirely genuine. How did I tamper with anything? Do you have evidence? With Jokai's strength, how could he possibly be a special recruitment student? He is from the Purin clan, said Shu Hai. What is so strange about a Purin clan being a special recruit? Gao Xuan stopped. He thought about it. It seemed true. Even in previous years, the academy had never recruited anybody with a background that low. Ahem. He pointed at Shu Hai. Fine. You just wait. He went and checked the records personally. Jokai, special recruitment student. Score, none. Source of special recruitment, Jiangnan No. 1 middle school, senior year teacher's quota, a teacher's quota, which is exactly what it was. A homeroom teacher fought 3 years for a spot and spent it on a boy with farmers. And a Grand Elder read that line in an admissions file and could not find a single thing wrong with it because there was nothing wrong with it. This, said Gao Xuan. Well, said Shu Hai smugly. Did you find it? What is the story? If you don't tell me, said Gao Xuan, I really will strike you down. And then I will simply pin some crime on you afterwards. Shu Hai told him the story. It took half an hour. When it was over, Gao Xuan leaned back and laughed out loud, at volume, with his head back. Ha ha ha, even the Royal Academy has moments where they misjudge. That Royal Academy, acting like the top institution every day of the year, recruiting early, sweeping the provinces, and this time they threw away a student like that. The first time I saw Zhou Kai, said Shu Hai, I knew he was not a common creature in a pond. Gao Xuan clapped him on the shoulder. Well done, Shu Hai preened. But why, said Gao Xuan, and his tone changed. Didn't you say so from the start? Shu Hai's preening slowed. And why did you fight me for 70 rounds of divine power baptism for a student you already knew had broken through to lower God? Shu Hai coughed, repeatedly, at length. Forget it, said Gao Xuan. For a student that excellent, 70 rounds are definitely worth it. And then Shu Hai asked the only question he had actually come into that room to ask, and he asked it nervously. Can Zhou Kai stay in the outer court? Everything Shu Hai has ever done is for the outer court. He knows perfectly well the inner court's resources are better. He had a grand elder in front of him who would, at that moment, have transferred me across in a heartbeat, and he had privately sworn that whatever the inner court has, I would have too. I have already taken Zhou Yang as a student, said Gao Xuan, so I cannot look after Zhou Kai properly. Handle it yourself. A pause. Just don't ruin him with your training. Yes, thank you, Grand Elder. Then Gao Xuan remembered that he had asked for tea some time earlier and that no tea had arrived. He scanned the room. I was not in the room. He's definitely gone to his divine realm, said Gao Xuan. Under any other circumstance, that is a disciplinary matter. A student walking out on a grand elder mid-conversation is the kind of thing that ends with a written apology and a term of corridor duty. To have such talent, said Gao Xuan leisurely, and to be so diligent, he truly is a student of our Tianhai Academy. Exactly, said Shu Hai. Exactly. I had left because there was a real possibility of hearing something I was not supposed to hear, and I have a long-standing policy about being in rooms where powerful people discuss whether other powerful people have committed fraud. Inside, Chen Yang and Chen Han were still directing the sorting when they saw me and dropped to their knees. They gave me the full report sitting cross-legged on the ground, and when they got to the part about saving the ape clan, both of them went tight. I could see exactly what they were thinking, because it was written on both faces. If we had known it would get our God accused in front of 10,000 people, we would not have gone down that ridge. Do not treat your kindness as a burden, I said. They looked up. As long as you act with a clear conscience, that is enough. Man is born good. While you are becoming stronger, you must also preserve your kind heart. Both of them put their foreheads on the ground and said they would keep it in mind, and I have since had that sentence carved on a wall by people I did not authorize to carve anything. Then Chen Han said carefully, Kong Jie is indeed a talent, and a man of his word, but it is a pity. Chen Yang nodded and said nothing at all, which from Chen Yang is a paragraph. They were not going to ask. Neither of them would ever have asked. Tell me more about Kong Ji, I said. They told me quickly, both at once. And I let them get all the way to the end. An ape clan chief with actual judgment, a race with martial strength the Purin clan will never have, and a commander who is capable of learning and who told the truth on that plaza, knowing exactly what it cost him. I will do my best to help you save him, I said, but whether it succeeds is not certain. They knelt again. Then Chen Yang reported the fire ring in detail with obvious pride, and I listened to the whole thing and did not praise it. Chen Han caught that instantly. He is the only one who would have. Does the Lord God have any insights? You did not need to go to that much trouble, I said. You had a city full of enemy dead outside a wall full of enemy living. Hang them where the garrison can see them. Nobody endures that. They come out on your schedule, not theirs. And you do not have to guess the hour. And you do not spend a single shell doing it. Chen Han's face did something. Indeed. I admit there was an element of gambling involved. He bowed. The Lord God is still more brilliant. They had spent a great deal of ammunition making that trap work. My method would have taken the city without losing a man. I did not enjoy saying it, but a general who is praised for a plan that half worked learns that half working is enough. The battlefield is ever changing, I said. This is your first war. You can learn slowly. The primary task is still the safety of the soldiers. Then the verdict on the whole campaign which I gave them standing up. This expedition was perfect, and it had flaws. You are still too focused on military tactics. Tactics are the core, but people are the foundation. What did you bring back? I asked. Both of them lit up like men who had been injected with something. The Iron Mountain courtyard had a hill in it, not a pile. A hill, about 4 meters at the crown, of stone and metal and timber and furniture and sacks, and one thing that I am fairly certain was a decorative fountain. My scalp went cold. No wonder those men had come back walking like that. Woof! Xiaobai arrived and rubbed against my leg. Fortunately, Xiaobai was there, said Chen Yang with real warmth. Otherwise, we would have had to make another trip, which would have been embarrassing. So you do know it's embarrassing, I thought. Then I started scanning. Ding. Detected as ordinary metal. Ding. Detected as ordinary rock. Ding. Detected as ordinary rock. Ding. Ordinary. 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 Hundreds of times. For hours. I sat on a stool at the bottom of a hill of loot and put my hand on every object in it one at a time, and at some point I stopped hearing the word ordinary as a word. Then, after a pause, a ding arrived that was different. Ding. Host. Slow down. I stopped. I have had that system since the day I turned 18 and it has never once made a comment about my pace. Ding. Detected as rare fiber. Reward 200,000 points. Final tally on a hill of stolen property. 4 rare materials out of roughly 1,000 objects. 2 million points. I'm rich, I thought, and let out a breath. 2 million is genuinely good. The reason it was not better is that Luo Yu's realm has been stripped by students for 50 years. What my legion carried out of there was the leavings of the leavings. And the only reason there was anything left at all is that nobody else on that field would stoop to pick it up. Is that all? I said. Chen Yong and Chen Han looked at each other. Lord God, said Chen Yong. Please wait a moment. Chen Han ran out and came back with a box. The box was the tell. Everything else in that courtyard had been carried in a sack. This had been packed in something purpose-built and had come from the deepest part of the last city, and Chen Yong had been the one to find it. What's inside? Leaves, said Chen Han. Who packages leaves like that? I opened it and frowned because it was leaves, several of them, green, lying flat. And they were putting off a god's aura in a courtyard with no god in it but me. Ding. Scanning materials. And then the system did something it had never done. It kept scanning. 10 seconds. 20. I stood there in a forge yard holding an open box while my own cheat took its time. 30 seconds. Ding. Data collection complete. Ding. Identified as Divine Artifact Grade Tree Number 009. Black Rose. Divine Artifact Grade. Not rare, not supreme. The grade above everything I own. On a tree. Ding. Quantity has reached the standard. Recycling. 2 million points issued. 2 million more from a handful of leaves. And then it kept going. Ding. Since this divine tree is of an evolvable grade, it cannot currently be obtained from the illustrated guide. Ding. Data for number 009 has been unlocked. Please check it yourself. So I read the file, standing in the yard, and what it said changed the next several years of my life. The black rose tree bears fruit and leaves that rapidly increase a god's divine power and his believer's faith, which is excellent and which is not what caught me. Tree number 009 belongs to the category of advanceable trees. It can evolve into a black rose gene tree. And the fruit that tree bears is one of the important raw materials for changing genes. In the world I came from, genetics is a top-tier field and a top-tier taboo, and I had spent 18 years in this one, assuming the concept did not exist here in any form. I read on. To advance it, you need a complete black rose tree. Number 014, Divine Artifact Grade Rare Soil. Number 006, Divine Artifact Grade Water Source. Damn it, is this a robbery? 2 Divine Artifact Grade items to advance 1 lousy tree. Then I sat with it, and it stopped being outrageous because of what the tree does. My believers are farmers. That is not a slur, it is a stat block. They will never have berserker strength or ape clan reach. I can put the finest equipment in the world in their hands, and there will always be a ceiling on what a Purin clan body can do with it, and every single tactical problem I have ever had traces back to that one line. A tree that changes genes does not improve my army, it ends the problem. Chen Yong, did you see any similar trees in the main city? Reporting to the main god, we did not. Which figured. That legion does not spare ordinary trees. If a black rose had been standing anywhere along their route, it would be in this courtyard with its roots in a sack. Then Chen Yong said something I had not prompted. Main god, I had someone examine this leaf. It was plucked about 3 to 4 days ago. He looked up. And according to what the main god told us, that is a sealed divine realm. Nothing enters and nothing leaves. So the tree must still be inside it. I looked at my senior teacher for a moment. That was my own reasoning, arrived at independently by a man who had never left a swamp. It seems, I said, closing the box, that I will have to find a way to go there again. I came out of my divine realm and straight into 2 pairs of eyes. Hello, Grand Elder. Hello, Dean. They were still standing exactly where I had left them. Are you, I said, done arguing? Both of them flared up simultaneously. Arguing? Said Gao Xuan. We have had a disagreement regarding official business, which is very normal. Correct, said Shuhai. I rubbed my nose and made a note not to ask stupid questions in front of high gods. On my way out, I did ask one thing. Grand Elder, do you believe in my believers now? You are really not going to ask anything more? Gao Xuan laughed at me, irritably. You brat, you got the advantage and you're still acting coy. I slipped away, and behind me I am told he watched me go and said, Zhou Kai, this kid also has a good personality. If his talent is truly good, we should focus on cultivating him. Ma Chao was waiting outside my dormitory with both maids, who greeted me by blowing kisses, which I have never once asked for and have never successfully stopped. Brother Zhou, said Ma Chao, in a voice I would describe as coquettish. I kicked him. Stop with the disgusting behavior. Brother Zhou, my equipment. It's finished. Thank you. Woo woo woo. You are the best. He grabbed my sleeve. With this equipment I can finally show off like old Guo. I looked at him over my cup. He stopped. I meant, he said with dignity, upholding justice. Correct. I nodded, satisfied. This equipment was meticulously crafted by kind believers. You absolutely must not use it to wreak havoc on the world, or we would both be sinners. There was a pause. Kind believers fight like their moving house? Said Ma Chao at approximately half volume. What did you say? Who was talking just now? He produced a large pile of material from somewhere and shoved it at me. This is what you asked me to buy. I checked it. It was good. Better than I had expected, actually, because Ma Chao's idea of shopping is to enter a district and start pointing. Are you not planning to give me money? He asked. I paused. No charge, said Ma Chao immediately, with a sheepish smile. Then, as he was leaving, a real bandit. I pretended not to hear that. Chen Kong had made one modification to the Berserker set on his own initiative, and it was the right one. Main God, if we are really crafting for the Berserker, melee would be more suitable. So I took the liberty of changing the Zhuge Divine Crossbow to chain axes. This gives them close combat and a certain amount of range. Of course the range cannot compare, but it will be finished in a few days. Good. When is the glider test flight? About 3 months, Lord God. Good. 30 days later, I walked into the martial arts arena with a set of armor for a berserker and got an education in a business model. I heard it before I got to the door. Hit him. Yes, hit him. Inside, 100-odd students packed around a crystal ball on a stage, and a senior calling the card. Step right up, don't miss out. Sophomore senior Zhao Lei on a 10-win streak against Kui An on a 12-win streak. Minimum bet, 100 caddies of spirit stones. Eagleman clan against Merman clan. Air against water, which I would genuinely have paid to watch. Ma Chao was near the front. He bets 1,000 a time in a room where the minimum is 100 and where most of the students think hard before committing that 100, and he picks by fate, every time. His historical criteria include, this one is ugly, I'll bet on this one, and this one is a girl, I'll bet on this one. That day he had upgraded his methodology. Eeny meeny miny mo, announced Ma Chao, holding a live rooster under one arm. Whoever the little rooster points to is where my money goes. He saw me and lit up. Brother Lin, you finally came to find me. Around us the whispering started, because the killing field results had not been published but the freshman rumor mill had them. Zhou Kai took 9 seats. If that is true, he is the undisputed first. Most of them did not believe it. Where's old Guo? I asked. Don't even get me started. Ma Chao went bitter. Old Guo has been raking it in. A whole crowd came looking to fight him, and with that set of equipment he just goes through them. I'm so jealous I could die. Then he looked at me piteously until I gave in and handed the set over inside my realm, at which point he became briefly unmanageable. Thank you. Mwah. I kicked him again. Why isn't the Zhuge Divine Crossbow thing included? This set is stronger. Then Ma Chao went off to sign up because Nangong Yun was taking challenges. Nangong Yun is a martial swordsman, high deity, low tier among the advanced ranks, and also hailed as one of the ceilings of the physical department because martial swordsmen are born knowing swordsmanship the way mermen are born knowing water. He had taken 5 cities in the killing field. His starting price was 2,000 caddies. The odds went up. Ma Chao at 1 to 10. Nangong Yun at 1 to 1.1. The room lost interest immediately, and then a man said, forget it, I'll bet, even a small profit is money, and then everybody bet on Nangong Yun. Guotian came over and stood beside me. This Nangong Yun is a real ruthless guy. Can Ma Chao win? I'm not sure. Didn't you give Ma Chao equipment? Yeah, like mine? Stronger than yours. He was delighted, and rushed forward with 1,000 spirit stones, and then stopped and thought about it and pulled 100 back out. 900 of these were earned anyway, he explained to the table. If I lose, I lose. Good brother, said Ma Chao from the stage, cupping his fists. Of course, as a fellow berserker I've got to show support. Then why did you just take out 100? Said somebody nearby. Guotian glared at him. What about brother Zhou? Called Ma Chao. Him? He doesn't gamble, said Guotian, waving a hand. You know how it is. These guys who like to study, they're all closing the bets, shouted the senior. Closing the bets. And Guotian felt a gust of wind go past his shoulder. He turned around to find me at the table with a fistful of banknotes worth over 10,000 spirit stones already leaving my hand. I'm going all in. The senior looked up. You didn't bet on the wrong side? I checked. With my personality, betting on the wrong side is not a failure mode that is available to me. On Ma Chao. The room made a noise. Ma Chao bets 1,000 at a time and everybody thinks he is insane. This new one opens at 10,000. Does his family own a bank? Do you really think Ma Chao can win? Asked the senior nervously. Because 10,000 at those odds meant he was writing 100,000 if it landed. I put my hand on my chest. It is purely to support my brother. Brotherhood is kept in the heart. The eyes of several girls near the rail visibly sparkled. Ma Chao on the stage was moved to the edge of tears. Guotian waited until I had stepped back and then said through his teeth, "Didn't you just say you don't gamble?" I gave him the same serious expression I had used the first time. "Was I talking to you just now?" He told me later he genuinely considered throwing a punch. Nangong Yun's believers opened with a sword formation, which he had comprehended at lower god, which is extraordinary and which the elders should have been paying attention to. Every dozen swordsmen locked around 20 or 30 berserkers with 1,000-man ring holding the outside and replacements stepping into the pattern as fast as men dropped. The berserkers went backwards immediately. "It's over," said Guotian. "It's too late to activate the bloodline now." Then Blade Flood went red-eyed and walked straight through a sword formation, because his intelligence had gone to zero and he had stopped being able to perceive it as a threat, and every blade that landed on him hit armor that did not care. "Brutes!" somebody shouted from the stands. "What a bunch of reckless brutes!" I concede. Nangong Yun threw down 2,000 caddies and left, thinking, another one relying on equipment. How hateful. Being rich really is something else. Ma Chao picked up the 2,000 and laughed like a man who had won a war. Good thing I picked a tough one. 2,000. My first bucket of gold at Tianhai Academy. "Is there anyone else who wants to challenge me?" he shouted. "Anyone?" "Boring," said Ma Chao bitterly. He had only just started showing off. Then he turned around to thank me properly and found me collecting 100,000 spirit stones and banknotes from a senior whose face I can only describe as a mask of pain. "Brother Joe." Ma Chao sidled over. "Do I get half?" "What did you just say?" He rolled his eyes, and then he watched me put the entire 100,000 back down on the table. "I'll put up 100,000 to hold the field." The senior's voice went up half an octave. 100,000? He had never seen anybody hold the field with that much. He asked cautiously what deity I had awakened. "Purin clan," I said pleasantly. He wrote the first character, and then his hand stopped. "Junior, you can't fake this." "Of course not." I leaked a little divine power, and he became considerably more confused rather than less. And around us, every student in that arena was doing the same piece of arithmetic. "Beat me," I said, "and you take the 100,000. If you lose, you only give me 10,000. I smiled. "Freshmen only." "Deal," said the senior, writing very fast. The noise in that room tripled. "Earn 100,000 with 10,000 against a Purin clan. Isn't this just giving away money?" Guotian and Ma Chao stared at each other. "It seems," said Guotian slowly, "I really don't know how to make money." "Me neither," said Ma Chao viciously to himself. "I'm such a damn spendthrift." That same afternoon, in a primeval forest 3 provinces away, a man was kneeling in the dirt with his head lower than anybody else's. I was not there. I got this from Kong Ji himself, much later, and he told it flatly, without asking for anything. Chao Zhou had spent 2 weeks being pointed at. That is what it came down to. His ape clan had become a joke, and people whispered when he walked past, and he was extremely clear in his own mind about whose fault that was. "Kong Ji, you failed in leading the troops. Do you know your crime?" This believer knows his crime. Behind him, one of his own officers started to speak, and Kong Ji turned his head and glared at him until he shut his mouth. Because anybody who spoke up for Kong Ji that afternoon was going to die for it. I asked the main god for punishment. Half the clan behind him had red eyes. He had brought back over 4,000 people out of 14, which across the whole assessment was a good result. And he had run that clan personally, every detail, for years. Cao Zhou is not a fool, whatever else he is. He knew that killing Kong Ji outright would split his realm, and no god wants a divine realm in chaos. "You deserve to die," he said. "But considering your past contributions, from this day forth you are stripped of all positions and joined to the Reclamation Army to be exiled to the frontier." "Yes." Kong Jie put his head down. "Thank you, main god, for your mercy." The Reclamation Army faces death daily and is a prison in everything but the name. Chao Zhou snorted and left without another glance. Kong Jie got up. "Clan Chief," said the officer behind him, "this is unfair to you. Don't call me Clan Chief anymore. Clan Chief." He patted the man's shoulder and looked around at people who were still, at that moment, loyal to him for no reward at all. What a pity, he thought. It's a pity that the things I learned from Chen Yong and Chen Han couldn't be put to use after all. My first customer was a Wolf Dog Clan student who could not sign up fast enough. The Wolf Dog Clan is not especially powerful, and he knew it, and he did not care, because he had done the same arithmetic as everybody else and concluded that crushing a Purin clan is a formality. 10,000 on the table. I'll do it. Behind him, 4 people made anguished noises. I really shouldn't have hesitated. Hesitation leads to no money. Damn, I was beaten to it. So frustrating, I even had my money out. Please, I said, cupping my hands with a kind smile. Junior, said the senior, aren't you going to live stream it? Because that is normal. The crystal ball projects the battle for the room, and the room bets on it live. And the house takes more that way, and everybody prefers it. No need, I said. I'm someone who likes to keep a low profile. Odds went up at 1 to 6 on me and 1 to 1.4 on him, and the entire room bet against me, and the arena filled. We went in. We came out. The whole thing took under 2 minutes, and the room went completely silent, because 2 minutes is not a fight. What was the result? Somebody asked. And the Wolf Dog student stood on that stage with the strangest expression I have ever put on a human face and said, just a little bit short. The room turned on him at once because they had all lost money. How could you not even beat a Purin clan? How embarrassing. Exactly. He did not say a word. He came down off the stage and walked out through the crowd with that face still on him. The senior narrowed his eyes and smiled, because I had won, and he had actually made a small profit on the spread. Anyone else? I said. The second man was fiercer and better known and lasted no longer, and he came out and said, word for word, just a little bit short, and walked off the stage saying to himself at a volume only he could hear, I'm such a massive idiot. 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, all 6 in about 10 minutes. And every single one came out wearing the same mask of pain and delivering the same line. Still fighting? Asked the senior. No more. The believers are probably a bit tired. His face at that point was a study. 6 consecutive matches. If each had been a hard-fought battle, no divine realm on earth could run 6 of them in 10 minutes, and every opponent had described a hard-fought battle. He gave up and went back to counting money, of which he had made a great deal. How should I address you? I asked him. Shu Bing. Senior Wu. I pushed the 100,000 back across the table. I'll leave this with you. Others can make appointments, but I only take 6 matches a day. All right. Then I took out 10 Jin of Spirit Stones and gave them to him. Then I'll have to thank Senior Wu. Shu Bing's mouth twitched. You have won over 100,000 Jin, said his face, and you are handing me 10. What Shu Bing did not know is that behind him, Guo Tian's and Ma Chao's eyes had nearly come out of their heads, because that was the single most generous thing I had ever done in front of either of them. The queue formed before I got off the stage. People paying to book slots for the following day. I have a question, said Ma Chao once we were outside. Ask. Why did you win 6 matches in a row, and those idiots are still frantically coming forward to give you money? I frowned at him. They are our fellow classmates. Saying such things is too hurtful. Both of them stared at me. I coughed. They couldn't see the footage, I said. So naturally, they all thought they had a chance. You could watch it land, 100,000 on the table, no live stream, and 6 men who all said it was close. Every student in that building had constructed entirely on their own a story in which the Purin clan is beatable, and the last 6 just got unlucky. One more question, said Guo Tian. Are you hypnotizing them? Why do they all come out with that face and the same line? Right, said Ma Chao. I gave them a mysterious smile. That is a secret manual. If you want to know, you can pay 10,000 Jin to find out. Then I sent Ma Chao to buy a man. You have a wide social circle in the academy, I said. Who told you that? Said Ma Chao. He makes friends exclusively with the rich. He said so, out loud. And then privately reflected that the 2 poorest people he knew were Guo Tian and me, and then revised that, because he had begun to suspect I was not actually short of money. I'm researching a new batch of equipment, I said. I hear it can amplify a berserker's abilities 10-fold. There is no one in the academy I don't know, said Ma Chao. Guo Tian rolled his eyes so hard I heard it. Do you know the student who came to question me on the plaza, the crying one? Chao Zhou, said Ma Chao. Go and ask him whether he'll sell me a believer of his named Kong Ji. Ma Chao stopped. Brother Zhou, don't you know? Different races have very short lifespans in someone else's divine domain. The ape clan can live 200 years normally, but in another god's realm he probably won't see 50. Which is true, and which he had every right to say, except that he said it to a top student in front of another top student. Are you showing off before a top student? Said Guo Tian, delighted. Zhou Kai, tell him what page it's on. I had run out of patience about 4 minutes earlier. Grade 10 curriculum, page 45, 3rd paragraph. Ma Chao's mouth came open. Then it stayed open. Super brain, he was thinking. That is too badass. What if he asks a high price? 10,000 jin. I handed him the banknote. This matter is quite important. Don't joke around. Okay. It's just one believer. Leave it to me. He left at speed. Guotian watched him go with open admiration. Do you really remember the page and the paragraph? I looked at him. I sighed. I shook my head. What an honest man. What? Think about it. Would an academic slacker like Ma Chao really go back and dig out a grade 10 textbook? I patted his shoulder. And of the people who do read textbooks, how many check the page and paragraph numbers? Guotian's mouth opened. You lied to him. I sighed again, patted his shoulder a second time, gave him the look I reserve for honest men, and walked away quietly. What a beast, said Guotian behind me, with feeling. He told me later that this was the moment he finally understood that the gap between our intelligence scores was less a gap and more a change in category. Ma Chao paid Chaozhou 1,000 jin, I gave him 10, he paid 1. We will come back to that. That guy offended my berserker clan last time, he said arrogantly, tossing the note. I'm buying him to carry my luggage for the rest of his natural life. If you don't give me this face, then you're offending me, Ma Chao. Chaozhou hardly hesitated. He waved a hand. Kong Jie was brought in front of his god one last time and did not understand what was happening. From now on, said Chaozhou, you are no longer a member of the ape clan. Main god, Kong Jie went down. I know I made a huge mistake, but I am already working hard to make amends. Chaozhou did not spare him a glance. He waved his hand and left. Main god. He shouted it at a closing door with his eyes red, and I want to be clear about why, because it is easy to read that as weakness. Kong Jie is a middle believer. Faith is not an opinion for a middle believer. It is closer to a spine. He was not begging for a job. Stop shouting, said Ma Chao. He has already abandoned you. Kong Jie turned his head. I do not know how I have offended the deity? Ma Chao squinted at him and smiled. You are Kong Jie? Yes. Follow me. He knelt in front of me, trembling. And I watched him arrive at the obvious conclusion, which was that Zhou Kai had bought him in order to settle the business on the plaza. Greetings, deity, he said respectfully, because of Chen Yong and Chen Han, and not because of me. Your friends will be here soon, I said. Friends? Chen Yong and Chen Han came in at a run. Greetings, God of Wisdom. Greetings, deity. No need for formalities, I said. I'll leave things here to you. And I left, and took Ma Chao with me, because that conversation was not mine to be in. Chen Yong told him the truth. All of it, in order, without decoration. We knew your situation would not be good. We went to our main god. He had a decent impression of you, and he wanted to save your life. We did not consult you beforehand, and there was no other way. Kong Jie is intelligent, and what he did with that information is the reason I wanted him. He put Zhou Kai next to Chaozhou. Chaozhou has middling talent and spends every day suppressing his believers with divine might. He speaks coldly, he issues orders. He does not permit discussion, and he never has. And a god of a different race, who had every reason to be finished with him, had spent money to pull him out of an exile he had accepted as deserved. Our Purin clan has nothing, said Chen Yong. But as long as you are willing to work hard, this will become your second home. We are not forcing you, said Chen Han. We just thought that a talent like you would be a waste, buried like that. A stray dog. Kong Ji's eyes went red. How can I be called a talent? And Chen Yong said, at full volume, in the voice he uses in a classroom, my main god once said that in life and work, one only looks at the heart. Kong Jie was moved and then worried and asked the practical question. An outsider joining the Purin clan, wouldn't he be out of place? Chen Yong and Chen Han's faces went strange, and neither of them could find a sentence, because their divine realm already contains a chicken that despises everybody and a dog that swings a 500 caddy hammer, and both of those have been fully socially integrated, and an ape man is comfortably within the human spectrum by comparison. I came back after a while and stood above them. How was your consideration? Kong Ji knelt. I am a leader of the ape clan. Although I am not of the Purin clan, I yearn for an independent and prosperous life. He put his head down. I beg the deity to give me the opportunity to join. Your lifespan here might only be 50 years. Length of years is not what matters, he said. What matters is the process. Chen Yong and Chen Han said nothing at all about the ginkgo, and both of them knew exactly what it does, and both of them had decided independently that a newcomer does not get handed a benefit the clan worked years for. He starts at the beginning like everybody else. That is not cruelty. That is a functioning society, and I did not teach them that part. You two take him along. What should be my first step? Asked Kong Ji as they led him away. Next, said Chen Yong with enormous enthusiasm, you will do something very exciting and happy, clan chief, said Chen Han in visible pain. Can you please not say those two words? I am actually a bit afraid now. Studying, said Chen Yong. Ma Chao had been watching all of this from a polite distance and finally said the thing he had been building up to for a month. Brother Joe, I haven't even visited your divine realm. Can I take a look? Just don't tell anyone what you see. I am a berserker mid-level deity, said Ma Chao with disdain. What haven't I seen? I made a gesture of invitation. We came down into the Iron Mountain courtyard and a shell went up past us into the sky. Ma Chao went straight into a combat stance. Who is launching a sneak attack? In my divine realm, I said. Who would dare to ambush you? He relaxed and looked down, and his voice changed. Brother Joe, is this where you forge equipment? Chen Yu and Xiaobai arrived at the run. Greetings, main god big brother. Woof, woof. Greetings, deity big brother, said Chen Yu politely to Ma Chao. Ma Chao glanced at a toddler and a small dog with total indifference and did not pay them any mind at all. Then he looked into the distance, and his mouth came open wide enough to fit an egg. A chicken, is breathing fire. He rubbed his eyes with both fists to make sure, and the chicken, mid-breath, turned its head and looked directly at him. Disdain. Holy crap, thought Ma Chao. I'm being looked down upon by a chicken. Then Chen Kong called across the yard. Xiaobai, come over and help! And a small white dog crossed 40 meters at a speed that made Ma Chao step back, picked up a 1,000-caddy hammer, and brought it down. Clang! He felt the impact in his own body, and then somebody took his hand. Godly brother, said Chen Yu, looking up hopefully. Can you play with me? A cold smile appeared at the corner of Ma Chao's mouth. You have got to be kidding me, he thought. As a dignified main god, how could I possibly play with a believer? 4 minutes later, Ma Chao and Chen Yu were doing laps of my divine realm at 300 meters, and Chen Yu was screaming with joy the entire time. He came back down eventually and walked over to me with a slightly glazed look. Brother Joe, I'm leaving now. I need to go back and process this. Are you feeling unwell? I asked with concern. Is it the air here? Some people aren't used to it. He looked at me for a second, then left with a movement that was almost but not entirely a nod, and on his way out he took one more look at the chicken, a fire-breathing chicken, a dog with immense strength, a little brat who can fly. If anybody ever told Ma Chao again that the Purin clan was a bottom-tier race, he had decided he would crush them to death with money. Goodbye, godly brother, called Chen Yu cheerfully. Behind me, Chen Yang cleared his throat. Main god, is that your friend? I nodded. Ah. A pause. Then, extremely casually, and what about that goddess Ling Shi from last time? I looked up. He was smiling. Chen Yang, you have been talking more and more lately. I wouldn't dare, he said with a dry laugh. Everything is for the main god's own good. Chen Kong came up at a jog 3 months later. Main god, we can start the test flight. The glider was sitting in the yard, large, sturdier than I expected, with a proper frame. Have you tried it before? Chen Kong and Chen Yang looked at each other. They had. Once. It had failed, and a clan member named Chen Wei had been badly hurt. I'll do it, said Chen Kong. I'm very confident this time. Absolutely not. Chen Kong is the single most valuable mind in that realm, and he wanted to strap himself to his own prototype. Chen Yang got there before I did. Nonsense. He waved a hand, and a clan member stepped forward immediately. I did not interfere with that. Then a small voice said, last time Uncle Chen Wei was seriously injured and only just recovered. Chen Yu, pacifier, standing at the front of the crowd with her hands behind her back. Daddy, I can fly. Let me do it. Chen Kong was stunned. The clan member said she was far too small, and Chen Yang knelt down in front of me and said, I hope the main god can agree. That is a father volunteering his own daughter for a test flight in public, and doing it because it is the correct call. And I did not miss what it cost him. I crouched down. Remember, I said, if anything happens, use your own ability. If the glider is lost, it's lost. They strapped her in. Xiaobai barked at her, worried, and the chicken, which had been lying down, stood up. Chen Kong went to a cord at the back and pulled it hard, and a blast of gas sprayed out against the ground. Steam. He had gotten to energy conversion, on his own, from a reference book about principles and a great many burns. The glider went up. I'm flying! Everybody in that yard had been holding their breath and had to let it out at once, feeling faintly ridiculous. It swayed badly. Chen Yu. Focus on the controls. Oh. She scratched her head, and then took it seriously, and the sway came out of it, and it flew straight. I came up alongside her. Are you flying on your own? No, she said. That is the answer that mattered. She was not cheating. That machine was carrying her. The steam ran out, and she was startled, and switched to her own flight, and the glider dropped like a stone, and I was already under it. Chen Kang came running with a bottle of milk. Chen Yu! Here. Thank you, Uncle Chen Kang. She drank it sweetly. Then Xiaobai barked. and she bent down and held the bottle out, and a toddler and a dog shared a bottle of milk in the middle of the first successful flight in the history of that world. Have you identified the problems? I asked. I have. Chen Kong's face was shining. Lord God, I am willing to pledge my life that the next batch will let the clan members take to the skies. Elsewhere, a fourth elder was delivering results. Zhou Yang opened his eyes and was delighted to see him coming, because passing the first round had never been in doubt. What Zhou Yang wanted was first place. And he wanted it in a way that I recognized instantly when I finally understood it, because he had spent 3 years of high school as the second best person in a building. When he heard I had 9 cities, he had panicked. A little. Fourth elder. Zhou Yang, the results are out. You've passed. Elder. I would also like to ask, what rank am I? The fourth elder smiled immediately. It's only the first round of assessments. The rank isn't that important. Zhou Yang cupped his hands again and did not move. And the fourth elder swallowed and said a number that was both familiar and painful. Second. Second place? The fourth elder nodded. He had known it would be a blow. He had not expected the size of it. Impossible. Zhou Yang was already on his feet. Did you not check the results carefully? Even if Zhou Kai has 9, I have a main city, and my believer killed a high-level believer in single combat. The fourth elder bit his lip.